Chapter 1, Cross the Douluo continent and awaken the super system. Children, it's 6:30. It's time to get up. Today is awakening day. I will lead you to Red Mountain College. There, the Soul Master from the Spirit Tower will test your martial soul and soul power for you. Hurry up and don't delay. In his sleep, a slightly sharp and rapid female voice awakened Yao Xian. Awakening day, Spirit Spreading Pagoda, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Soul Power. Aren't these all the content of the novel? Is anyone playing pranks with me? Some reluctantly opened his eyes. Yao Xian also shook his head in a dazed manner, then looked around. A look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Where is this? And, how did my body become like this? Could it be that I actually crossed? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, this is no longer a spacious and bright bedroom, but a slightly dark and crowded dormitory. There are 10 double beds in a space of less than 30 square meters, and the air is filled with a faint musty smell. Seeing all this, Yao Xian's eyes were more surprised, and he thought to himself. Then, his eyes turned away from his body inadvertently, and an incredible expression suddenly appeared on his face. Yes, compared to the 1.8-meter figure in his memory, Yao Xian discovered that his current body has shrunk a lot, resembling a 6 or 7-year-old boy. Combined with the weird words just heard, except for crossing, there seems to be no second reason to explain all this. At the time when Yao Xian was extremely surprised and doubtful, a stream of memories flooded his mind continuously, and as these memories flooded in, the expression on his face became more and more exciting. Oh my God, I actually crossed to Douluo continent. Continually integrating the memories he had just acquired, Yao Xian also gradually understood his situation. Yes, this is no longer the earth, but the legend has no magic, no fighting spirit, no martial arts, and belongs to the magical spirit and soul power. Douluo continent with spirit skills. However, this was not the Douluo continent during the Spirit Hall period. According to the memory he had obtained, it was 20,000 years since Tang Sanchen ascended. The original Heaven Do Empire and Xingluo Empire were defeated and expelled from Douluo. Luo mainland, born out of the Sun Moon Empire, occupies a dominant position. In this era, artificial souls, battle armors, mechas, and soul guidance technology shine, and human strength has reached its peak. The soul beast is in danger, but the Silver Dragon King Guyuina was born and transformed into the human world. The Holy Spirit opened the channel of the Abyss Plane, and the Abyss Sage awakened, and the Abyss Plane was about to invade. Yes, here is the Douluo continent that is extremely passionate and belongs to the period of the Dragon King legend. In addition, he also knew the identity of this body. Coincidentally, the original name of this body was also Yao Xian. His parents were killed in an accident, and he spent 5 years in the Hongshan orphanage in Ala City until Yao Xian from the earth crossed over. It's amazing. Unexpectedly, I would have such an opportunity, it is incredible. Unexpectedly, I will also become a member of the army of traversers. However, traversing is traversing. What if my martial soul is not good or I don't have innate soul power? I shouldn't be so unlucky, am I? Well, it shouldn't. It seems that those who pass through can get golden fingers. Besides, I still have the blessing of parents' sacrifice to the sky, boundless mana, so it's not so miserable. That's how it is said, but when will my cheat be credited? Just when Yao Xian was still immersed in the shock of crossing and began to think about it, a wonderful voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! The super system is activated successfully, is it bound? Oh, super god system! Listening to the prompt sound that suddenly appeared in his ear, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a pleasant surprise. The speed of the golden finger arriving at the account is really too fast. Of course bound. Yao Xian is not a conspiracy theorist. Since he has the opportunity to get it, does he have a reason not to? Therefore, he also silently chose to bind in his heart. Ding! Start binding. 30, 29, 28, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bind successfully. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the prompt sound rang again in Yao Xian's ears. At the same time, a magical airflow poured into Yao Xian's sea of knowledge and body, and began to transform his body. The process of binding the super system. Ding! Super Shen system binding is completed. Sign in now. You can receive a copy of newbie gift pack. Do you sign in? 30 seconds passed in a flash, and the binding was over. Yao Xian only felt that there was something more in the sea of consciousness. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded again. Sign in. Listening to the system prompt, Yao Xian also said without hesitation. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations on getting a newbie gift package. The rewards are as follows. Cash red packet. You can get cash by reading books. Follow WeChat. Public account book friends base camp. Cash/point currency waiting for you. System ability detecting eye. This is a powerful ability that can help you detect the attributes of the target and return it in the form of data. The stronger your mental power, the stronger the detection power, the stronger the enemy's strength, the less data returned by the detection eye. System ability strength and charm. Your appearance has been improved, reaching the standard of 1 in a million. In addition, your temperament and aura have also been improved. Seeing your intelligent creatures will involuntarily develop a good impression on you, and are more likely to help you and even become your friend. System ability strengthen your comprehension. Your comprehension has been greatly strengthened. Even those extreme Douluo, their comprehension in childhood is nothing but this, whether it is the cultivation of soul power, the control of soul skills or knowledge comprehend, you have reached a realm of understanding, and you can draw inferences about it. Good fortune grade martial soul extraction opportunity X1, gives you a chance to draw a fortune grade martial soul, which can be bound immediately after extraction, greatly changing your talent and physique, and helping you to become a strong person. Following Yao Xian's words, the sign-in success prompt sounded in his sea of knowledge. At the same time, a transparent prompt box engraved with countless gorgeous patterns also appeared in front of Yao Xian's eyes, showing the novice spree. Give him the reward. Such a generous reward is worthy of a super system. It is really amazing. There is also a good fortune level martial arts. This good fortune level martial arts is much more powerful than any god level martial arts. It's amazing. Looking at the reward in front of him, Yao Xian's eyes couldn't help but flash with an extremely surprised expression, and he felt a little dry. Yao Xian, what are you still waiting for in bed? Get out of bed and wash, the other children are waiting for you. Just when Yao Xian was immersed in joy, the female voice came again. I see, Aunt Li Mei. Quickly agreed, Yao Xian also folded the quilt according to the rules of the orphanage in his memory, changed his clothes, rinsed his mouth and washed his face, and then walked out. Chapter 2, Extract, Zilongwo Hun. Outside the small and dilapidated dormitory, there is a corridor that is not very tall and somewhat dark. When you step out of the corridor, you come to the dining room. Said it is a dining room, in fact, there are only a few shabby, low wooden tables. In the center of each wooden table is a large plate of white steamed buns and eggs. 9 children of similar age. In Yao Xian's eyes, such a breakfast is undoubtedly a bit shabby, but for children, white steamed buns and eggs are relatively luxurious foods, and they are generally only enjoyed during the holidays. According to Yao Xian's memory, in the Hongshan orphanage, the children's breakfast in the old days only consisted of biscuits made of coarse wheat and whole grains, which was difficult to digest. Therefore, these children had a little yellowish skin and malnutrition. Yao Xian, why are you so slow today? If you are late because of you, then after coming back, I will fine you on duty for a week. At this moment, a middle-aged woman who was about 40 years old and had slightly grey hair and looked rather wealthy opened her mouth and asked. Aunt Li Mei, because today is Awakening Day, I was a little too excited last night, so. Slightly scratching his head, Yao Xian also replied. Yes, today is the day of awakening. It is excusable that you did not sleep well last night. Sit down quickly. After listening to Yao Xian's explanation, Li Mei also nodded, not blaming Yao Xian too much, but signaling Yao Xian to sit down. Now, let me tell you about the next process. Everyone must listen carefully. When the time comes to test the spirit and spirit power, don't offend the soul master from the spirit tower. Seeing that the children were all seated, Li Mei cleared her throat, and then solemnly told the children. While Li Mei was explaining the next formation and precautions, Yao Xian's mind moved, and his mind sank into the super system in the sea of knowledge. Ding! You have gained the system abilities Exploring Eyes, Strengthening Charm, and Strengthening Savvy. Are you open? When Yao Xian's consciousness entered the super system, the system's prompt sound also sounded again. Yes. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Yao Xian could not wait to meditate in his heart. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, a faint warm current rose from his body, flowing rapidly along Yao Xian's meridians, continuously transforming Yao Xian's body. Under the influence of this warm current, Yao Xian's body began to transform, the markings and scars on the body surface quickly disappeared, and the somewhat thin body quickly became stronger due to malnutrition, and the complexion became white and clear. His temperament also suddenly became handsome, which made people feel good at first sight. Not only that, as this warm current spreads, there is also a cold current in Yao Xian's body, rising towards Yao Xian's sea of knowledge. These cold currents entered Yao Xian's sea of consciousness and instantly spread to the surroundings, turning into pure spiritual energy, which was absorbed by Yao Xian's sea of consciousness. After the energy was absorbed, Yao Xian's comprehension quickly improved, and his ability to think and analyze problems was significantly strengthened. Ding! You have a chance to draw good luck grade Martial Arts X1. Do you want to draw? With the successful effect of the two systems of enhancing charm and intensifying perception, Yao Xian's temperament and understanding have undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Yao Xian's ears. Of course, draw! Accompanied by Yao Xian's words, a golden light flashed in his sea of knowledge, and immediately, a golden turntable with 9 colors of light and various inscriptions engraved on it suddenly appeared. It's amazing! It's a super system, it's really extraordinary. Looking at the roulette that appeared in the sea of consciousness, on each grid of the turntable, there was a martial arts class martial arts spirit that looked extremely gorgeous, and Yao Xian couldn't help but admire. And just as Yao Xian admired, the pointer on the roulette also rotated with Yao Xian's thoughts, and continued to accelerate, and Yao Xian's eyes followed the rotation of the pointer, and his heartbeat could not help but boom. Speed up, look forward to it. However, if you were not born in a Soul Master clan, among hundreds of people, there may not be one person who can appear with spirit power along with the spirit. Therefore, if you don't have spirit power, you don't need to be discouraged. If you learn a craft well in the future, you can also live a life of worry-free food and clothing. Okay, let's have dinner, everyone. At this moment, Li Mei also finished all the precautions. Accompanied by the command "It's time to eat," the children grabbed the food in front of them and gobbled them up, but Yao Xian's consciousness was still focused on the magnificent turntable and high speed. Above the rotating pointer. Slow, slow, slower. Under Yao Xian's expectant gaze, the pointer finally stopped on a square, with a dragon-shaped martial soul, revealing a terrifying aura of looking at the world, and the solemnity of me. Just taking a glance, there will be a wave of chill in my heart, and my body will lose control and tremble. Ding! After the extraction is complete, congratulations on obtaining a good fortune class martial spirit Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit. Introduction to the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit. Ancestral Dragon, born in the chaos, adhering to the supreme great fortune, atmospheric fortune and great cause and effect, it crosses the universe, it is rare to meet the opponent, a drop of blood can crush a planet. Ancestral Dragon, as the ancestor of 10,000 dragons, even the dragon gods in many myths only got a trace of ancestral dragon's blood, and the same is true for the dragon gods in Douluo world. As for your ancestral dragon martial soul, it is transformed by the ancestral dragon's spiritual core and inherits the power and will of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, even the dragon of the Douluo world is far inferior to being an ancestral dragon in rank. You, the inheritor of Wuhan. Does it merge? As the pointer stopped, the slightly mechanical and profound sound of the system reverberated in Yao Xian's sea of consciousness. Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit. This sounds like a very awesome martial spirit, and, according to the introduction, even the dragon god has only a trace of the ancestral dragon's blood. It's really against the sky, I'm really making a lot of money. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Yao Xian's eyes couldn't help flashing a scorching color, and his body trembled slightly because of his excitement. The system, how long will the process of integration take? Can it move normally during this period? Will there be danger? Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, pay attention to send cash and coins. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Yao Xian was not overwhelmed by the excitement, but calmly asked in his heart that he didn't want to overturn the boat in the gutter. The fusion time takes 20 minutes. Can move normally during the period. The process of fusion of martial souls will bring a certain sense of heat, but there will be no danger. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, in his ears, the system prompt sounded again, answering Yao Xian's question. I'm going to test martial soul soon. Since there is no danger, it is better to merge quickly. Then, system, I choose to start fusing Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul now. After receiving a systematic answer, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a touch of determination, and then replied. Chapter 3, Fusion of Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, Primary Ancestral Dragon Body. Ding! Fusion begins. The system's prompt sounded, and a burst of mysterious energy continuously poured out from the depths of Yao Xian's body, flowing along his meridians and blood to his limbs. With the diffusion of these energy, a comfortable feeling that is difficult to describe in words came from every corner of Yao Xian's body. The temperature of his body also rose by several degrees, and his body surface exudes a layer of 9 colors that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The light, the waves of warm energy also appeared in the sea of consciousness, which made him feel very comfortable and seemed to return to his mother's embrace. Send red envelope reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Wixen public account book friends basecamp to draw red envelopes. At the same time, the cells and tissues in Yao Xian's body are also absorbing this energy frantically, undergoing mysterious reorganization and transformation to adapt to the binding of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, and the feeling of numbness and itching also disappears. It came from all over the body, and as the tingling sensation developed, Yao Xian felt that his physical fitness was constantly improving. Well, boys, we should go. After more than 10 minutes, all the children had finished their breakfast, and Li Mei stood up, clapped her hands, and said in a brisk tone. After hearing Li Mei's words, the children all stood up, lined up in 2 lines, followed Li Mei obediently, and walked out of the Hongshan orphanage. Is this the Douluo continent of the Dragon King legend period? Soul guidance technology is really amazing. Although the fusion of ancestral dragon martial spirits is still going on in the body, as the system says, this fusion process is quite gentle and will not have much impact on Yao Xian, so he also secretly raised his head and looked at the surrounding environment. After 20,000 years of development, and the development and popularization of soul guidance technology, Douluo continent has long been completely renewed. There are tall buildings on both sides of the street, and scattered soul guidance cars are still driving on the street. The Earth of the 1st century is not much different, and even more technological in some respects. However, unlike the Earth, although the soul guidance car has appeared on the Douluo continent, the cost of the soul guidance car is much higher than that of the car on the Earth. An ordinary soul guidance car costs hundreds of thousands of federal coins. A month's salary is only 1,000 federal dollars, so the children have to walk to Red Mountain College. Children, follow me, don't fall behind. While Yao Xian was looking around, Li Mei also turned around, exhorted the children, and then led the way. Ding! The Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit is successfully bound, and the personal information has been updated. Do you want to check it? 10 minutes later, when Yao Xian was walking on the street, the system prompt sounded as expected. View. Hearing the prompt from the system, Yao Xian replied without thinking. Immediately, a silver light flashed in front of his eyes, and a transparent attribute frame appeared in front of his eyes. It was the effect of the observing eye ability, only observation. The object is only oneself. Name, Yao Xian. Age, 6. System ability, observing eye, strengthening charm, strengthening perception. Wuhan, Zilong. Soul power, level 5, Soul Warrior. Unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 0%, using gold evolution points can increase the unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. With the unlocking of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, your physical fitness will continue to improve, and at the same time you can understand the bloodline ability. Mental power, 45, mid-stage Ling Yuan realm. Soul skill, none. Bloodline ability, none. Battle armor, none. Mecha, none. Evolution point, 0, you can get evolution points when you practice. 10,000 ordinary evolution points can be condensed into 1 golden evolution point. Golden evolution point, 0, killing or defeating powerful enemies, completing system tasks, becoming famous, taking TNK Daibao, etc., can obtain golden evolution points. Golden evolution points are the most magical energy in the universe, and they are also of the super system. The core can be used to improve your bloodline, soul power, mental power, and skill clinker. If you want to become stronger quickly, please get more golden evolution points. Skills, forging, level 0, mecha design, level 0, mecha manufacturing, level 0, mecha repair, level 0. Level 5? Unscientific. Isn't it said that Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit is a good fortune level martial soul? Why is my innate spirit power only level 5? After carefully scanning his attributes, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, and then secretly asked. If the initial level is too high, you may be directly recruited by the Spirit Tower, go to the headquarters of the Spirit Tower, lose the opportunity to meet Guyuina, Tang Wulin and other characters, lose a lot of important opportunities, so the system only grants your 5th level initial spirit power. However, please rest assured that your martial soul is a good fortune class Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul, and your future evolutionary potential and strength will far surpass ordinary soul masters. As long as you display your talents, even the soul with innate soul power master, the speed of their practice is hard to beat you. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the system prompt sounded again to answer Yao Xian's questions. It turned out to be like this. If I really get the spirit power of level 10 or even 20, I will definitely be stared at by the big guys because of my high talent, and then leave ALA City. In this case, I will miss a lot of opportunities. On the contrary, although the level 5 spirit power is a bit low, it is not easy to attract attention. It allows me to stay in ALA City. System considerations are really comprehensive. Furthermore, as the system says, even if the innate soul power is lower, with the super system and the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul, I will not lag behind other soul masters. I will sacrifice some innate soul power to get the chance to meet the Son of Destiny. Not too bad. After listening to the systematic explanation, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a trace of relief and nodded silently. Ding! Unlock 0% of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, and obtain the ability Primary Ancestral Dragon Body. Will it be unlocked? Just when Yao Xian was still a little bit worried about his innate soul power, a slightly cold reminder sounded again. Oh, Elementary Ancestral Dragon Body, Bloodline Ability? It's really great, of course it will be unlocked. A flash of joy flashed in Yao Xian's eyes when he heard the system prompt, and then said, "Start unlocking." Accompanied by Yao Xian's words, the system's voice echoed again, and a magical 9-color light diffused and spread in Yao Xian's body. When merging the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, Yao Xian's physical fitness has been modified to adapt to the Good Fortune class Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit. With the unlocking of the Primary Ancestral Dragon Body, Yao Xian's physical fitness is also at a perceptible speed. Ascending. The first is strength. Although only the Elementary Ancestral Dragon's body is unlocked, Yao Xian only feels that his strength has almost doubled, and his physical strength, speed, recovery ability, cell activity, and other attributes have also been significantly improved. Secondly, it is the various tissues of Yao Xian's body. After unlocking the body of the Primary Ancestral Dragon, the muscles, bones, internal organs and even blood in Yao Xian's body glowed with a faint color of 9 colors, reborn. In addition, in Yao Xian's body, the original small meridians were also washed away one by one, the flexibility of the meridians was increased dozens of times, and many blocked branch veins were quickly opened, so that Yao Xian's body could hold more souls. Force. Not only that, Yao Xian also clearly sensed that this energy from the Primary Ancestral Dragon Body is far from being completely absorbed. Due to physical limitations, Yao Xian only absorbed part of the transformation energy at this time, and the rest of the energy was silent in Yao Xian's body, which would be absorbed continuously as his strength increased, allowing his body to continue to evolve. Chapter 4, Golden Evolution Point and the First Mission. This feeling is really great. I feel that my body is full of power. And this is only the Primary Ancestor Dragon Body. If it is the Intermediate Ancestor Dragon Body or even the Advanced Ancestral Dragon Body, wouldn't it be more abnormal? After the fusion, feeling the changes in his strength and physique, Yao Xian's heart couldn't help but be surprised, and at the same time full of expectations. After integrating the Elementary Ancestral Dragon Body, although Yao Xian's body is only 6 years old, when it comes to strength, it is already comparable to the average value of an adult without spirit power, far surpassing his peers. The Primary Dragon Body is unlocked. After the Ancestral Dragon bloodline reaches 10%, the next ability will be unlocked. Please work hard to obtain the Golden Evolution Points and improve the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Unlocked Content Bloodline Abilities: Ancestral Dragon Broken Air Step, Active Ability, Right Claw Dragonization, Passive Ability. Just as Yao Xian sighed, a transparent prompt box appeared in front of his eyes again, announcing the successful unlocking of the bloodline ability of the Primary Ancestral Dragon Body, and given the next stage of unlocking the ability. An active skill and a passive skill are really good. However, it is definitely not a simple thing to unlock the Ancestral Dragon bloodline to 10%. After all, I don't have any golden evolution points now. I have to cheer. Looking at the system prompts, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a trace of desire, and then he shook his head helplessly. According to the information he got from the system, the golden evolution point is not Chinese cabbage, and every golden evolution point is hard won, and it is definitely not a simple practice. Of course, Yao Xian can still obtain ordinary evolution points through practice, and for every 10,000 ordinary evolution points accumulated, a little golden evolution point can be condensed, which is also a stable source of golden evolution points. However, according to system estimates, according to Yao Xian's current cultivation base, he can obtain up to 100 ordinary evolution points every day. That is to say, if he only practices step by step, Yao Xian will be able to do his best within a year. Only 4 golden evolution points can be obtained. During the period when the Ancestral Dragon bloodline is unlocked between 0% and 10%, for every 1% increase in the Ancestral Dragon bloodline concentration, you need to pay 10 points, 20 points, 100 gold evolution points. 4 gold evolution points per year. Points are definitely a drop in the bucket for unlocking bloodlines. Yao Xian is not a person willing to be ordinary. Since he was fortunate enough to travel to the Douluo continent, he also awakened the super god system and obtained the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit. How could he be willing to become an ordinary soul master? His goal is to embark on the path of the strongest super god. Send red envelope. Reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Wix and public account Book Friends Basecamp to draw red envelopes. For golden evolution points, in addition to condensing with ordinary evolution points, the most important way to obtain is actually to defeat or kill powerful enemies, gain a reputation, and complete system tasks. However, this also means that Yao Xian will embark on an extraordinary road full of battle and danger. However, he is willing to accept unknown challenges. Ding! Obtain the system task, break through the Soul Master. Do you accept the task? Just as Yao Xian's heart was surging, the system prompt sounded suddenly in his ear. Accept. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, a silver light flashed again before his eyes, and immediately, a simple and transparent taskbar quickly appeared before his eyes. Task name: Breakthrough Soul Master. Mission description: although the soul fighter has soul power, it still belongs to the category of mortals. Only by reaching level 10, fusing souls, breaking through soul masters, and acquiring soul abilities, can you truly embark on the path of transcendence. A journey of 1,000 miles belongs to one step, so hurry up and take the first step on your road to invincibility in Douluo continent. Time limit: 2 years. Failure penalty: none. You will not be able to get task rewards if you overtime. Task rewards: Golden Evolution Points x100, Spiritual Forging Techniques, First 3 Layers, System Capacity Storage, System Capacity Enhancement Meditation, Unlimited Growth Soul x1, items, will replace the original soul after use. Break through the Soul Master within 2 years, this shouldn't be a difficult task for me. Looking at the conditions of the mission, Yao Xian secretly analyzed. In the period from the realm of the Soul Master to the realm of the Soul Master, the cultivation speed of the Soul Master is very fast. Even Tang Wulin, whose innate soul power is only level 3, spends 3 years to upgrade from level 3 to level 11. For Yao Xian, who has a good fortune level martial spirit, it is definitely not difficult to upgrade to level 5 within 2 years. Also, these rewards are very dangerous at first glance. Space storage system capabilities, enhanced meditation system capabilities, and soul forging tactics. Immediately afterwards, Yao Xian glanced at the task rewards in the bottom column. In today's Douluo continent, with the collision and fusion of the Sun and Moon continents, the soul guide technology has once again become popular. Even if it is not a soul master, a large number of soul guides can be seen in life. However, those soul guides are basically just ordinary soul guides. As far as the space soul guides are concerned, their manufacture is very complicated, and they are still very rare and precious existence, even if it is a space soul guide with a small space. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of federal coins are needed, and auctions are needed, even if many soul emperors do not have their own spatial soul guides. It is undoubtedly a very beneficial thing for Yao Xian to be able to obtain the system capacity of space storage at the stage of the Soul Master. Moreover, Yao Xian can also be sure that the space storage system function given to him by the super system is definitely not an ordinary space soul. The guide is comparable. As for the crafting soul forging tactic, when he looked at the name, Yao Xian knew that this was definitely not a mortal thing, but a profound meditation. Coupled with the system ability of strengthening meditation, he could definitely cultivate. The speed is advancing by leaps and bounds, so Yao Xian's heart is more eager to break through the Spirit Master realm. In the end, Yao Xian glanced at the last reward, the infinite growth type soul spirit, with a scorching glow in his eyes. Compared with the spirit ring, the spirit created by Huo Yuhao has the possibility of growth, and can be promoted in the spirit ascension platform to improve the soul's cultivation level. However, such improvement is often limited and will be affected by the spirit's own aptitude. Restrictions: many souls have reached the limit when they have reached 1,000 years. However, the souls awarded to Yao Xian by this task are different. They are not ordinary souls. They have unlimited growth potential, let alone 100,000 years. As long as Yao Xian can provide enough life energy, it can even be promoted to 100. The soul of thousands of years can be described as extremely against the sky. Okay, kids, Red Mountain College has arrived. I will take everyone to wait outside the academy. When the teacher calls your names, you can follow the teacher to test the martial arts. Remember, when testing the martial arts, you must. The spirit master of the spirit spreading tower is polite and obediently follows his instructions. At this moment, Li Mei also took the children to stop outside a school-like building, and then patiently warned again. Chapter 5, Test Soul Power. To exchange good books, follow the VX public account. Book Friends Base Camp. Pay attention now and receive cash red envelopes. I see, Aunt Li Mei. When they heard Li Mei's words, the children answered and stayed behind Li Mei, waiting quietly. Although it was only early in the morning, the streets outside Red Mountain College were already crowded. There were parents who took their children to participate in the awakening of martial arts, and those children were all around 6 years old. This is also possible for spiritual awakening. Minimum age. In the Sun Moon Federation, it is not only a kind of power, but also an obligation for children of the right age to participate in the spirit awakening. For the Federation, even the lowest level Soul Master is also an important resource. From the gate of the academy, there are parents who are leading their children out. Most of them are downcast, with regretful expressions on their faces. Obviously, their children's innate soul power is 0, and they can't go to the Spirit Master's road. Of course, there are occasionally excited parents who take their children out of the academy. Needless to say, this child's martial arts must be accompanied by soul power, and his life will change from then on. He will go to school. At the Soul Master School, he received a completely different education from ordinary people, and his life changed from then on. Unlike ordinary schools, the Soul Master School has free tuition, and if you have good grades, you can also get generous scholarships. In addition, as long as you exceed level 10, an advanced Spirit Master, regardless of age, can receive 1,000 federal coins as a subsidy from the Federation. For a great Soul Master, this subsidy will increase to 10,000 federal coins, let alone various additional benefits and preferential treatments can benefit the whole family. Because of this, once a child with companion spirit power appears, everyone will look envious and jealous. No one wants their child to have the talent of a Soul Master, but obviously, this is not a problem for most parents. It's just a dream. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, 2 hours later, the sun has become stronger and stronger, and the children's excitement has also decreased a lot, but they are still staring at the college gate in the distance with expectation. Tang Ning, Lin Jian, Zheng Hang. At this time, a male teacher walked out of the Hongshan students, about 25 years old, holding a roster in his hand, and then reciting several names. It was Yao Xian's companions. Children, go, on to bless you. Li Mei also said with a smile when he heard the teacher's words. Thank you, Auntie. Several children stood up quickly, hopped over, followed the teacher and entered the academy. About 10 minutes later, they walked out dejectedly. Children, don't be discouraged. It's normal to have no associated spirit power. Come on, let's talk about what your martial spirit is. Looking at the children who had returned, Li Mei said with relief, and then asked again. Shovel, my spirit is a shovel. Mine is scissors. Oh, my spirit is a wheelbarrow. After listening to Li Mei's words, the children rushed to introduce their martial arts. At that moment, the teacher from Hongshan College walked out again and shouted, Yang Ye, Yao Xian, Huang Yu. Following the call of the teacher, Yao Xian and several other children also stood up and ran to the teacher excitedly. Come with me. Looking at the children in front of him, the teacher gave a light command, and then took the children into the college. Walking on the path of the academy, Yao Xian also kept looking around. Compared with the earth, there was no big difference here. The white-topped red walls looked quite neat and generous, and also very quiet. Well, according to the order, let's go to the awakening room for Wuhan awakening. Before arriving at a domed teaching building, the teacher also stopped, turned around, and ordered the children. Is teacher? Upon hearing the teacher's order, the children couldn't wait to walk into the domed teaching building. Compared with the orphanage, this domed teaching building is undoubtedly much wider and taller. There are 7 floors in total, and each floor has an awakening room for martial arts awakening. Yao Xian went to the awakening room on the 2nd floor. Different from the outside, on the floor, walls and roof of the awakening room, all kinds of mysterious patterns are engraved, which makes people look dazzling. Soul guiding magic array? It's amazing. Looking at those magic circles, Yao Xian only felt that the spirit power in his body had begun to flow faster, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Son, don't froze, come here quickly. In the center of the awakening room, stood a middle-aged man wearing an orange quaint robe with patterns in the form of several soul beasts. It was the spiritual master from the spirit-spreading pagoda. Looking at Yao Xian, he also softly opened his mouth and ordered. If it is an ordinary child who is so diligent, this spiritualist must have been a little angry at this time. As a spiritualist, his time is very precious, but looking at Yao Xian, this spiritualist only felt that he was born inexplicably. A kind of intimacy, the tone could not help but soften a few points. Sorry, uncle, these patterns look so amazing, I am a little fascinated by it. The words of the spiritual master exchanged Yao Xian's thoughts, and he ran to the spiritual master in small steps, and then apologized. Oh, those are soul guidance arrays. They are very magical things. If you can become a soul master, you will have the opportunity to touch them. Come, stand in the middle. Looking at Yao Xian, the spiritual master also began to explain involuntarily, and then said again with a gentle smile on his face. Okay, uncle. Hearing the words of the spiritual master, Yao Xian also came to him as instructed and stood in a red circle on the ground. Be calm, I'm about to start. Seeing that Yao Xian was ready, the spiritual master gave an order and then closed his eyes. It's finally about to start. It's exciting. At this moment, Yao Xian's heart was full of expectation. Although he was a traverser and had known his innate soul power through the observing eye, his heartbeat could not help but speed up slightly at this moment. Along with the words of the spiritual master, in his hand, a group of white light lit up, emitting a soft light. Is this soul power? It's amazing. Looking at the white light, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a faint look of yearning, and he secretly sighed. At this moment, the right hand of the spiritual master lifted up and moved towards the top of the dome. The white light in his hand shot up and poured into the soul-guided magic circle in the awakening room. With the infusion of soul power, in the awakening room, a series of patterns lit up, starting from the ceiling, spreading down the wall, and finally gathered in the red circle at Yao Xian's feet. A wave of warm energy poured in from Yao Xian's feet. Yao Xian's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, the scene in front of him became blurred, his body was slightly heated, and a burst of mysterious energy was released from his body. Chapter 6, Ye Long Wuhan, Adopted. Oh, it's good to have associated spirit power. In the eyes of the spiritual master, Yao Xian's body was covered with a faint white halo at this time, and as the energy on Yao Xian's body surface overflowed, the eyes of the spiritual master couldn't help showing a hint of joy. Generally, for those children born from ordinary families, only one out of a few hundred has the companion spirit power. In many cases, even if one day's awakening ceremony is carried out, it may not be possible to meet a child with spirit power. Because of this, it was possible to meet a child with spirit power, and the spiritual master was also very happy another extra bonus was received. Come, raise your right hand and let me see what your martial soul is. With a smile on his face, the spiritual master also smiled and said, Okay, uncle. Extend your right hand, palm up. A 9-colored halo emerged from Yao Xian's palm. Immediately, these 9-colored halos condensed to form a dragon with a body length of about 50 centimeters. Shaped Wuhan. The beast spirit is a rare sub-dragon spirit. Not only that, you also have an accompanying spirit power. Congratulations, you have a good spirit master qualification. Looking at the martial soul in Yao Xian's hand, the joy in the eyes of the spiritual master said kindly, I am not a sub-dragon martial soul, but the ancestral dragon martial soul of the ancestor of 10,000 dragons. Yao Xian couldn't help laughing after hearing the words of the spiritual master. His ancestral dragon's bloodline is currently only 0% unlocked, and his spirit power is only level 5. The ancestral spirit of the ancestral dragon's martial soul has not yet been displayed. It is no wonder that the spiritualist mistook him for a sub-dragon martial soul. Of course, Yao Xian would naturally not be so stupid to expose his martial soul. Come on, boy, put your hand on top of this crystal ball, and let me test your companion spirit power specifically for you. While talking, the spiritual master picked up a blue crystal ball from the side, held it in his hand, and placed it in front of Yao Xian. It's been 20,000 years, and this kind of ancestral crystal ball is still being used. Looking at the crystal ball in the hands of the spiritual master, Yao Xian secretly murmured, but still obediently stretched out his right hand and placed it on the crystal ball. Following Yao Xian's movements, he only felt that the spirit power in his body was pouring into the crystal ball, and as Yao Xian's spirit power poured in, a white light cluster was also lit up in the center of the crystal ball. The second group, the third group, the fifth group. Innate soul power level 5, child, congratulations. As long as you work hard, you will have great hopes to be promoted to soul venerable in the future, and you may even have the opportunity to impact the realm of soul sect and soul king. Looking at Yao Xian's test results, the spiritual master also explained to Yao Xian with a smile. I see, uncle, I will definitely practice seriously. Hearing the words of the spiritual master, Yao Xian said sincerely, his eyes full of struggle. Well, since you have companion spirit power, then come with me. We still need to make some additional changes and registrations to your files. Listening to Yao Xian's words, the spiritual master also stretched out his hand and gently touched his head, and then took Yao Xian to the registration office of Red Mountain College. Because of his companion soul power, Yao Xian is qualified to study in the Soul Master class of Red Mountain College. Compared with the ordinary class, this is a proper key class, with the best teachers in the school and free of tuition. Not only that, because he was tested as a Soul Master, Yao Xian does not need to continue to live in an orphanage in the future. As usual, he will be adopted by a Soul Master family, and his adoptive mother happens to be a teacher in the college Lin Ximen. Yao Xian, I heard that you have companion spirit power. I really envy you. I have time to come back to see us in the future. After learning that Yao Xian has the qualifications of a Soul Master, the other children in the orphanage looked at Yao Xian with envy, chatting and discussing and inquiring, but Yao Xian just went through the adoption procedures with Lin Ximen, and they were all alone. Leaving here without returning. Come, Yao Xian, this will be your new home from now on, and I will be your future guardian, Lin Ximen. After 30 minutes of walking, Lin Ximen also took Yao Xian to the home, opened the door, and then introduced. Thank you, mother. Looking into Lin Zimen's eyes, even though he was a little unhappy about having a cheap mother, Yao Xian still cried out cleverly. Reading benefits. Pay attention to the public. Book Friends Base Camp, read books every day and get cash/points. Well, really good, come on, take a good rest first, and mom will cook for you. The food in the orphanage is definitely not good, right? Hearing Yao Xian's call, Lin Zimen's eyes also showed a trace of love and concern, and then touched Yao Xian's head affectionately and turned to the kitchen. Because Lin Zimen happened to be the first grade class teacher and had no children, the school also invited her to be Yao Xian's adoptive mother. Lin Zimen was still a little reluctant when she heard the news, but when she saw Yao Xian, she couldn't help being attracted by the special temperament of Yao Xian, and then involuntarily agreed to become Yao Xian's foster mother. Although Lin Zimen's apartment is located in the civilian area of Ala City, as a 22nd level Great Soul Master, Lin Zimen's income is quite rich. The apartment where she lives is also close to 80 square meters. Kitchen, toilet, and bedroom. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Xian also looked at the surrounding environment. On the ceiling, there was a soul conducting lamp hung, and there were also a soul guide fan, a soul guide washing machine, a soul guide TV and other furniture around it, and 21st century furniture. The earth is not much different. After resting for a while, Yao Xian also thought about it, releasing his martial soul and sensing the circulation of soul power in his body. Although he only obtained the martial soul and awakened soul power for just a day, Yao Xian was very kind to his martial soul and soul power, like an arm's command. This is the effect of the system ability enhanced understanding and made Yao Xian's comprehension power. It has been greatly improved, and the manipulation of soul power is naturally also meticulous. However, it's a pity that as a level 5 spirit warrior, Yao Xian's spirit and spirit power are still in the nascent stage, and he has not shown his edge, but Yao Xian is not in a hurry. Following his spirit power with the promotion of the dragon's blood and the promotion of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, the ancestral dragon's martial arts will surely win the Douluo world. School will start tomorrow. Soon, you will meet Tang Wulin, the son of luck in this world. As long as you make good use of the son of luck, you will definitely not worry about the source of golden evolution points. Familiar with the operation of martial soul and soul power, Yao Xian also secretly thought in his heart, if everything is normal, Tang Wulin will be like him, enrolling in the first-year Soul Master class of Red Mountain College, and become his next 3 classmates who are younger or older. According to the system's introduction to golden evolution points, a child of luck like Tang Wulin is the best source of golden evolution points. As long as the child of good luck is used, obtaining golden evolution points is absolutely easy. Chapter 7, earn a golden evolution point for the first time, accept Tang Wulin as a younger brother. By the way, there is also Naer, the future Royal Highness of the Silver Dragon King. If nothing happens, she will soon be transformed into human society, right? Now that I am here, then the task of saving Naer will naturally have to be leave it to me. While combing through his thoughts, Yao Xian also secretly made arrangements and plans for the next period of time. Come, Yao Xian, come and eat quickly. Just as Yao Xian was thinking, Lin Zimen also walked out of the kitchen with a hot meal. Although as a soul master, Lin Zimen often cooks by herself. Because of this, her cooking skills are not bad. After dinner, Lin Zimen helps Yao Xian clean a bedroom, at least in the future. Within 3 years, this will be his new home. Yao Xian, get up, it's time to go to school. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sun came out from the horizon, Lin Zimen called Yao Xian. Today is the day of enrollment. Yao Xian will officially study at Red Mountain College and enter the Soul Master class. Started a 3-year study. According to the provisions of the Ryu Federation, in elementary colleges and secondary colleges, children receive compulsory education. The school system of elementary colleges is 3 years, while the school system of secondary colleges is 6 years, regardless of whether they receive spiritual master education or not. In this way, however, for children enrolled in the Elementary Soul Master Academy, if they can break through the 10th level within 3 years and advance to the Soul Master, they can continue to study at the Middle Soul Master Academy, otherwise they will only have to transfer to the Normal Academy and enter the Higher Soul Master Academy. The requirements of the Teachers' College are more stringent. It is necessary to break through the Soul Deity before the age of 15 and keep many people out of the threshold. After breakfast, Yao Xian followed Lin Zimen to the classroom. In Hongshan College, the number of ordinary students in the first grade is as high as thousands, but there are only 16 students in the Soul Master class. The classroom also appears extraordinarily empty. In Douluo continent, children with accompanying spirit power when the spirit awakens are absolutely rare. This is especially true in a small city like Ala City where there is no spirit master family. 16 students have been the most in 5 years. In some years, there were even single-digit students in the Soul Master class. In junior colleges, ordinary classes can only carry out normal cultural education, but for the Soul Master class, they only spend less than 1/3 of the time in cultural classes, and they spend more time teaching meditation and soul power control and the knowledge of the Soul Master world prepare these students with soul power to enter the middle school. Children, good morning everyone, I am your head teacher, Lin Zimen. In the next 3 years, I will teach you the basics of Soul Masters. Now, everyone will introduce their martial soul and innate soul power. Yao Xian, start with you. Looking at the children in front of him, Lin Zimen showed a kind smile on her face, then said, "Hello everyone, my name is Yao Xian, my spirit is a lizard dragon, and my innate spirit power is level 5. Taking a step forward, Yao Xian also confidently introduced to the students that the lizard dragon was the martial soul that the spiritualist finally registered for Yao Xian on the official information, so Yao Xian also adopted it naturally. Collect free books, follow v.x Book Friends Base Camp, recommend your favorite novels and receive cash red envelopes. Wow, lizard dragon, if there is a dragon, this martial soul should be very powerful, right? Yeah, I heard that as long as the word dragon is in the martial arts, they are all very powerful martial arts. Yes, it should be a very powerful martial spirit." Listening to Yao Xian's self-introduction, the eyes of the surrounding children flashed with envy, and they started talking, and the classroom suddenly became lively. "Come on, Yao Xian, since everyone thinks your martial spirit is powerful, let's show you your martial spirit." Listening to the children's discussion, Lin Zimen also said with a smile, "Okay, Teacher Linear." In order to avoid affecting other children, Lin Zimen also specifically instructed Yao Xian to call her Teacher Lin in the school. Yao Xian was also happy to say so. While agreeing, he stretched out his right hand and thought. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, a faint 9-color light gathered in front of Yao Xian, and the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit also appeared in his palm. Looking at Yao Xian's martial arts, most of the children's excitement faded a lot. From the outside, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon martial arts was indeed not as mighty and domineering as the children thought. What kind of spirit is this? Oops, that strange feeling has appeared again. However, at this moment, among the children, a young boy with short black hair, and white eyes, and a rather outstanding appearance was shocked. Needless to say, this little boy is Tang Wulin. After seeing Yao Xian's martial spirit, Tang Wulin only felt that the blood flow rate suddenly increased, his skin was slightly red, his brain was slightly dizzy, and his body surface was faint. Golden light. Okay, very good demonstration, Yao Xian, you can take back your martial spirit. Come on, next one, this student, it's your turn. Hearing Lin Zimen's words, Yao Xian also obediently put away his martial soul and stood back. Tang Wulin's physical abnormality also disappeared. Then, a famous classmate also came on stage one after another, acting as himself. Introduction. Everything went well, but when the other children heard Tang Wulin's introduction, they all burst into laughter, and Tang Wulin's small face was flushed, and his heart felt like a fire. Don't laugh at classmate Wulin. Although Lan Yinko is ordinary, don't forget that the martial spirit of the legendary sea god 20,000 years ago was also Lan Yinko. What's more, Wulin will be our classmate for the next 3 years. Even if his spirit is not as good as everyone's, everyone should not laugh at him, but should help him more. Looking at the laughing classmates around him, Yao Xian didn't laugh, but offered advice. Thank you. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin's heart couldn't help but warm, and his eyes looked at Yao Xian with a touch of gratitude. Ding! Get the gratitude of Tang Wulin, the son of destiny, and get the golden evolution point x1. At this moment, in Yao Xian's ear, the system's slightly cold reminder sounded again. Very well, although there is only 1 point of golden evolution point, I just said a word for Tang Wulin. The son of destiny is worthy of being a big fat sheep, and he can easily harvest the golden evolution point. It's great, I must make good use of it. Well, then, I will try to accept Tang Wulin as a younger brother. Yes, that's it. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a hint of joy. Although the 1 point of golden evolution point does not seem to be much, it will take more than 3 months to obtain it through practice. For the current Yao Xian it's not a small number anymore. What's more, Yao Xian just helped Tang Wulin say a word, and got such benefits. With the wisdom of Yao Xian's traversers, it is definitely not a difficult thing to harvest golden evolution points from Tang Wulin. And Yao Xian quickly made a decision to accept Tang Wulin as his younger brother. Chapter 8, Brother Xian covers you and enhances the ancestral dragon bloodline. Well, Yao Xian is right. In the next 3 years, everyone will be classmates. Even though classmate Wulin's martial soul may need to work harder in cultivation, everyone should not laugh at him and ask for each other. Help each other and move forward. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Lin Zimen on the side also nodded, looking at Yao Xian with approval, and then solemnly said. When describing Tang Wulin's martial soul, she also deliberately avoided the title of abolished martial soul, instead using very euphemistic rhetoric. The episode ended soon. After Tang Wulin, the other students also introduced themselves one by one. In this 16-person soul master class, there are 2 students with innate soul power of level 5. There are 7 students with level 4, 6 students with level 3 innate soul power, and the last classmate has only level 2 innate soul power. Because of the high innate soul power, under Lin Zimen's designation, Yao Xian naturally became the squad leader of this soul master class. As for the deputy squad leader, Wang Yun was another innate soul power of level 5. Classmate, the body is fat, Wuhan is a short knife. Today is the first day of class. In the morning, the teacher will introduce you to the basic knowledge of the Spirit Master world, such as the classification of martial arts, the classification of soul masters, and the basic knowledge of the Soul Master world. In the afternoon, we will teach and help you with preliminary meditation. For you, meditation is the only way to exercise your spiritual power and enhance your soul power. Therefore, if you want to become a true soul master, you must practice seriously, and you must not just because you have a soul master talent. I am complacent and neglect my practice. You know, if you will graduate in 3 years, if you do not reach the 10th level before graduation, unless you pay for it, you cannot continue to study at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. You can only continue to study at the Ordinary Intermediate Academy. No relationship with the Soul Master world. In our Hongshan Junior College, only 30% to 40% of the students who can enter the Intermediate Soul Master Academy each year are generally only about 30% to 40%. Therefore, everyone must have a sense of urgency in their hearts and hurry up. Remember, if you want to get more must pay more. After completing the self-introduction and deciding on the class committee, Lin Zimen also came to the podium again, and then spoke with a serious face and spoke slowly. After hearing Lin Zimen's words, most of the children's eyes were still confused, but some children's expressions became firm, including Tang Wulin. Reading red envelopes follow the public. Public accounts book Friends Base Camp, reading up to 888 cash red envelopes. Okay, then first of all, let me introduce the classification of martial souls. In Douluo continent, martial souls are divided into two types, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. After completing the warning to the students, Lin Zimen finally entered the topic and began to introduce the knowledge about the Spirit Master world, the classification of martial arts, the classification of soul masters, soul beasts and souls, soul skills and soul rings, soul guidance technology history and development. Listening to Lin Zimen's explanation, the children listened attentively, with a look of desire in their eyes, which was the yearning for the most magnificent and mysterious world of the Soul Master. Like other children, Yao Xian listened carefully to Lin Zimen's explanation. As a traveler, he lacked all kinds of knowledge in the Spirit Master world, and was also thirst for knowledge. Dingling dingling. The brisk get-out-of-class bell rang. Unknowingly, 45 minutes passed, and the first get-out-of-class was over. Well, classmates, get-out-of-class is over, let's take a break first. Hearing the end of get-out-of-class bell, Lin Zimen also announced the end of get-out-of-class, and then left the classroom. Hi, Tang Wulin, hello, this is Yao Xian, I am glad to meet you. Seeing Lin Zimen leaving the classroom, Yao Xian also stood up, came to Tang Wulin's side, and stretched out his right hand. Hello class leader. Thank you for class today. Looking at Yao Xian's eyes, Tang Wulin's heart toward Yao Xian was even stronger, and he immediately stretched out his right hand and held Yao Xian tightly. By the way, Wulin, when I see you, I feel very kind. So, I will be your elder brother in the future. If someone bullies you in the future, just tell me that brother Xian will cover you. Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xian also said again. Well, it's not good to form a clique in school, right? After listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin's eyes showed a hint of hesitation, and he asked. How can this be gang formation? This is Teacher Lin's mutual help and mutual assistance. My strength is stronger than you, so I naturally want to help you a lot. If you don't dislike it, call me Brother Xian. Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xian also explained with a smile. Then, good Brother Xian. Thank you for helping me, Brother Xian. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin couldn't help but warm up, holding Yao Xian's hand tightly and saying. Ding! Get the recognition and gratitude of Tang Wulin, Son of Destiny, and get Golden Evolution Point X5. Along with Tang Wulin's words, the system prompt sounded again in Yao Xian's ears. 5 Golden Evolution Points. It's really good, just half a day, I got 6 Golden Evolution Points, enough to increase my Ancestral Dragon bloodline by 0.6%, this Tang Wulin is really a big fat sheep. Along with the sound of the system prompt, Yao Xian couldn't help showing a smile on his face, and there was a little more scorching color in his eyes looking at Tang Wulin. Brother Xian, how come my eyes are so enthusiastic, I'm fainted. Perceiving Yao Xian's fiery gaze, Tang Wulin's eyes also showed a trace of confusion, and then asked. It's nothing, I just made friends with you and I feel so happy. Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xian also quickly narrowed his gaze, then began to explain, and chatted with Tang Wulin. Golden Evolution Point, 6. Soon, the class bell rang again, and Lin Zimen also stepped onto the stage again and began to explain the knowledge of the Soul Master world to the students. At this time, Yao Xian also sank his mind into the system and swept towards the Golden Evolution Point 1. Column, after Yao Xian's efforts, the number there has risen from 0 to 6 points. System, spend all the Golden Evolution Points to improve my Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Looking at the balance of Golden Evolution Points, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a hint of determination, and then issued an order. As the core of the super system, the Golden Evolution Point can naturally not only enhance the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, but also enhance Yao Xian's spiritual power, soul power, skills, and other abilities, which is an almighty existence. However, Yao Xian also knows that the power of the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit is determined by the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Only by continuously improving the Ancestral Dragon bloodline can the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit have the ability to look at everything. Therefore, Yao Xian finally decided to take all the Golden Evolution Point is invested in the promotion of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Expend 6 Golden Evolution Points to increase the Ancestral Dragon bloodline by 0.6%. After the increase, the Ancestral Dragon bloodline will reach 0.6%. Will it increase? Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the system prompt sounded again. Yes. After gritting his teeth, Yao Xian nodded again to confirm. Chapter 9, 5 Hearts to Heaven. Ding! The promotion begins. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the system prompt sounded again. The 6 golden evolution points were deducted and turned into a burst of mysterious energy, bursting from the depths of Yao Xian's body, and following Yao Xian's meridians, spreading towards his body. With the diffusion of this energy, the tissues in Yao Xian's body emit a faint 9-color light, and the wonderful 9-color runes are born and die, transforming every cell of Yao Xian and optimizing Yao Xian. Genes in the body. Not only that, when the primary ancestral dragon body was fused, the power of the ancestral dragon that had not been merged and remained in Yao Xian's body was continuously absorbed by Yao Xian, giving Yao Xian's body more fully strengthened. Ding! The promotion is over, the unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline plus 0.6%, the current unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 0.6%. 10 minutes later, the fusion was over, and with the sound of ding, the system's prompt sound echoed again. Very good, my physical fitness has improved again, it's really good. Feeling the changes in his body, Yao Xian's face couldn't help showing a touch of joy. According to a rough estimate, the power he felt had increased by at least 30 kilograms, which was far beyond that of an ordinary adult. Reading books to receive cash. Follow VX Public. Public account Book Friends Basecamp. Reading books can also receive cash. Not only that, Yao Xian also felt that his heart beats more powerfully, his blood became firmer, his recovery ability was improved, and his physical fitness was fully developed. Only 0.6% of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline has given him such a powerful enhancement. For the unlocking of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, Yao Xian's heart also has a bit of expectation and longing. Of course, with the continuous unlocking of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, the gold evolution points that need to be spent will increase at an alarming rate for every 0.1% of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline in the future, but correspondingly, Yao Xian's gains will definitely increase. Many. Under Lin Ximen's explanation, Yao Xian also had a deeper understanding of the Douluo continent, and in addition to teaching spirit master related knowledge, Lin Ximen also taught about the history and development of the Douluo continent. Unknowingly, one morning passed, and the children went home individually, but due to special circumstances, Yao Xian followed Lin Ximen to dine in the school cafeteria and rest in the teacher's lounge. Soon, the afternoon arrived, and with the ringing of the class bell, Lin Ximen walked into the classroom again. Good afternoon, classmates. Today I am going to teach you the idea of meditation. In the morning, I have already told you that for us soul masters, meditation is the most basic but also the most important homework. We want to improve our soul power. You must continue to meditate hard. Now, I want to teach you a meditation idea. Its name is Wuxinxiang Gong. It is a welfare provided to every soul master by the Sun Moon Federation. It is the most basic, simplest, and free meditation idea. There are still many more advanced meditation thoughts in the 5 Hearts Yang Tian Gong, but they are basically in the hands of the major forces. If the students can advance to the soul, enter the Higher Spiritual Master Academy, or join the Federation in the future Legion, have the opportunity to contact these meditation thoughts. Now, let's explain meditation. The process of meditation is the process of pulling the soul power that drifts between heaven and earth, and absorbing them and transforming them into their own soul power. If you want to pull soul power, the first step is to sense the free soul power. Exist. Now, listen to my prompt, close your eyes. A book of meditation textbooks were distributed to the children. Soon, Lin Zimen also began to explain the methods and tricks of sensing the soul power between the heaven and the earth in detail. Are these the free spirit power between heaven and earth? A curious and wonderful feeling. Closing his eyes according to what Lin Zimen said, Yao Xian suddenly seed a white light cluster around him, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although Yao Xian's innate soul power is only level 5, which does not seem to be very high, his ancestral dragon martial soul is a good fortune level martial soul, and with the assistance of the system ability enhanced perception, Yao Xian immediately perceives to those free spirit power. Generally speaking, the stronger the innate soul power, the more sensitive it is to soul power, and the easier it is to perceive the soul power between heaven and earth. According to the standard, as long as the soul power in the environment can be sensed within half an hour, it is already very talented. Come on everyone. Looking at the children in front of him, Lin Zimen also encouraged. Teacher Lin, I seem to have sensed the free spirit power you mentioned. At this moment, Yao Xian also raised his hand and said. Oh, so fast? Well, then you try to pull these spirit powers with your mental power again, let me see if you really sense the free spirit power. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Lin Zimen's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, and then she suggested. Deep down, she didn't believe that Yao Xian could feel the free spirit power so quickly, but she was also convinced that Yao Xian was definitely not lying to her, so she decided to let Yao Xian continue to draw those free spirit power. Checking. Okay, teacher Linear. Hearing Lin Zimen's words, Yao Xian also divided a ray of spiritual power according to the method described in the 5 hearts to heavenly power, entangled a mass of free spirit power, and immediately dragged it towards his body. As soon as that group of soul power touched Yao Xian's skin, it was instantly absorbed and entered into Yao Xian's meridians, and Yao Xian only felt a faint warm current pouring into his body. Very well, you do feel the free spirit power, and you can successfully absorb the spirit power the first time you try, so it seems that you have a high affinity for spirit power. Feeling that the soul power was successfully absorbed by Yao Xian, Lin Zimen couldn't help showing a hint of joy in her eyes, secretly happy for Yao Xian. Well, Yao Xian, you first look at the content behind the Wuxin Xiang Tian Gong. If you have any questions, just ask me, and I will guide other students first. By the way, if other students have any problems in meditation, if you have any questions, you can also ask Yao Xian. Looking at Yao Xian with a touch of comfort, Lin Zimen asked. Okay, teacher Linear. After hearing Lin Zimen's words, Yao Xian also cleverly nodded and agreed, but he did not continue to read the 5 hearts to heaven. When Lin Zimen was teaching, Yao Xian had already read all the contents of the 5 hearts Yang Tian Gong. As the most basic free meditation idea, the 5 hearts Yang Tian Gong is extremely simple. With the blessing of the system ability enhanced understanding, only once. After reading, Yao Xian has completely mastered the 5 heart to heaven Kung Fu. On the contrary, Yao Xian closed his eyes and silently followed the 5 heart to the sky technique, pulling the spirit power around him, and absorbing them one by one, and started his first meditation. Those soul power enters Yao Xian's body, and then flows along Yao Xian's meridians. One part is absorbed by Yao Xian's body, and the other part enters Yao Xian's danshan. Yao Xian also feels that the soul power in his body is gradually enriched. Stand up. Chapter 10, Teaching Tang Wulin, First Met Nair. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, the total amount of soul power increases. Current soul power, Level 5, 1.2%. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, spiritual power increases, current spiritual power, 45, 3.1%. Mid-level Ling Yuan realm. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, the system absorbs soul power energy, and the evolution point is plus 101. After finishing the practice, Yao Xian slowly opened his eyes, and immediately, a transparent reminder box appeared before his eyes, showing the results of his practice this time. The 1.2% increase in soul power, so it seems that I have been practicing for about 80 days before I can be promoted to a level 6 soul warrior. It is really a bit slow. Not only that, the higher the soul power level, the more soul you need to accumulate each time you advance. The more power I have, if I want to be promoted to level 10, it will take at least a year and a half. Listening to the system prompt, Yao Xian could not help but frown slightly, feeling a little dissatisfied with the progress of his cultivation, but he immediately smiled. After all, Wuxin Xiang Tian Gong is just the most basic meditation, and the slower training speed is very slow. Normal situation. However, this is not a big problem for Yao Xian. After Yao Xian advances to the Soul Master, he can complete system tasks, obtain the first 3 levels of the Forging Soul Art technique, and gain the ability of the system enhanced meditation. The speed of cultivation will inevitably be even higher, and the sky will be brighter by then. Brother Xian, I have some questions about meditation and soul power cultivation, can I ask you something? Seeing Yao Xian wake up from his practice, Tang Wulin walked over quickly, looking at Yao Xian with envy in his eyes, and asked pitifully in a low voice. Because Tang Wulin's martial spirit is blue-silver grass, and his innate spirit power is not high, Lin Zimen did not pay much attention to Tang Wulin, and there was very little time to guide Tang Wulin. Because there was no guidance, after an afternoon of meditation, Tang Wulin only barely sensed the existence of free spirit power, but when he tried to absorb spirit power according to the method of 5 hearts to heaven, he failed repeatedly, so he also looked at Yao Xian eagerly, trying to get Yao Xian's guidance. After all, Yao Xian successfully completed the traction of soul power the first time he practiced. Of course, I'm happy to help you. Come, if you have any questions, just ask. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xian was also secretly happy, and another golden evolution point was credited to the account. Thank you, Brother Xian, you are so amazing. Reading books to receive cash. Follow VX Public. Public account Book Friends Basecamp, reading books can also receive cash. Tang Wulin's problems are only very basic. For Yao Xian, who has the ability to enhance perceptual system, it will naturally not cause any trouble. Just a few words will make Tang Wulin seem to lift the cloud. The confusion in his heart was swept away, and he looked at Yao Xian with a look of worship, and thanked him again and again. It's nothing, you can ask me any questions you don't have in the future. If I have the ability, I will definitely help you answer them. Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xian also replied cheerfully. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Point to Tang Wulin, the son of destiny, get his thanks and admiration, and get X3 golden evolution points. It's not bad, there are 3 more golden evolution points in the account, I can become stronger, Tang Wulin is really my lucky star. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Yao Xian's mouth could not help but raised a slight arc, nodded in satisfaction, and soon added 3 golden evolution points to the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. With the effect of the golden evolution point, the Ancestral Dragon bloodline in Yao Xian's body increased again by 0.3%, reaching 0.9%. It was only one step away from breaking the 1% mark. With the improvement of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, Yao Xian his physical fitness has once again been enhanced, and his body is full of strength. Children, get out of class is over and everyone can go home. Of course, if you still want to meditate, there is no problem staying in the classroom. Another half an hour passed, and the time had come to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Lin Zimen also finished the guidance and notified the children that school was over. After school, Lin Zimen still needs to participate in some activities in the academy, so she also gave Yao Xian a copy of the key to the house and let Yao Xian go home independently. Walking on the street, Yao Xian also secretly observed the surrounding environment, deepening his understanding of the Douluo world. He was walking forward, and at this moment, a small figure on the side of the road instantly attracted Yao Xian's attention. This was a little girl with short silver hair. There was some dust on her white face, and her clothes were a little shabby, but she exuded a unique temperament, which immediately attracted Yao Xian's attention. Not only that, the eyes of this little girl are also unique. The long silver eyelashes are naturally raised. The big eyes are very energetic. The two pupils are like clear amethysts, which can be seen. Reflection of myself. That's right, that's her, that future Silver Dragon King, Soul Beast CO Master, Spirit Tower Master, Guyuina. Unexpectedly, Guyuina was so cute when she was a child. Looking at the little girl in the distance, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a hint of joy, and at this moment, the little girl also slowly raised her head, facing Yao Xian's eyes, her big beautiful eyes a bit confused. Little girl, where is your parent? At this moment, from the other side of the street, a few young men with murderous haircuts and exotic clothes, who looked rather sleek, came over, and were attracted by the silver hair and walked to the little girl. Beside, Hippie asked with a smile, but the little girl ignored them and lowered her head again. Silver hair like this is really rare. Maybe she is an alien from 2 other continents. Moreover, her eyes are also very unique. Boss, or, let's sell her to the underground black market? Maybe it can be sold at a good price. Looking at the little girl, the young people looked at each other, one of them suggested. It makes sense. People in the underground black market will definitely like her, so just do it. Hearing the young man's words, he nodded for the head of the obviously taller young man, and then bowed his head to the little girl's side. Little girl, are you hungry? How about taking you to the restaurant to eat delicious food? With a hypocritical smile in his eyes, the young man said without a smile. After hearing the young man's words, the little girl shook her head vigorously, her eyes showing disdain. Humph, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the little girl's movements, the young man in the lead showed a hint of misery in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and wanted to forcibly grab the little girl's arm and forcibly pull her away, while several other young people gathered around and blocked the outside view. Chapter 11, The hero saves Beauty and takes Nair home. Let her down. At this moment, Yao Xian also took a step forward, raising his voice. Hearing Yao Xian's voice, the few young people were shocked, and when they looked back, their eyes all showed annoyance. The one who came out to fight the unevenness turned out to be a barely 1 meter tall man. The little boy over their waist. Boy, get out of here, don't be nosy. Looking at Yao Xian, a young man behind him showed a sullen look in his eyes. He raised his right foot and kicked Yao Xian with a sweeping leg. Too slow. Although he is only 6 years old, he has received the blessing of the primary ancestral dragon body and increased the ancestral dragon bloodline to 0.9%. Yao Xian's strength has exceeded 100 kilograms, far surpassing ordinary adult males, with agility attributes and combat awareness. Also get blessings. In Yao Xian's eyes, the young man's kick was not only very slow, but also full of flaws. Therefore, Yao Xian also smiled coldly, took a step to the side, and easily avoided this kick. Xian also kicked out and swept the young man's leg. When facing a little kid, the young man didn't concentrate at all. Yao Xian avoided his attack, and his face was surprised. At this moment, Yao Xian's kick hit his calf. There was a muffled noise. Thump. After being hit by Yao Xian's kick, the young man only felt pain in his thigh as if it were broken, his face suddenly showed pain, his body lost control and fell on his body, his hands were covering his legs, and his mouth repeatedly screamed pain. "Hey, trash, it's shameful to get hurt when dealing with a little kid. Boy, if you don't want to die, just get out of me." Looking at the young man on the ground, the face of the young man headed by him also showed a fierce expression. When his wrist was turned, a short dagger had appeared in his palm, shining with cold light, and he pointed the dagger in his hand. "Zun Yao Xian," the young man also shouted sharply. "Let go of her. I am a soul master, come here if you have the ability." Looking at the headed young man, Yao Xian's face was not afraid, his heart moved, his right hand was raised, and the 9-color light flickered, and the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit gathered in front of him, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. Although Yao Xian's spirit power is only level 5, there is no spirit and spirit ring, nor can he release spirit abilities, and can't enhance Yao Xian's combat effectiveness, but martial spirit and spirit power themselves are the best possession charms. Every soul master is a precious resource. For children with soul power, the Sun Moon Federation and the Spirit Transferring Pagoda will have special archive records. Once such a child has an accident, the official will definitely increase efforts to find the cause, unless only it is almost impossible to cover the past with hands covering the sky. There is spirit power, this is not an ordinary child, brother, forget it, if we really do it, we will definitely not escape the investigation. You know, hurting the seed of the Soul Master will be sentenced to at least 20 years in prison, or even to eat gun. Watching Yao Xian show his martial soul and spirit power, the younger brother behind the young man named the first young man reminded. "It's really bad luck. Let's go." Hearing the reminder, the young man named the leader also understood the seriousness of the problem, so he grunted a little unwillingly, and left the little girl next to him, and ran away quickly with a few companions. This is a friendly feeling. Just when several unscrupulous youths were driven away by Yao Xian, the little girl beside her also showed a look of yearning. She looked closely at the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit in Yao Xian's hand, and whispered, "Hey, fortunately, there is no conflict with these guys. Reading benefits give you a cash red envelope. Follow VX Public Book Friends Base Camp to receive it." Looking at the few young people who ran away, Yao Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his heart in his throat finally fell. Although Yao Xian's power has surpassed that of ordinary adult men, he is a person after all, and he has not systematically learned martial arts. 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, not to mention, those young people still have knives in their hands. If there is a conflict, Yao Xian will not be afraid of them, but it is inevitable that they may be injured or even smashed. It is not beautiful. Now that the problem can be solved peacefully and let them consciously retreat, it is naturally the best result. Ding! Help the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, Larva, get rid of trouble, get his favor, and get gold evolution points x5. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again, and Yao Xian couldn't help showing a faint smile on his face. Another 5 golden evolution points. Awesome! Every golden evolution point is a precious resource. It is naturally a great harvest to get 5 golden evolution points without bloodshed. Yao Xian also walked to the little girl while thinking. "Don't be afraid, the bad guys have been driven away by me, come on, stand up. My name is Yao Xian, what's your name?" Coming to the little girl's side, Yao Xian stretched out his right hand while talking, pulling her from the ground. "Name? My name is Nair." Listening to Yao Xian's question, the little girl's big purple eyes blinked a few times, seeming to remember something, and finally she hesitated and answered with a silver bell-like clear and sweet voice. "Nair? What a nice name, and your voice is just as nice." Listening to Nair's voice, Yao Xian's face also showed a kind smile. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Nair's pretty face also blushed slightly, and then lowered her head again without saying a word. "By the way, Nair, did you leave with your parents? Also, where do you live?" Do you want me to take you back? Looking at Naer's cute appearance, Yao Xian couldn't help but feel a hint of love and pity in his heart. This young Silver Dragon King was really cute and wanted to commit crimes. Of course, because of knowing Naer's identity, Yao Xian would naturally not make any unreasonable actions, but kindly looked at Naer's eyes and asked with concern. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Naer's eyes showed a trace of confusion again, and finally shook her head with some hesitation. Guru! Guru! Just when the atmosphere was a little embarrassing, a somewhat discordant voice sounded, and at this moment, Naer's head was lowered lower, and her face could not help but reveal a hint of blush. Naer, are you hungry? If you can't find your family, go home with me first. Looking at Naer, Yao Xian also said sincerely. Go home with you. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Naer slowly raised her head, her big purple eyes revealed a trace of confusion, and she muttered. Well, don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. Looking at Naer's big beautiful eyes, Yao Xian also said with a smile. Okay, then I will go with you. Looking at Yao Xian's eyes, Naer was also attracted by Yao Xian's temperament, and her heartbeat accelerated slightly. Not only that, Yao Xian rescued her from the bad guys, and she was not a bad person at first glance. In addition, Yao Xian's martial arts seemed to have a special attraction to her, so Naer also involuntarily nodded slightly and agreed to Yao Xian's invite. Chapter 12, Naer, you are so beautiful. 10 minutes later. Come on, Naer, first sit down and have a good rest. I'll get you some food. Opening the door of the apartment, Yao Xian also took Naer's hand and took her to the sofa to sit down, then walked to the kitchen, took out a plate of cake from the Soul Guide refrigerator, and handed it in front of Naer. Come on, Naer, you must be hungry? Eat quickly, you are welcome. Yao Xian also said with a smile when he handed a piece of cake to Naer. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Basecamp, read the book and get cash red envelopes. Looking at the cake in Yao Xian's hand, Naer's eyes also flashed brightly, but then she was covered by the color of hesitation. Don't worry, this cake is delicious. Seeing the hesitation in Naer's eyes, Yao Xian also smiled again, breaking the cake in half, eating half of his own, and passing the other half to Naer's mouth. Then, thank you, I'm not welcome. Smelling the sweet fragrance of the cake, Naer's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and when she saw Yao Xian eat the other half of the cake, Naer's worries were relieved, and she thanked her quietly, and stretched out her beautiful little hand to take it. The cake in Yao Xian's hand began to bite. After eating a piece of cake, the alertness in Naer's eyes was obviously lowered again. She raised her head and glanced at Yao Xian with a look of desire. Naer, if you are still hungry, just eat it, you don't need to be polite. Looking at Naer's tentative eyes, Yao Xian suddenly read what she meant, and then said with a smile. Thank you. With Yao Xian's approval, Naer was no longer reserved, grabbed 2 pieces of cake at once, and ate it with a big bite. It could be seen that she was indeed a little hungry. It seems that this future Silver Dragon King is also a snack food, and she looks really cute when she eats. On the side, Yao Xian also looked sideways at Naer, his eyes full of affection. Soon, Naer ate a whole plate of cakes cleanly, still revealing a feeling of unfulfilled feeling in her eyes, but Yao Xian helped Naer by throwing the empty packing box into the trash can. Ding dong! Because Naer didn't like to talk, Yao Xian didn't bother her either. Instead, he sat beside her. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang and Lin Zimen returned. Naer, my mother is back, she is not a bad person, don't be afraid. Hearing the sound of the doorbell, Yao Xian also turned his head and explained to Naer, and then walked to the door and opened the door. Mom, you are back. Looking at Lin Zimen returning from Red Mountain College, Yao Xian also warmly welcomed him. "Well, Yao Xian, I'm back. Oh, by the way, who is the girl sitting on the sofa?" Received Yao Xian's welcome, Lin Zimen's face also kept showing a smile, and then her eyes fell on Naer who was sitting on the sofa, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, and she pointed to Yao Xian. Asked. "That's it, Mom, I met a bad guy on the way from school." Hearing Lin Zimen's question, Yao Xian also told the ins and outs of Naer. "Oh, your behavior today is too dangerous. Fortunately, you are not injured, otherwise I will have to die of anxiety." After receiving Yao Xian's reply, Lin Zimen's face couldn't help showing a look of fear, and her breathing couldn't help but change a little bit faster. She knew very well that the gangsters in the civilian neighborhoods were not good, and they could do any bad things. "Mom, it's okay, look, haven't I come back safely?" Hearing the concern in Lin Zimen's tone, Yao Xian couldn't help but warm up, and then said softly. "Yes, fortunately, you have spirit power, otherwise you will be in danger. What you did is right, but you must not take risks like this again next time. By the way, kid, is your name called Naer? Your parent, where is it?" After listening to Yao Xian's explanation, Lin Zimen also smiled and patted Yao Xian's head, then turned around and came to Naer's side, squatted down, and asked softly. As before, Naer still shook her head slightly, but said nothing. "Well, Naer, do you know where you are from? Or where do you live?" Hearing Naer's answer, Lin Zimen continued to ask, but when she heard Lin Zimen's question, Naer still shook her head and did not speak. "Then do you know the contact information of your family? Or any other clues about your own life experience?" Seeing Naer shaking her head again, Lin Zimen's eyes also showed a trace of confusion, but she continued to ask. This time, Naer still shook her head. "Well, Naer, how old are you, don't you never know this?" Seeing that Naer didn't know her life experience, Lin Zimen didn't ask more, but instead asked instead. 5.5 years old. This time, Naer finally spoke and replied in a sweet voice. 5.5 years old? What a crime! Well, Naer, you can stay here for one night tonight. Tomorrow I will take you to the administrator to check if you can find your relatives. Your body is dirty, let me take you to a bath. Hearing Naer's age, Lin Zimen's face also flashed in anger, and then said gently to Naer. At Red Mountain College, for the students of the Soul Master class, the content of the lectures is 1 day of Soul Master courses and 1 day of cultural courses. Therefore, Lin Zimen does not need to teach at Red Mountain College the next day, so she is ready to help Naer understand her life experience. After hearing Lin Zimen's words, Naer also nodded, but there was no expression in her purple eyes. Soon after, Lin Zimen pulled Naer up again and walked towards the bath. Since it is Naer, she must be left behind. This is the most critical step in the future to attack the Silver Dragon King Guyuina. If this step does not impress her, open her heart and let her produce humans her emotions, it is absolutely difficult to get her sincere in the future. Moreover, as the Silver Dragon King, once Naer is left behind, I can still get a lot of golden evolution points from her, which is also very helpful for my future growth. No matter what, I must convince Lin Zimen to she stayed, could it be said, I want to act like a baby to her. Lin Zimen took Naer into the bathroom, and Yao Xian was also thinking secretly. Not long after, Lin Zimen also took Naer out of the bathroom again. After taking a shower, the dust on Naer's body and face was completely washed away, revealing her fair and smooth skin. It seemed that she could wipe out water with a gentle rub. Although she was wearing Yao Xian's loose shirt, doesn't affect Naer's beauty in the slightest. Not only that, but Naer's facial features are also extremely well proportioned and pleasant, with pink makeup and jade, like a porcelain doll, looking very pleasing, and she also exudes a faint fragrance, which makes Yao Xian look dumbfounded. Naer, you are so beautiful. Looking at Naer, Yao Xian couldn't help but praise, and Naer's pretty face was also a little red, and she looked a little embarrassed and shrank her head. Chapter 13, Naer, you will be my sister from now on. Look at your sweet mouth, Naer is embarrassed by you. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Lin Zimen glanced at Yao Xian with a bit of irritation, but in her heart, Lin Zimen also had to admit that Naer was really too pretty. On the side, Lin Zimen took Naer to the bedroom and arranged accommodation for her, while on the other side, Yao Xian was sitting on the sofa, thinking about it, and opened the system panel. Expend 5 golden evolution points to increase the concentration of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline by 0.3%. After the increase, your Ancestral Dragon Bloodline concentration will reach 1.2%. Will it increase? Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, a systematic reminder box appeared before his eyes. When the unlocking degree of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline is between 0% and 1%, every 0.1% increase of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline will only consume 1 gold evolution point, but when the unlocking degree of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline reaches 1%, every 0.1% of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline will be increased. The cost surged to 2 golden evolution points. Yes. Although only 0.3% of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline can be increased, the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline is the foundation of Yao Xian's future powerful strength, even more important than the spirit power level and spiritual power, so he also nodded without hesitation. Ding! The promotion begins. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the system's prompt sounded, and the 5 golden evolution points were deducted and turned into the purest evolution source energy, pouring into Yao Xian's meridians and rushing to his body. A stream of evolutionary sources can flow in Yao Xian's body, and immediately absorbed by Yao Xian's body, frantically increasing the concentration of Yao Xian's Zilong bloodline, and as the concentration of the Zilong bloodline increases, Yao Xian's body surface also exudes a layer. The faint 9-color light revealed a kind of supreme aura of looking over the world and arrogant to the world. Hey, this is a familiar breath? But what is it? I can't remember. When Yao Xian raised the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, Naer's eyes in the bedroom on the side also showed a strange color. She looked in Yao Xian's direction with some eagerness and some fear, and muttered to herself. Sensing the breath of Yao Xian's Zilong's blood, there seemed to be some vague memory fragments in Naer's mind, but they quickly disappeared. However, Naer never understood why she felt so familiar with Yao Xian's breath, and so kind. On the sidelines, as the concentration of Ancestral Dragon's bloodline increases, in Yao Xian's body, a series of 9-color runes containing magical powers also come and go, madly transforming Yao Xian's body and optimizing Yao Xian's. The genetic structure and the elimination of impurities in Yao Xian's body have brought Yao Xian's physical fitness and promotion potential to a new level. Ding! The promotion is over. The unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline plus 0.3%, the current unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 1.2%. A few minutes later, the Zilong Bloodline was upgraded, the system prompt sounded again, and Yao Xian smiled in satisfaction. Yes, my strength has improved again. As expected of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, although only 1.2% is unlocked, it can transform my body significantly. In response to the surging power in his body, Yao Xian also nodded excitedly. If only talking about strength, Yao Xian's current strength is close to 150 kilograms, which is about 1.5 times that of an ordinary adult male, and other attributes are also better. Ordinary people are much stronger. At this moment, Lin Zimen settled into Naer and walked out of the bedroom, and Yao Xian also sat up on the sofa and came to Lin Zimen's side. Mom, Naer seems to be unable to find her own home. She is so pitiful. Mom, Naer is so cute, can we let her live with us in the future? Don't send her to the orphanage. Leaning close to Lin Zimen's side, Yao Xian also looked into Lin Zimen's eyes eagerly, and asked in a slightly coquettish tone. You child! Alas, but what you said is correct, what a spiritual and cute little girl, if she is sent to the orphanage, she doesn't know what she will be ruined. Well, tomorrow mother will take Naer to the Archon's place first to see if she can find Naer's parents. If she can't find her parents, and if Naer is willing to stay at our house, I will take her. How about going through the adoption procedures? Although she was a little reluctant at first, Lin Zimen gradually softened her heart when she listened to Yao Xian's spoiled words. When she thought of Naer's lively and lovely appearance, she was not willing to send Naer to the orphanage. After all, she was an orphan. The poor environment of the hospital is also obvious to all. Thank you, mother. Hearing Lin Zimen's words, a boulder in Yao Xian's heart also fell to the ground. He thanked him sincerely, and seeing Yao Xian's happy look, Lin Zimen also reached out and touched Yao Xian's head helplessly. The elbow seems to be turned a bit outward. There was no word for a night. The next morning, Yao Xian went to Hongshan College alone to receive education in cultural classes, while Lin Zimen took Naer to the city hall to check her identity. After a morning cultural class, Yao Xian couldn't wait to go home. At this time, Lin Zimen had already prepared a hot meal at home, waiting for him to come back. On the side, Naer was dressed in pure white. The dress makes Naer, who is already very cute, more dignified and beautiful. Mom, did Naer's family find it? When he came to Lin Zimen's side, Yao Xian also asked knowingly. Get the red envelope. The cash or coin red envelope has been issued to your account. Follow the public account on WeChat Book Friends Basecamp to receive. No, there is no record of Naer at the city hall. But, I will ask this when I come back, you kid. Hearing Yao Xian's question, Lin Zimen also shook her head, and then stretched out her hand to squeeze Yao Xian's face. Mom, since Naer can't find her home, let Naer live with us in the future, okay? Listening to Lin Zimen's words, Yao Xian also continued. Of course you can. Didn't you agree to it last night? But first, you have to ask Naer if you want to stay at our house, right? Hearing what Yao Xian said, Lin Zimen also smiled slightly, touched Yao Xian's head, and then induced. Well, Mom is right. Naer, stay at our house in the future, I will definitely protect you, and will not let others bully you. And, if you don't stay in our house, you will only I can go to the orphanage. In the orphanage, the environment is not as good as ours. I often don't have enough to eat, and I am always punished. While agreeing, Yao Xian came to Naer's side, looked at Naer's big eyes like amethyst, and said softly. Okay, all right. This time, Naer just groaned and nodded actively. Great, Naer, then you will be my sister from now on. Seeing that Naer had agreed to herself, Yao Xian's boulder also fell completely and said happily. Thank you, brother Yao Xian. Seeing Yao Xian happy for her arrival, Naer couldn't help but smile, showing two lovely dimples on her face, and then shouted Yao Xian's name in an angelic voice. Chapter 14, Naer's Day. Ding! With the gratitude and favor of the Silver Dragon King Guyuina, Larva, the gears of Douluo's destiny start to turn because of you, and you will get X10 golden evolution points. Along with Naer's words, the system's slightly mechanical reminder sounded in Yao Xian's ears again, and when he heard the system's reminder, the smile at the corner of Yao Xian's mouth was also thicker. 10 points of golden evolution were enough to make his strength is on a new level. It's okay, you are so cute, how can I be willing to let you suffer in an orphanage? Naer, we will be a family in the future. Looking at Naer's cute smiling face, Yao Xian couldn't help but stretch out and knead it gently, and then said cheerfully. Although Naer looked like a stranger who would not enter, she felt inexplicably cordial and at ease when she looked at Yao Xian. Therefore, when Yao Xian reached out her hand to fiddle with her face, she did not have the slightest idea of resisting, but was very submissive. This is in line with Yao Xian's movements. Now that it is determined that Naer will move in, Lin Zimen naturally needs to make some adjustments to the facilities at home. Although Yao Xian and Naer are only 6 years old, after all, there are differences between men and women. Naturally, it is impossible for Lin Zimen to let them sleep. At the same time, she is also preparing to transform the original study into Naer's new room, and purchase a batch of new furniture and clothing for Naer. Of course, all of this is a later story. Before that, the family still came to the table and enjoyed the lunch carefully cooked by Lin Zimen. Unlike her petite body, Naer's appetite is not small, and after unlocking the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, Yao Xian's appetite has also increased significantly. After devouring them, the two even consumed all the dinner prepared by Lin Zimen. After eating, I still feel quite unfinished. Ouch, you two, you are really two big stomach kings. Looking at Naer and Yao Xian in front of him, Lin Zimen couldn't help but complain, but in her heart she felt very happy for someone to appreciate her cooking skills so much. After lunch, it's time for the lunch break. Because Naer doesn't have her own bed yet, she temporarily sleeps with Lin Zimen, while Yao Xian sleeps in her room. Although he got another 10 golden points, Yao Xian was not in a hurry to use them to add the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. On the contrary, Yao Xian was ready to continue to improve the Ancestral Dragon bloodline after he had controlled the strength in his body, so as not to increase his strength too quickly, and cause the foundation to be unstable. In addition, Yao Xian actually has another concern. If he frequently reveals the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, it is likely to stimulate Naer and cause her memory to wake up. Therefore, Yao Xian also made a decision: avoid adding Ancestral Dragon bloodline at home. During the lunch break, 1 noon was fleeting. In the afternoon, Yao Xian left home alone and continued to study culture at Red Mountain College, while Lin Zimen took Naer to a furniture store in Ala City, to buy the furniture and clothes for Naer to stay in. For Yao Xian, who has enhanced savvy, there is no problem in receiving the knowledge of the cultural class. When he returns home in the afternoon, the furniture customized for Naer has also been delivered, and the installation is basically completed. A 22-level Great Soul Master, Lin Zimen can naturally enjoy faster service than ordinary people. Brother Yao Xian, you are back. Turning the key and opening the door, Naer also smiled on her face this time, and took the initiative to greet Yao Xian. Obviously, her originally closed heart has been opened a lot. Well, Naer, mother, I'm back. Watching Naer greet herself, Yao Xian naturally showed a bright smile and greeted Naer and Lin Zimen. Oh, Yao Xian, are you back? Come, everyone has dinner. Seeing Yao Xian return home, Lin Zimen also showed a loving smile, and walked out with plentiful plates of food from the kitchen. Seeing the appetite of Naer and Yao Xian, Lin Zimen also specially prepared more sufficient food to satisfy the appetites of the two big appetites. Mom, your cooking is so delicious. Naer, what do you think? Yao Xian and Naer were very appreciative of the food that Lin Zimen prepared carefully. They ate them thoroughly and were full of food and drink. Yao Xian wiped his mouth with satisfaction, and then pushed Naer next to him. Hiccup. It's delicious, thank you mom. After hearing Yao Xian's question, Naer also burped, and then thanked her with a satisfied expression. Well, you can eat happily. But in terms of appetite, you are really a good match. If it weren't for your mother to be a great soul master, you have to give you two little guys to eat. Reading books to receive cash. Follow VX Public. Public account Book Friends Base Camp. Reading books can also receive cash. Looking at Naer and Yao Xian in front of him, Lin Zimen also smiled slightly, and then said in a joking tone. Mom, then I'm going to meditate. For the students in the Soul Master class, the cultural class is just an accessory, and no homework will be assigned, but time is reserved for the children to meditate. After dinner, Yao Xian naturally started the routine work of the Soul Master. Well, Yao Xian is so good. Meditation is the only way to become a Soul Master. You must not relax. Seeing Yao Xian going to meditate so consciously, Lin Zimen's face also showed a gratified smile, while Yao Xian walked into the bedroom, closed the door, and sat on the bed, concentrating, his consciousness exuded. Sensing the soul power in the space, then follow the method of 5 hearts to heaven to draw. 2.5 hours later. Feeling that he could no longer absorb new spirit power in his body, Yao Xian slowly opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, total soul power increased, 1.9%, current soul power, level 5, 3.1%. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, spiritual power increased, 5.6%, current spiritual power, 45, 8.7%. Mid-level Ling Yuan realm. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, the system absorbs soul power energy, evolution point plus 162, current evolution point, 273. With the unlocking of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, Yao Xian's absorption of soul power has also been further enhanced, and the effect of cultivation has also improved. After the cultivation, his eyes flashed with silver, and a system prompt box appeared in front of his eyes. Yes, my cultivation speed has accelerated again. I must advance to the Soul Master as soon as possible and obtain the soul forging art technique, so that I can fully enhance my strength. Looking at the prompts given by the system, Yao Xian also nodded silently, thinking to himself. Brother Yao Xian, what did you do? When Yao Xian was practicing, Nair was lying on the sofa watching the Soul Director TV, watching the colorful things on TV with relish. Her face was full of longing, and she watched Yao Xian from her room. Walking out, she also raised her head with curiosity, and asked softly. Chapter 15, Side Task, Learn to Forge. I'm going to meditate, that is, to cultivate soul power. Listening to Naer's question, Yao Xian smiled and stretched out his hand, touched Naer's head, and then said softly. Meditating? Brother Yao Xian must be very tired after meditating for so long. Shaking her head, Naer also asked in a clear spring voice. Of course, meditation can be more tiring than watching TV. But, hearing Naer's voice, I feel a lot more energetic all at once. While nodding, Yao Xian also glanced at Naer with a petting look, and replied softly. That's great. If Brother Yao Xian gets tired in the future, I will come and chat with Brother Yao Xian. After receiving Yao Xian's compliment, Naer couldn't help but tilt up her mouth, revealing a sweet smile, and immediately said while holding Yao Xian's palm. Of course, thank you, Naer. Cash red packet. You can get cash by reading books. Follow WeChat. Public account book friends base camp, cash/point currency waiting for you. Yao Xian grinned when she heard Naer's words, and thanked him. After the meditation was over, the time had come to 9:30 in the evening. After a brief period of entertainment, Yao Xian, Naer and Lin Zimen all returned to their rooms and turned off the lights to fall asleep. So far, everything is going very smoothly. What I have to do now is to establish a relationship with Naer as much as possible, and promote to a spirit master as soon as possible. However, if I can make a difference in forging, then even more well. After all, for the soul master, the second job is also a very important choice. Closing his eyes, Yao Xian also silently reviewed important future events and thought to himself. Ding! Congratulations on your side task learning forging, do you want to check it? Just as Yao Xian was thinking secretly, in his ears, the system prompt sounded again. Oh, say CAO, what a coincidence that CAO arrived. Of course, check it out. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a hint of joy, and then he said silently in his heart. Task name, Learning Forging, Side Task. Task description, for the Soul Master, the second job is a very important choice. It can not only provide the Soul Master with the resources needed for cultivation, but also a necessary condition for manufacturing battle armor. Because you want to improve your forging ability, the system is specially designed generated this side mission for you. Time limit, 3 years. Mission Leader Reward, Access Qualification for Mantian Studio. Task Phase 1, Promote to Level 1 Forger. Task Reward, Golden Evolution Points x10. Failure Penalty, Deduct Gold Evolution Points x100. Task Phase 2, Promote to Level 2 Blacksmith. Task Reward, Golden Evolution Points x30. Failure Penalty, Deduct Gold Evolution Points x30. Task Phase 3, Promote to Level 3 Blacksmith. Task Reward, Golden Evolution Points x100. Failure Penalty, Deduct Gold Evolution Points x10. Task Remarks, this is a side task, you can choose to accept or not accept this task. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, a silver light flashed in front of him, and a simple task frame appeared, showing all the content of this side task. Is it a 3-stage side mission? As long as I get promoted to the second level blacksmith, this mission will not lose money for me, and I still go to the Mantian studio to study, of course I accept it. Looking at this task, Yao Xian also chose to accept it silently. Tang Wulin could complete the 1000 forging within 3 years and be promoted to the level 3 Forge Master. Naturally, Yao Xian also had more confidence in himself, compared to the Golden Dragon King bloodline. The Ancestral Dragon bloodline is undoubtedly a few levels higher. Not only that, Yao Xian also knows that Tang Wulin also studied forging in the Mantian studio when he was a child. If he could also enter the Mantian studio as an apprentice, he would have more opportunities to squeeze more gold from Tang Wulin. The point of evolution is also helpful to his future development. Ding! The task is accepted. Congratulations on getting the pre-task reward Mantian Studio Access Qualification X1. When you go to Mantian Studio and report your name, you can accept the assessment of Mantian Studio, and you can enter after passing the assessment study in Mantian Studio. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the system prompt sounded again, and prompted him to use the reward of access to Mantian Studio. It's a super system, it's really amazing. With my strength and understanding, as long as I don't kill myself, joining Mantian Studio will definitely not be a problem, then the problem now is to convince Lin Ximen. Listening to the system prompt, Yao Xian also nodded silently and sighed, then secretly thought. At noon the next day, Lin Ximen's office. What, you said you want to learn forging? Listening to Yao Xian's words, Lin Ximen's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Yes, Mom. I heard that for a soul master, a second job is very important. I just got an interview qualification from Mangtian Studio. Can I try it? Listening to Lin Ximen's question, Yao Xian also nodded silently and asked. If it's the Mantian Studio, you can try it, but you have to make sure that you won't lose your soul power cultivation because of forging, can you? In Ala City, Mangtian Studio is also very famous. Knowing that Yao Xian was qualified for the interview with Mangtian Studio, Lin Ximen was secretly happy, but she still sternly warned Yao Xian. Well, Mother, I know, for our soul masters, soul power is the root of everything. I can guarantee that I will only learn forging in the remaining time, and it will definitely not affect my soul power practice. Seeing Lin Ximen's enlightenment, Yao Xian was also secretly happy, and then promised. Well, Yao Xian, I believe you, come on and try. If you can really join the Mangtian Studio and learn the true skills, it will definitely be of great help to your future soul master career. Of course, if you are not caught fancy, don't be discouraged, besides forging, you will have many other options in the future. Seeing Yao Xian's seriousness, Lin Zimen also showed a smile on her face and said, "Thank you Mom for your understanding. I will work hard. Then, I will go to lunch break first." "Well, good afternoon." While greeting Lin Zimen, Yao Xian walked to the lounge. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after an afternoon class, the children finally completed the meditation and ended school. "Mom, then I'm going to the Mantian studio for an interview. Tonight, I may have to go home later." When he came to Lin Zimen, Yao Xian also asked for instructions. "Well, go ahead, Mother wish you good luck. Be safe when you come back, we will wait for you to come back to have dinner." Patting Yao Xian on the shoulder, Lin Zimen also smiled and encouraged. Chapter 16, Brother Xian, you are here too. "Thank you Mom, then I'm going." After saying goodbye to Lin Zimen, Yao Xian also left Hongshan Junior College and rushed to Mantian Studio. The area of Ala City was originally small, but Mangtian Studio and Hongshan Junior College happened to be in the city center. In just 20 minutes walk, Yao Xian had already arrived in front of Mangtian's studio. This is a small facade room. It looks quite a few years old on the outside. There is a metal sign hanging on it. The 5 powerful characters of Mangtian Studio are written in golden paint on it. As soon as he walked to the door, Yao Xian clearly perceives that the temperature in the environment seems to have risen by several degrees, and there is also a special smell of metal burning in the air, and there is a continuous and regular sound from his ears. The sound of metal knocking ding jing dong dong. Ding dong. When he arrived at the door of Mantian Studio, Yao Xian also pressed the doorbell. Not long after, a burly man in his 20s, with a burly figure and strong muscles on his arms, opened the door. "My kid, I'm Brother Long, and this is Mantian Studio. Is there anything you can do here?" Although his face looks a little unkind, Long Ji's voice is not as rough as he imagined, but rather gentle, with a faint smile on his face. "Brother Long, this is Yao Xian. I came here to find Master Mang Tian for the assessment." Hearing Brother Long's question, Yao Xian said too. "Oh, you are Yao Xian. Okay, please come in. The teacher is forging. When he finishes his work, he will come out to see you." After receiving Yao Xian's reply, Long Ji also nodded, and led Yao Xian into the studio. Walking into the interior of the studio, a heat wave rushed in. Compared with the outside world, the temperature in the studio rose more than 10 degrees, and various metal parts were placed on the ground and tables. Was forged into various shapes. Brother Xian, why are you here too?" When Yao Xian walked into the studio, a black-haired boy sitting on a stool in the corner of the studio suddenly looked up, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, looked at Yao Xian, and then spoke. "Oh, Woolen, it's you. Did you come here to learn forging? What a coincidence!" Although knowing that Tang Woolen would definitely come to Mantian Studio to learn forging, Yao Xian pretended to be surprised. "Woolen, is this the Yao Xian you are talking about, the one who helps you speak in the class and guides your cultivation?" Next to Tang Woolen, sat a middle-aged couple who looked like passers-by. They were Tang Woolen's adoptive parents, Tang Qianan and Lang Yu. Hearing Tang Woolen greet Yao Xian, Lang Yu was also in Tang Woolen. Asked in a low voice beside his ear. Number 888 number follow VX. Public account book Friends Base Camp, watch popular works, draw 888 cash red envelopes. Yes, Mom, that's him. Unexpectedly, he would come here to learn forging as well. We are so destined. Hearing Lang Yu's question, Tang Woolen also nodded, nodding with joy in his eyes, and at this moment, Yao Xian also walked to Tang Woolen's side. "Uncle and Aunt, good afternoon. I am Yao Xian, a classmate of Tang Woolen." To Tang Qianan and Lang Yu, Yao Xian also politely greeted them, and then introduced himself. "Thank you for your help to Woolen, you are such a good boy. With a look of charity, Lang Yu touched Yao Xian's hand and said softly. Yes, thank you very much for your help, and I would like to express my sincere thanks to you for Woolen. Aside, Tang Qianan also thanked him seriously. Uncles and aunts, as soon as I saw Woolen, I felt very kind. In the future, Woolen will have trouble. If I can, I will definitely help him. Moreover, I feel like Woolen and I are also very fate. Can be encountered. Hearing what Tang Qianan and Lang Yu said, Yao Xian also scratched his head pretentiously, and then replied. Ah, thank you so much. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Lang Yu's eyes were also grateful and thanked again. After finishing the courtesy, Yao Xian also sat next to Tang Woolen, and Tang Woolen took the opportunity to raise a spiritual question and asked Yao Xian for advice. Facing Tang Woolen's questions, Yao Xian naturally answered them carefully one by one, and got another 1 point of golden evolution in the account. On the side, Tang Xiren and Lang Yu watched Yao Xian teach Tang Woolen so seriously. She also smiled with satisfaction and gratitude. Oh, brother and sister, you are here. About 10 minutes later, the door of the forging room in the center of the studio opened. A tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man with a beard with a fierce face came out, and he used a low, vigorous, and buzzing tone. Ming's voice said. Uncle Mantian, good afternoon. The visitor is no one else, but the master of Mantian's studio, the 6th level blacksmith, and the Master Mantian. Okay. Listening to Tang Woolen saying hello to him, Mantian also nodded faintly, and then said to Lang Yu on the side, Brother Queen, sister, you should go back first, and pick him up in 2 hours. Master Mantian, I am Yao Xian, here to accept your assessment. At this moment, Yao Xian also bowed politely to Mantian, and then spoke. Oh, Yao Xian, yes, okay, you can come in with Woolen. Looking at Yao Xian, Mantian also nodded expressionlessly, and then walked into the forging room. Brother Mantian, trouble you. Woolen, you have to listen to the master's teaching carefully. Mom is leaving first. Somewhat dissatisfied looking at Tang Woolen, Lang Yu exhorted, and Tang Qianan left the Mantian studio. At the same time, under the leadership of Mantian, Yao Xian and Tang Woolen also passed through a corridor and came to in the room. Inside the room, there are several metal workbenches, which are about 1 meter high, almost reaching the chins of Yao Xian and Tang Woolen. They came to the workbench and pressed several buttons. 2 of them, the height of the working platform immediately dropped and came to a position about half a meter high. Yao Xian, Tang Woolen, do you know what forging is? After finishing all this, Mantian turned around and asked seriously. Listening to Mantian's question, Yao Xian and Tang Woolen shook their heads in a daze. Well, according to your age, it is normal not to know. Originally, your age is so young that it is not suitable for forging, and I am not willing to give you pointers, but since you are all here, I also decided to give you a try. Opportunity. While talking, Mantian also raised his hand and pointed, and the 2 soul guide screens beside the workbench lit up, each with a large, red Arabic numeral 0. Chapter 17, Test. After doing this, Mantian came to the forging room again, took out 2 round metal blocks and 4 small forging hammers, and placed a metal block and a pair of forging hammers on each forging table. Did you see that round metal block? The test for you today is very simple. It is to use the forging hammer on the table to hit the metal block 1,000 times, 500 for each side. Of course, you don't count casual strikes. You must reach enough strength for each strike before the counter counts. The specific threshold is probably the strength you can use to lift the hammer and then drop it. If you can do it, then I can accept you as apprentices and teach you forging, but if you can't do it, it means that your strength is not up to the standard, and you won't have to come again tomorrow. Okay, let's start. Pointing to the metal block and forging hammer on the table, Mantian also coldly ordered, then turned and left the forging room. Seeing that Mang Tian had given the mission, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also looked at each other, and then each came to the forging table and picked up the forging hammer. This is a pair of forged hammers made entirely of metal. The length of the hammer handle is about 30 centimeters. The hammer head is a cylinder with a length of about 15 centimeters and a diameter of about 10 centimeters. It looks unpretentious. Yao Xian roughly estimated that the weight of each forging hammer is about 5 kilograms. Even for adults, it is definitely not easy to wield this forging hammer, let alone for ordinary 6-year-old children. A full 1,000 times. Of course, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin are not ordinary 6-year-old children. After the primary ancestral dragon body and ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xian's power has reached 150 kilograms, far surpassing ordinary adult men. Tang Wulin also has the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King in his body. Although temporarily sealed, his strength and recovery ability are still beyond ordinary people. Because of this, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin both raised the forging hammers with ease, and then began to swing them. The metal roar of dang 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 began to echo in the forging room, and the numbers on the two screens began to begin beating quickly. 1 2 3. The arm was constantly waving, and the numbers on the metal screen were constantly beating. In less than 10 minutes, Yao Xian had completed 500 percussions. At this time, there was a slight soreness in his arm. Started to sweat. And with the percussion, Yao Xian also felt that a heat flow in his body was constantly circulating. Where this heat flow passed through, Yao Xian's muscles were well relaxed, and at the same time he was constantly absorbing this warm flow, changing them more tenacious and powerful. This power is the strength of the ancestral dragon remaining in Yao Xian's body when the primary ancestral dragon body is fused. With Yao Xian's forging, these deposited ancestral dragon powers are also awakened again, restoring Yao Xian's physical strength, and it is further absorbed by Yao Xian's body, strengthening Yao Xian's physique. Although Yao Xian is very relaxed at this time, Tang Wulin beside him is not so calm. At this moment, Tang Wulin has only completed 350 percussions, but the clothes on his back are already dripping. Sweating profusely, and his cheeks flushed slightly from lack of oxygen. In terms of physical fitness, Tang Wulin was still far behind Yao Xian. Wulin, adjust your breathing so that the rhythm of swinging the hammer and the rhythm of breathing are coordinated with each other, so that you can save some energy. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Basecamp, read the book and get cash red envelopes. Looking at Tang Wulin next to him, Yao Xian also reminded him timely. Yes, I understand, thank you brother Xian. On the side, when he heard Yao Xian's reminder, Tang Wulin also brightened his heart and raised his head to thank him. At this time, he also saw Yao Xian's achievements, and he couldn't help but admire Yao Xian's rebirth. Ge Xian was too strong. Not only is he so much faster than himself in forging, he can also give such incisive guidance. Ding! Point to Tang Wulin, the son of destiny, get his thanks and admiration, and get golden evolution points x2. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, the system prompt sounded again, announcing that the new 2 points of gold evolution points were credited, and Yao Xian's total number of gold evolution points reached 13. Under Yao Xian's guidance, Tang Wulin also began to adjust his rhythm. Suddenly, he felt that the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. He couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Yao Xian, while Yao Xian continued to wave. The forged sleeper in his hand kept tapping the metal block in front of him. 998, 999, 1000. Along with Yao Xian's swing of the hammer, the numbers on the screen in front of him were constantly adjusted, and finally reached the position of 1000. At this time, Yao Xian was only panting slightly, and his arm felt a little sore. With the movement of force, this soreness is still decreasing at a perceptible rate. Finished. After completing 1000 swings, Yao Xian nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at the clock on the wall. Now, it has only been less than 20 minutes before Man Tian assigned them a task. Although Yao Xian completed the task easily, Tang Wulin, who was on the sidelines, had only completed 650 forgings at this time, but his arms had already started to redness and felt intense soreness. Not only that, because of excessive exercise, Tang Wulin's body was sweating like rain, and his school uniform was tightly glued to him. Every time he swings a hammer, Tang Wulin feels that his arms are about to break, so the speed at which he swings the forging hammer has also dropped significantly. Wulin, come on, you can do it. Looking at Tang Wulin next to him, Yao Xian also encouraged him. What, has Brother Xian completed the task? Brother Xian is really amazing. However, I should also work hard, and I can't lose Brother Xian's face. Hearing Yao Xian's voice, Tang Wulin also secretly admired him at this time. Compared with Brother Xian, he was so far behind that it was hard to beat him. However, Tang Wulin was not discouraged by this, but was aroused. There was a bit more perseverance in his eyes as he was unwilling to admit defeat. At this moment, Tang Wulin suddenly felt his tail vertebrae numb, and his whole body felt like an electric shock. He suddenly trembled. The original soreness on his body was reduced a bit, and the heavy forging hammer in his hand seemed to lighten. Master Mang Tian, I have completed your mission. Walking out of the forging room, Yao Xian also went to the next room and found Mang Tian. At this moment, he was sitting on a sofa with a part in his hand. What, you have completed my task? Hearing Yao Xian's words, Mang Tian couldn't help but stunned, then glanced at the watch on his wrist. At this time, it was only less than 20 minutes before he assigned Yao Xian and Tang Wulin tasks. Chapter 18, Shocked Man Tian. Yes, Master Mang Tian. Seeing Man Tian questioning himself, Yao Xian replied neither humble nor overbearing. Okay, then you take me over and have a look. Seeing Yao Xian's relaxed look, Mang Tian didn't believe that Yao Xian could complete the tasks he set out, so he also gave a light command, then stood up and took Yao Xian to the previous forging room. Oh my god, it's done, you actually did it. Coming to the forging table, looking at the big Arabic numeral 1000 on the screen, Man Tian's eyes also flashed with a look of surprise, his mouth also opened wide, and his face was full of shock. Although Yao Xian looks relaxed, in fact, the assessment given to Yao Xian by Mang Tian is not simple at all. Both forging hammers weigh a solid 5 kilograms. It is difficult even for an adult male who exercises regularly. Swinging such a hammer 1,000 times in a row, let alone completing it in 20 minutes, let alone Yao Xian is only a 6-year-old child. However, in the entire forging room, apart from Mang Tian and Long Ji, there are no other forging masters. In other words, Yao Xian has no possibility of cheating at all. He really completed the task by his own ability. Could it be that this is the legendary talent? At this moment, Mang Tian's gaze swept over Tang Wulin's score again, 650 times, and a slight surprise appeared in his eyes. Although this score was not as good as Yao Xian, it was for a 6-year-old. For children, it can also be called against the sky. Could it be that you are so lucky that you can harvest 2 forging geniuses in one day? Yao Xian, you can hammer it face to face and show it to me. If I don't say stop, don't pause. While thinking about it, Man Tian turned to Yao Xian and said in a deep voice, but compared to before, Man Tian's voice was obviously softer. Yes, Master Mang Tian. Seeing that Man Tian wanted to continue to test himself, Yao Xian was also unambiguous, and once again came to the forging table, lifted the forging hammer, waved his arm, and started percussing. Dang! 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 Accompanied by Yao Xian's movements, a clear metal percussion sounded again. Looking at Yao Xian's movements, Man Tian's eyes also showed relief. Seeing Yao Xian's movements, he can be completely sure, Yao Xian. The power is enough to control the forging hammer in his hand and complete the percussion. However, Man Tian did not call to stop at this time, but silently observed Yao Xian's movements. He also wanted to see where Yao Xian's limit was. In a blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. On the basis of 1,000 percussions, Yao Xian performed another 500 percussions. At this time, his arm muscles finally showed a faint sense of tearing behind him. He was also wet with sweat, and his breathing became rough. "Uncle Mantian, I'm done." And at this moment, Tang Wulin finally finished his percussion, and moved the forging hammer in his hand in a relieved direction, then came to Man Tian and said respectfully. When passing by Yao Xian, he also saw the number on the screen of the Soul Guide 1512, which was half more than him. "Brother Xian is really amazing. 1,500 shots, and he looks like he has plenty of energy. As expected of Brother Xian, it's just different." Looking at Yao Xian in the distance, Tang Wulin renewed his admiration for Yao Xian, and at the same time, in his heart, he became more determined to become stronger. "Yes, Wulin, your performance is also very good." "Okay, Yao Xian, now you can stop." Looking at Tang Wulin and Yao Xian in front of him, Meng Tian also nodded, his eyes softly said. In fact, the test given by Meng Tian was simply a way of refusal. In his opinion, the two 6-year-old children did not have the ability to learn forging at all, so he also gave a test that seemed impossible to complete. But the facts slapped him in the face severely. However, Meng Tian was not at all angry about this, but was very happy to be able to pass his own test at the age of 6. This only shows that Yao Xian and Tang Wulin are both forging geniuses and they are completely worthy of him. For training, you can even complete his unfinished step Assault the Saint Craftsman. Listening to Man Tian's words, Yao Xian also put down the forging hammer, exhaled a deep breath, and relaxed the muscles of his arm. On the other hand, seeing Man Tian praise himself, Tang Wulin couldn't help but smile. "The soreness in my body has subsided a lot. I will accept you 2 apprentices. From now on, come over at this time every night, and I will personally guide you. Now, after you take this to smear your arms and rest for 5 minutes, I will explain to you what forging is." While talking, Man Tian took out 2 bottles of dark ointment from the cabinet next to the forging table, handed them to Yao Xian and Tang Wulin respectively, and spoke. "Ding! Obtained the recognition of important Man Tian, get the golden evolution point x3. Following Meng Tian's words, the system's prompt sound came again, and with the entry of this golden evolution point, Yao Xian's existing golden evolution point has reached 16 points, enough to raise his ancestral dragon bloodline to 2%. Of course, this golden evolution point still comes from NAER, which is a one-time harvest. In the future, he wants to continue to obtain a large number of golden evolution points, but it will not be that simple. "Thank you, teacher." Listening to Man Tian's words, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin both replied respectfully, and opened the ointment and applied it on their arms. After putting on the ointment, Yao Xian only felt a cool air rushing to the muscles in his body, and the soreness of his arm seemed to be relieved a lot. On the side, the black ointment was applied on Tang Wulin's face. The look faded a lot. "Okay, now, let me tell you what forging is. Unlike casting, forging does not use machinery. The metal is pressed into the required shape according to the abrasive tool, and it needs to be beaten by the forge. Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, pay attention to send cash and coins. Mechanical casting can only transform metal into corresponding shapes, while forging is a process of communication between forgers and metal. It is a process of giving spirituality and even life to metal. For this reason, the most advanced machine, the first part must be forged by the forge by hand." Listening to Man Tian's words, both Tang Wulin and Yao Xian understood seriously, and immediately, Man Tian also began to teach the skills of percussion and capacity in forging, that is, how to make the impact of percussion act on the metal as much as possible inside, and how to protect yourself, to prevent the back shock caused by hitting. Immediately afterwards, Meng Tian announced Yao Xian and Tang Wulin's future mission beating the iron block. Among them, Yao Xian's mission was 3,000 times a day, and Tang Wulin's mission was 2,000 times. Their basic skills. Chapter 19, Nair, I want to be with Yao Xian. After doing all this, Meng Tian also personally demonstrated the correct forging posture for Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, and asked Yao Xian and Tang Wulin to practice, and corrected Yao Xian and Tang Wulin's forging posture. Error. For Yao Xian, who is used to enhance his comprehension, wanting to master these postures is undoubtedly a way to get things, and Tang Wulin also inherits excellent genes in forging, and he is also a one-pointer, which makes Meng Tianxin very happy. Satisfaction. Okay, I'm almost done teaching, you can go home. Tomorrow afternoon before 5:30, come here to start your task, you can leave when you are done, and you can do it until you finish it. I looked at my watch, unknowingly, it was 7:30 in the evening, and Meng Tian also issued an order to leave the guest. Goodbye teacher. Saying goodbye to Meng Tian together, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also said goodbye to each other and went home separately. Unexpectedly, forging can also promote the integration of Ancestral Dragon's power. Although the effect is not very significant, it is also a good harvest. As he walked on the road, Yao Xian felt his own strength, and nodded in satisfaction. After an hour of recovery, with the help of the primary Ancestral Dragon body and Ancestral Dragon power, Yao Xian's body soreness has disappeared by 90%, and the torn tendons have recovered more than half. Just give him another half. Within hours, you can fully recover. Not only that, Yao Xian was also surprised to find that during the forging process, the power of the Ancestral Dragon remaining in his body was also absorbed again, causing his power to increase by about 1 kilogram, which can be said to be an accident. Happy. After walking all the way, Yao Xian had already returned to the door of the house and pressed the doorbell. Not long after, a petite silver-haired girl greeted her, it was Naer. Brother Yao Xian, you are back. With excitement in her eyes, Naer also looked up at Yao Xian. Well, I'm back, Naer. Reaching out and gently stroked Naer's short silver hair, Yao Xian also showed a natural smile on his face, and then replied with a smile. Yao Xian, how is the assessment today? Is it going well? Immediately afterwards, Lin Ximen's concerned voice also came from the depths of the apartment. Mom, everything is going well, Master Meng Tian has already promised to accept me as an apprentice, and he personally gave me advice. Also, every day after school, I will go to him to study forging for 2 hours. Hearing Lin Ximen's question, Yao Xian also answered the question. You passed? That's great, mother is proud of you. Come, let's eat together. Knowing that Yao Xian had passed the examination by Master Meng Tian, Lin Ximen's voice was filled with excitement, and then enthusiastically called, as a great soul master, Lin Ximen knows better than ordinary people, a level 6 what does Zhongzhong mean? Oh, haven't you eaten yet? Listening to Lin Ximen's words, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, and then asked. Yes, I wanted to ask Nair to eat first, but Nair said that she must wait for you, and she refused to eat. While answering, Lin Ximen also walked out of the kitchen, took out the food in the heat preservation state, and put it on the table. Thank you, Nair. Hearing that Naer was waiting for her to eat, Yao Xian's heart was also moved secretly. Looking at Naer's watery purple eyes, he said sincerely. Big brother Yao Xian has a comfortable breath, Naer, I want to eat with brother Yao Xian, I want to be with brother Yao Xian. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Naer also pressed against Yao Xian's body and answered seriously. Well, eating with Naer, my brother is very happy too. Naer must be hungry too? Come on, let's eat together. While responding, Yao Xian also took Naer to the table and had a hearty dinner. No words for a night. The next day. Different from the day before, this day belongs to the study of culture class. Yao Xian has already arrived in the classroom before the class bell rings. Good morning, Brother Xian. Brother Xian, you were too fierce yesterday. Unexpectedly, Brother Xian not only has unique insights in cultivation, but is also so talented in forging. Watching Yao Xian walk into the classroom, Tang Wulin also admired him. For some reason, he felt a special sense of intimacy with Yao Xian. Once he got close to Yao Xian, he felt very comfortable. The mood is also happy. No, it's just a little stronger than ordinary people. By the way, Wulin, your arms should have recovered too? Today, our mission can be doubled. Yao Xian asked while answering modestly. Well, it's much better, not only that, but I think my strength seems to have increased a lot. It seems that the ointment given to us by Master Mantian is a very precious thing. Hearing Yao Xian's question, Tang Wulin also replied excitedly, and then chatted with Yao Xian a few more words until the class bell rang. The one who came to teach everyone was a middle-aged teacher who was in his 40s and wore black-rimmed glasses. The content of the lecture was also very simple. It is not a problem for Yao Xian, who has enhanced savvy, so he is also mindful. With a thought, sink into the system space. Expend 16 golden evolution points to increase the Ancestral Dragon bloodline by 0.8%. After the upgrade, the Ancestral Dragon bloodline will reach 2.0%. Does it increase? Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, a systematic reminder sounded in Yao Xian's ears. Yes. Hearing the system prompt, Yao Xian also nodded to confirm without hesitation. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, the 16 golden evolution point turned into the purest evolutionary source energy, continuously pouring into Yao Xian's meridians, and beginning to enhance the Ancestral Dragon bloodline in Yao Xian's body. As the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline improves, in Yao Xian's blood, the daunting 9-color runes that contain unpredictable energy continue to condense, and immediately merge with Yao Xian's bloodline. Xian's body undergoes maximum transformation. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Public account book Friends Base Camp. The surface of his body exudes a 9-color light that is difficult to see with the naked eye. Yao Xian also felt that his body was slightly hot. In his body, the blood of the Ancestor Dragon began to boil, and the cells in his body also madly absorbed the breath of the blood of the Ancestor Dragon, and started after the transformation, the color becomes more and more crystal clear, and the evolution potential is greatly improved. Why is Big Brother Yao Xian glowing? It feels so familiar and kind, really strange. Although no one else in the class could find Yao Xian's anomaly, as the owner of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, Tang Wulin suddenly felt the changes in Yao Xian. He looked at Yao Xian suspiciously, but kept saying I couldn't figure out what this feeling was, and finally focused on the teacher. Chapter 20, The smell of Brother Yao Xian is really fragrant. Ding! The promotion is over, the unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon bloodline plus 0.8%, the current unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon bloodline, 2.0%. A few minutes later, the evolution source formed by the golden evolution point slowly faded, and Yao Xian's body temperature returned to normal. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Yao Xian's ear again. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Base Camp, read the book and get cash red envelopes. Yes, my strength has improved again. However, I want to increase the Ancestral Dragon bloodline by 0.1% later, but it is not that simple. It takes a full 3 gold evolution points. Not only that, I want to gain gold evolution in the future. I'm afraid it's not that simple. It must be time to improve the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline. In response to the changes in his physical condition, Yao Xian also showed a faint smile on his face, which also secretly thought in his heart. After raising the Ancestral Dragon bloodline to 2%, Yao Xian's strength has increased by about 80 kilograms, reaching about 230 kilograms. Now, even if the strength of 2 ordinary adult men is combined, it is no longer as good as that. Yao Xian. However, Yao Xian was not dazzled by the increase in strength. He clearly knew that the later the advancement of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline was, the more difficult it would be, and it would certainly not be as simple as it is now to obtain the golden evolution points in the future. He must continue to work hard. Must not let go. Brother Xian, when you were in class just now, what were you doing? Why did I feel like your body was shining? The bell rang after class, and Tang Wulin quickly leaned to Yao Xian's side and asked in a curious tone. Glow? You must be dazzled, how can my body shine? Listening to Tang Wulin's question, Yao Xian also understood the key point of the problem at once, but he saw through and didn't explain it, and replied in a rhetorical tone. Okay, Brother Xian, that might be my eyesight, but I really think your body is shining. Seeing Yao Xian's denial, Tang Wulin did not entangle him either, but returned to his seat. Dingling dingling. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and in a blink of an eye, the morning class was over. The students also left school and went home for dinner. Yao Xian was no exception. Brother Yao Xian, you are finally back. Hey, the smell of Brother Yao Xian today is really fragrant. Pressing the doorbell, no surprise, Naer enthusiastically opened the door and greeted her. With a smile on her petite pretty face, she looked up at Yao Xian, sniffed her nose, and said with joy. It smells so good. After listening to Naer, Yao Xian's eyes turned, and he understood the root of all this in his heart. Naer has the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King. The bloodline of the Silver Dragon King comes from the Dragon God, and the Dragon God has received a trace of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. It can be said that the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King and the Ancestral Dragon bloodline are the same root, and also it is an extension of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Because of this, Naer would have an inexplicable sense of intimacy and dependence on Yao Xian, and with the improvement of Yao Xian's Zilong bloodline, Naer became closer and like Yao Xian from the heart. Well, yes, I can feel that Yao Xian has a very special smell on his body. It smells very comfortable. Seeing Yao Xian inquiring about herself, Naer nodded too, then put her nose on Yao Xian's chest, sniffed a few carefully, and then said affirmatively. Okay, as long as Naer likes it, come, let's eat together. Seeing Naer being so close to herself, Yao Xian was naturally very happy. He took Naer by the hand and came to the dining table. The family of 3 happily started eating. Time flies, half a year later. For Yao Xian, every day is very regular, go to school every morning, go to Mantian studio to forge after school in the evening, and then meditate. As for the weekend, it is relatively more leisurely. At this time, Lin Zimen will also take Yao Xian and Naer out to play. In daily meditations, Yao Xian's spirit power is also steadily increasing. 2 months after the start of school, Yao Xian's spirit power has successfully broken through, and he was promoted to a level 6 spirit warrior, becoming the first breakthrough in the class. A student of level 6 soul warrior. After being promoted to level 6 spirit master, Yao Xian's meditation efficiency has also been further improved. The evolution point obtained from each practice has increased by nearly 50%, but correspondingly, the spirit power he needs to be promoted has also increased a lot. It was another 80 days before Yao Xian made a smooth breakthrough and was promoted to a 7th level soul warrior. Up to now, Yao Xian's spirit power level is still at the level of a 7th level spirit warrior, and the progress of the 8th level spirit warrior is only advanced by 30%. It is foreseeable that Yao Xian would not spend precious golden evolution points to strengthen his spirit power. It takes at least 2 months to be promoted to the 8th level spirit warrior. As for Yao Xian's mental power, he has also been continuously improving in meditations, from the original 45 points to 58 points, only one step away from breaking through the later stage of the Ling Yuan realm. In addition to the improvement of spirit power and spiritual power, Yao Xian also made great progress in forging. During the first 3 months of entering Mantian's studio, Yao Xian's task was to knock iron blocks 3,000 times a day, to train Yao Xian's forging skills. Not only that, as time goes by, the weight of the forging hammer on the hand has also increased continuously, from 5 kilograms to 10 kilograms, and finally to 25 kilograms. After 3 months of basic skills training, Meng Tian finally allowed Yao Xian to carry out some simple metal refining work. At the same time, on every Saturday, Meng Tian will also teach Yao Xian and Tang Wulin the forging skills. Relying on his strong physical fitness and the blessings brought by strengthening perception, Yao Xian has made rapid progress in forging. In the 5th month, he successfully completed the first 100 forging. For such an achievement, even if Meng Tian was very strict, he couldn't help but praise him again and again. For the 6th level forging master Meng Tian, 100 forging is actually just a trivial matter, but Yao Xian is only a 6-year-old child, and he has only been on the forging road for less than 5 months, and he can achieve such an achievement. It is no longer a word for genius to describe it, and to receive such a disciple, Man Tian feels that he is lucky. Finally, it was Yao Xian's progress in the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline. Unexpectedly, Yao Xian expected that after taking Tang Wulin as his younger brother and recognizing Naer as his younger sister, the acquisition of every golden evolution point in the future was difficult. In 6 months, Yao Xian only gained 31 evolution points, 3 of which were gained through meditation, 11 points through Tang Wulin, 4 points through Naer, 10 the points are obtained through promotion to the 1st level blacksmith. And the remaining 3 points are obtained through other events. For this 31 evolution point, Yao Xian naturally devoted all his ancestral blood to the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, making his Ancestral Dragon bloodline concentration reach 3%, and with the improvement of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, and forging the power to the Ancestral Dragon with the promotion of absorption, Yao Xian's strength has reached nearly 350 kilograms, which is extremely powerful. Chapter 21, Naer's Birthday. Looking through his own information in the system and seeing his growth, Yao Xian also nodded in satisfaction. After coming to Douluo continent for more than half a year, Yao Xian admitted that he was not in vain, and today, it is also special. That's Naer's birthday. After staying in Lin Zimen's home for half a year, Naer has basically adapted to her daily life and can take care of herself. After a period of declaration, Naer's identity certificate has also been processed and issued, so that she has legal status. Compared to half a year ago, Naer is undoubtedly a lot more lively. Although she is still reluctant to talk to strangers, at least in front of Lin Zimen, she is no longer as cautious as she was on the first day. As for her to Yao Xian, his dependence is getting deeper, and Yao Xian is always there for everything. Facing such a cute little loli, Yao Xian would naturally not be bored with such a cute little loli, although he was a little bit harassing, but only caring and loving, but Yao Xian never made any more aggressive actions. As a traverser, Yao Xian knows a truth. Some things should not be rushed, but should be done slowly. Those who make big things must not be greedy for temporary results, but must look at the overall situation and put a long line to catch the big fish. Now, Yao Xian's task is to plant a seed of love in Naer's heart, cultivate it carefully, and wait for it to slowly bloom and bear fruit. This must be a long process, and absolutely can't be anxious, otherwise, once Yao Xian made an improper move, it might leave a psychological shadow on Naer and make her completely black after awakening her memory. Because of this, the interaction between Yao Xian and Naer is at most such behaviors as touching their heads and pinching their faces. As for further intimate actions such as kissing, Yao Xian never implemented them. And on the special day of Naer's birthday, Yao Xian also asked Man Tian to take a day off. Although he was reluctant to do so, looking at Yao Xian's sincere appearance, Man Tian couldn't bear to refuse. He just asked Yao Xian to be here. Make up the workload at the weekend. Therefore, after school on this day, Yao Xian did not go to the Mantian studio as he did in the past, but walked straight to the house. On the way, he went to a department store and supermarket and bought a birthday gift for Naer. Big box of white chocolates. Although as the Silver Dragon King, Naer, like ordinary children, has a special love for sweets. Therefore, Yao Xian naturally chooses what she likes. Practice has proved that no matter how big a meal is, Naer's figure has never been will not get fat. Perhaps, this is the unique racial talent of the dragon race? In the process of forging, because Yao Xian was Mangtian's apprentice, Yao Xian could only get 20% of the remuneration, and the remaining 80% went to Mangtian. Even so, Yao Xian remained in the past 3 months. Saved a large amount of federal currency. At least, Yao Xian did not feel the slightest pain in buying this box of chocolates. What's more, for Yao Xian, such behavior can also be regarded as a very worthwhile investment, which will lay a good foundation for his future strategy of Guyuina. Foundation. While thinking about it, Yao Xian walked towards the house. The journey went smoothly. After more than 10 minutes, Yao Xian also pressed the doorbell as usual, and Naer greeted him with a smile on her face. Brother Yao Xian, welcome home. While talking, Naer buried her zhen shao on Yao Xian's chest and rubbed it lightly, as if she was about to stain Yao Xian's scent from her body. Happy birthday, Naer. Come and see what birthday present brother brought you. Reaching out and stroking Naer's short silver hair, Yao Xian also said with a smile. Thank you brother. I guess, it's delicious. Hearing that Yao Xian had prepared a present for herself, Naer's mouth was also cocked like a crescent. She pondered for a while, and then replied in an angel-like voice. Naer is so smart. Happy birthday, Naer, this is a birthday present from my brother. While praising Naer, Yao Xian also took out the prepared chocolate from behind and handed it to Naer in front of him. It's chocolate, hehe, thank you brother Yao Xian. Looking at the birthday gift in Yao Xian's hand, Naer also smiled. Ever since he tasted the taste of chocolate, the amnesiac Silver Dragon King fell in love with this unique human dessert. Well, it's still early, so let's chat together, wait till dinner is ordered, and then eat cake together. Cash red envelopes www.ltnovel.com to receive cash. Follow WeChat. Public account book friends Basecamp, cash/point currency waiting for you. Seeing that the time was still early, Yao Xian also said with a smile. Naer on the side naturally agreed and sat on the sofa with Yao Xian, leaning on Yao Xian's shoulders, listening to Yao Xian's recounting of interesting facts in the school and Mantian studio. By the way, brother Yao Xian, am I going to school soon? While chatting, Naer also asked Yao Xian curiously. Are you going to school? Yes, after today, Naer is already 6 years old, and she will have to go to school soon. In a few months, Naer will test the martial arts like me, and according to as a result, she was in the ordinary class or the soul master class. If Naer has the innate soul power, she can become a soul master like me. At that time, if Naer enters the soul master class, you can ask me if there is anything she can't do in her cultivation. In our grade, my cultivation speed has always been the fastest. Seeing Naer's question, Yao Xian also replied proudly. Okay. Wuhan? I don't know, what will my Wuhan be? Listening to Yao Xian's words, Naer's eyes also showed a trace of longing, but then a trace of confusion appeared again. For some reason, when she heard the word soul master, she felt inexplicable heart palpitations. Is your martial arts soul? I'll know it then. However, I think Naer is so beautiful, and the martial arts soul must be very powerful. Seeing Naer asking herself, Yao Xian rubbed Naer's face even though she knew that Naer's martial spirit was the Silver Dragon King and could not be detected by normal means, and then smiled and replied. In the cordial exchange between Yao Xian and Naer, time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, an hour passed. At this time, Lin Zimen also walked out of the kitchen, enthusiastically calling, and then brought a series of rich dishes to the table. Come on, Mom! Listening to Lin Zimen's call, Naer and Yao Xian almost agreed in unison, smiled at each other, and then rushed to the table. On the dining table, Naer's favorite deep-fried ribs are already placed. The fried golden pastry gleams under the light of the soul light, which can immediately arouse people's appetite, and they are also placed next to them. There are several dishes such as braised pork, beef with sauce and lettuce in oil. In the center of the table, there is a cream cake. In the center of the cake, there is a greeting card with 6 characters Happy Birthday, Naer written on it with a milkshake, and a variety of colorful fruits are dotted on the side. Chapter 22, I want to be with Yao Xian forever and progress. Come on, Naer, go and put candles on your cake. Book Friends benefit. You can get cash or credits by reading books, an iPhone 12 and Switch are waiting for you. Follow the VX public account Book Friends Basecamp to get it. Lin Zimen said with a smile while taking out 6 short candles and handing them to Naer. There seems to be a special temperament in Naer. After half a year of living together, Lin Zimen has fully recognized and accepted Naer in her heart, and also likes Naer, treating her like her own daughter. Okay, Mom. Listening to Lin Zimen's words, Naer also softly agreed, taking the candles from Lin Zimen's hand, and then inserting them one by one in the empty space of the cake. Come on, Naer, I will help you light a candle. Seeing that Naer had inserted the candle, Yao Xian also took a lighter from the side and lit the candle for Naer. Then, Lin Zimen also turned off the soul light in the living room, leaving only the faint light of the candle. People swayed back and forth. Come on, Naer, make a wish and blow out the candles. After singing the birthday song, Yao Xian also came to Naer's side and said with a smile. Well, brother Yao Xian. While talking, Naer came to stand in front of the cake, and then closed her eyes. I want to be with brother Yao Xian forever. Thinking silently in her heart, Naer also took a deep breath, and then slammed forward. Although Naer's mouth is very petite, her exhalation is quite powerful, and she blows out all the candles with just one blow. Wow, Naer, you are so amazing, you can blow out so many candles at once. Naer, did you know that if you can blow out all the candles on the cake at once, your wish is very likely to come true? Looking at Naer on the side, Yao Xian also said with a smile. Really? That's great. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Naer's face also smiled, and 2 cute dimples appeared. Okay, everyone, let's have dinner. On the side, seeing Yao Xian and Naer being so close, Lin Zimen also showed a faint smile on her face, and said while turning on the switch of the soul light. Great! Speaking of food, the smile on Naer's face was even brighter, and the family immediately began to enjoy this rich dinner. Time flies, and in an instant, nearly a year has passed since Naer's birthday, and Yao Xian's age has unknowingly reached 7.5 years old. In the second year of Yao Xian's enrollment, Naer also completed her spirit awakening. Surprisingly, Naer didn't even have a spirit at all. This is a very rare situation in the entire Douluo continent. In fact, Yao Xian knows that Naer is not without martial arts. As the incarnation of the Silver Dragon King, Naer's martial arts is her body the Silver Dragon King. It's just that Naer's memory has not awakened, so his spirit was also hidden and could not be detected. Of course, for this reason, Yao Xian naturally could only take it in his heart and couldn't explain it to other people, and because there was no spirit power, Naer could only study in the ordinary class, and could not enter the spirit master class to study. Because Naer is too beautiful, she always attracts the curiosity of other male classmates and the jealousy of girls, and even some bear kids want to bully Naer. For these guys, Yao Xian is naturally rude, made a decisive move and taught them profound lessons. For Yao Xian, even at the age of 6.5, his strength has exceeded 200 kilograms, which is greater than the combined strength of 2 ordinary adults. It is naturally easy to deal with these little kids. However, Yao Xian's shots are also very measured. Every time the bear children screamed so painfully, they never left any scars on his body, let alone seeing blood, plus Yao Xian did have a reason for his shots. It was the one with the highest score in the Soul Master class, but Yao Xian himself didn't receive much punishment, he just wrote a few short reviews. Because of the existence of Yao Xian, no one in Red Mountain College dared to bully Naer anymore, and the students knew that Naer had an older brother named Yao Xian who was very strong and fierce in fighting. Naer, just wait to get beaten. As for why he helped Naer, Yao Xian's reason is also very simple. The most important thing is that he really likes Naer and treats her as his own sister. How can Yao Xian swallow her when her sister is bullied? In addition, it is the extra gold evolution points. During the half-year of Naer's school, Yao Xian also gained nearly 20 gold evolution points by driving away the bear children. It can be said that the gain is quite rich. Today, it was also a special day. Yao Xian felt that his soul power had reached the bottleneck, and soon he could break through the bottleneck of level 9 and advance to level 10. Yes, after a whole year of training, Yao Xian is finally about to enter the threshold of a soul master. At the same time, his spiritual power has also successfully broken through to the late stage of the Ling Yuan realm, reaching the point of 83 points. Although it is far from the Ling Yuan, there is still a certain distance to 90 points at the peak of the realm, but not far away. In addition to the progress in spirit power and spiritual power, Yao Xian also made progress in forging, ancestral dragon bloodline and physical fitness. The first is forging. Soon after Yao Xian's 7th birthday, Yao Xian has successfully completed 100 forgings for 10 different metals, reaching the level of a second-level forging master, although there is still a long way to go before Qian forging. But such a fast and proud achievement has already amazed Meng Tian. As a result of successfully breaking through the level 2 blacksmith, Yao Xian also successfully completed the second phase of the side task and received 30 golden evolution points. At the same time, Yao Xian's task was upgraded from forging metal to building some simple parts to exercise Yao Xian's forging skills. In addition to the golden evolution points obtained by the side missions and the golden evolution points obtained by helping Naer, Yao Xian also obtained a lot of golden evolution points through cultivation and other means, reaching as many as 80 points in total. For these golden evolution points, Yao Xian still invested all of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, making his Ancestral Dragon bloodline 4.8%, and as the bloodline strengthened, Yao Xian's power also further increased. On the day of his 7th birthday, Meng Tian once tested Yao Xian's strength. Although Yao Xian had deliberately failed to exert all his strength, the result of 300 kilograms had already made Meng Tian dumbfounded. Even if it was Brother Long, if he did not use his soul, Li Jiaji is no better than Yao Xian in pure strength, and Yao Xian is only a 7-year-old child. After the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline was improved again, Yao Xian's power was further improved. Although the remaining Ancestral Dragon's power of the primary Ancestral Dragon body has been basically absorbed, it is only due to the physical enhancement of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline. Yao Xian's physical strength has reached 500 kilograms, almost 2.5 times that of Tang Wulin. Chapter 23, Breakthrough, 10th Level Spirit Power. Walking out of the teaching building, Yao Xian did not rush home, but waited quietly downstairs in the teaching building. Brother Yao Xian, I'm here. Not long after, the cute little Lori, with short silver hair, big watery purple eyes, and wearing school uniform, ran out of the stairs. "Naer, don't worry, run slowly, don't fall." Looking at the figure of Naer in the distance, Yao Xian's eyes also showed a hint of doting, and then he instructed intimately. A year and a half later, due to the unlocking of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline and the effect of the Ancestral Dragon body, Yao Xian's height suddenly increased by nearly 10 centimeters. On the contrary, it was Naer. Her change was not big, but her height increased a little. How to look at the age and Yao Xian are not only half a year old. "Brother Yao Xian, let's go quickly. Collect free books, follow v.x Book Friends Base Camp, recommend your favorite novels and receive cash red envelopes." When she got to Yao Xian's side, Naer also took Yao Xian's arm and shook it lightly, then said, "Well, let's go, I'll take you home." Because of Naer's overly beautiful appearance, it is easy to become the target of some unscrupulous young people. Therefore, since Naer started school, Yao Xian has also undertaken the task of escorting Naer home. In the beginning, there were indeed a few bad young people who wanted to beat Naer's idea, but since Yao Xian lifted them one by one above his head, and then fell on the ground in a hazy manner, they all understood that Yao Xian seemed to be young. What a terrible power is hidden in his body! Since that day, almost no one dared to intercept Yao Xian and Naer on the road, and the two of them were naturally happy and enjoying the rare time of the two. After Naer was escorted home safely, Yao Xian also changed into work clothes, then left the house again and rushed to the Mantian studio. "Brother Xian, you are here." Just like a year and a half ago, seeing Yao Xian walk into the forging room, Tang Wulin also showed a respectful and envious look, and then respectfully greeted Yao Xian. "Well, here I am, Wulin. By the way, you should also start the 5th metal forging, right?" Seeing Tang Wulin greet himself, Yao Xian naturally greeted him and asked. Yao Xian naturally has to maintain a good relationship with Tang Wulin, the son of destiny, so that he can gain more golden evolution points in the future. "Well, yes. Alas, Brother Xian, although the teacher said that my talent in forging is already very good, but compared to you, I feel that I have a huge gap. And, Brother Xian, you should is it about to break through level 10 soon?" Seeing Yao Xian asking himself, Tang Wulin also answered truthfully, sighed silently, and asked. 10th level? Yes, my spirit power is basically saturated. I feel that if I meditate once or twice tonight or tomorrow afternoon, I can successfully break through to level 10. Hearing Tang Wulin's question, Yao Xian also nodded to answer while packing the forging table. 10th level, I really envy you, Brother Xian, you will soon become a real soul master. After receiving Yao Xian's reply, Tang Wulin's eyes also flashed with envy, and then said with some yearning. Although Tang Wulin has been working hard and has received repeated guidance from Yao Xian, his cultivation is only capable of breaking through level 7, and there is still a long way to go before breaking through level 10. But, Wulin, you should be level 7 too? Just meditate well, I am sure, you will have no problem breaking through level 10 before graduation. Then we can go to the Intermediate Academy to continue our practice together. Of course, if you have any questions about practice or forging, please come and discuss with me, maybe my experience will be helpful to you. Seeing the envy in Tang Wulin's eyes, Yao Xian also patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder, then comforted. Thank you for the encouragement of Brother Xian. I will definitely practice hard and become a powerful soul master. It has always been my dream. With the help of Brother Xian, I believe I can do it. Hearing Yao Xian's encouragement, Tang Wulin also clenched his fists, and then replied in a deep voice, his eyes full of determination. After talking to Tang Wulin for a few words, Yao Xian also came to his job and started his day's work. According to Mang Tian's statement, with Yao Xian's power, once a soul master is advanced, he can try 1,000 forging. Therefore, Yao Xian is also looking forward to breaking through the soul master. But now, his task is still focused on creating 100 forging parts. After an hour and a half, Yao Xian had completed the set task, passed Mang Tian's acceptance, and went home alone. After a family of 3 had dinner, Yao Xian also chatted with Nair, then entered his room, locked the door, closed the curtains, put on earmuffs, and sat on the bed. Soul Power, Level 9, 98.7%. Soul Warrior. With a thought, Yao Xian also sank into the system, watching the progress of his realm, and silently nodded. Very well, it's today, then, let's start. As he thought about it, Yao Xian closed his eyes, calmed his mind, cleared out the distracting thoughts in his heart, emptied his brain, and then silently urged the 5 hearts to heaven to absorb the spirit power around him. In Yao Xian's spiritual world, groups of white free spirit power light groups were captured, and then under Yao Xian's traction, they continued to flood Yao Xian's body, following Yao Xian's meridians for a week, and finally deposited in Yao Xian's Danshan. It was completely assimilated and turned into a part of Yao Xian's soul power. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour and a half. Just when Yao Xian assimilated a new group of free spirit power, a crisp click sound suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that some shackles that bound him had been broken, Yao Xian knew. He has successfully broken through, breaking through to level 10. Since the souls have not yet been fused, Yao Xian cannot truly be called a soul master, but can only be called a quasi-soul master. Only after fusing the souls and acquiring the soul skills can he truly enter the realm of soul masters. For Yao Xian, it is naturally not difficult to integrate souls, so he also silently recovered his spiritual power, interrupted the 5 hearts to heaven, and opened his eyes. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, the total amount of soul power increases, successfully breaking through the 9th level bottleneck, reaching level 10, current soul power, level 10, 0.0%. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, mental power increases, current mental power, 85.49%. Because of breaking through level 10, 2 additional points of spiritual power are gained. Practicing 5 hearts to heaven, the system absorbs soul power energy, evolution point plus 341, current evolution point, 6201. You have reached the realm of the quasi-spirit master. Please obtain the soul as soon as possible to break through to the realm of the soul master. Silently stood up, a silver light flashed in Yao Xian's sea of consciousness, and a system prompt box also appeared suddenly. Looking at the system prompt message, Yao Xian also nodded in satisfaction. Soul Master Realm, I'm coming. Chapter 24, Reward, Rush to the Spirit Pagoda. Mom, Naer, I succeeded. Just now, I have successfully broken through level 10. Walking out of the room, Yao Xian's face was filled with a brilliant smile, and then he thanked Lin Zimen and Nair. Congratulations, my child. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Lin Zimen's face also showed a proud smile, and then said to Yao Xian's joy that being able to break through the Soul Master is absolutely a gratifying thing for anyone on the Douluo continent. What's more, Yao Xian is only 7.5 years old now, and being able to break through the Soul Master so quickly also proves Yao Xian's potential for promotion in the future. For this reason, Lin Zimen is also happy for Yao Xian from the heart. Brother Yao Xian, you are the best. On the other side, Naer, who was holding a lollipop on the sofa, also came to Yao Xian's side, shook Yao Xian's hand, smiled and blessed. Even though every time I heard the word Soul Master, Naer would feel an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, but when she learned that Yao Xian was going to be promoted to a Soul Master, Naer didn't have any strange feelings in her heart. Full of joy and happiness. The next day, Red Mountain College, the principal's office. Oh, Yao Xian, right? You said that your spirit power has exceeded level 10. Then let's check it out now. Listening to Yao Xian's report, Yang Yuzhuo, the principal of Red Mountain College, also showed a hint of approval in his eyes, and then took Yao Xian and Lin Zimen to the soul power testing room in the college. Yao Xian also relaxes after the testing equipment is activated, and slowly releases his soul power. 1, 2, 10. In less than 5 seconds of the clock, the number on the soul power detector jumped from 1 to 10. Looking at the results on the screen, Yang Yuzhuo nodded in satisfaction. Yes, you can break through the 10th grade at the age of 7.5, Yao Xian, in our Red Mountain College, your results have been the best in the past 10 years. At the same time, because you are the first one in your first grade to break through the 10th grade. For a spirit master of the first class, the school will also reward you with a 10-year spirit for free. Looking at Yao Xian, Yang Yuzhuo patted Yao Xian on the shoulder and encouraged. Thank you, Principal. Listening to Yang Yuzhuo's words, Yao Xian also showed an excited smile on his face, and then thanked him. Nothing. Rewarding outstanding classmates is the school's usual practice. Rewarding is also the reward you deserve for your hard work. In addition, when you are successfully promoted to the Soul Master, you will have to give a speech at the next grade meeting to encourage you. Inspire other students. Now, since you have successfully made a breakthrough, today the school will also approve you for a day off, and let Teacher Lin take you to the Spirit Pagoda to obtain the soul. Here is a 10-year soul exchange voucher. Spirit Tower, you can ask Master Spiritist to choose a 10-year spirit for you. Number 888 Number Follow VX. Public Account Book Friends Base Camp, watch popular works, draw 888 cash red envelopes. While talking, Yang Yuzhuo took out a copper brown card and handed it to Lin Zimen. Immediately, Lin Zimen also took Yao Xian to the Spirit Chuan Tower branch in Ala City. 15 minutes later, in the central area of Ala City, Chuan Ling Pagoda branch. Yao Xian, here we are. Looking at the building in front of him, Lin Zimen's eyes showed a trace of nostalgia, and then explained to Yao Xian next to him. Well, Mom, it's such a spectacular building. While responding, Yao Xian raised his head and looked at the Spirit Transmission Pagoda in front of him. This is an octagonal 3-story building with a square exterior and a magnificent look. The main entrance is wide open, and the floor is covered with a layer of marble, which looks very impressive. However, there was no communication outside of the spiritual pagoda. After all, only spirit masters would come to the spiritual pagoda, and in a small place like Ala City, the number of soul masters was really very small. It is precisely because of this that the Spirit Transmission Tower in Ala City is only the lowest level Spirit Transmission Tower branch, but even so, this Spirit Transmission Tower is basically the largest building in Ala City. Above the low-level Spirit Transmission Tower, there is also a 7-story intermediate Spirit Transmission Tower. It is located in a medium-sized city in the Sun-Moon Federation. The Spirit Transmission Tower in large cities is 13 stories high. The headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower is located Shrek City, with a height of 81 floors, is also one of the most magnificent buildings on the Douluo continent. As for the Spirit Spreading Pagoda itself, it was an organization founded by Huo Yuhao 10,000 years ago. Because of their cross-age research artificial souls, the Spirit Spreading Pagoda has even surpassed Tang Sect and Shrek Academy. A superpower that straddles the Sun-Moon Federation, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Star Luo Federation, with countless powerhouses. While looking at the Spirit Spreading Pagoda, Yao Xian's heart also showed various information about the Spirit Spreading Pagoda. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that sooner or later, his footprints will conquer this place, and he is bound to become the Douluo continent. The strongest person above, to change the tragedy that shouldn't happen. Yao Xian, let's go in. Looking at Yao Xian, who was dumbfounded on the side, Lin Zimen also called out softly, then took Yao Xian's hand and walked into the interior of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Like the appearance, the interior of the Spiritual Passage Pagoda is also very wide, surrounded by closed arches, and in the middle is a counter. Behind it sits a person who is about 40 years old, wearing a grey robe, and is closing. He is a spiritual teacher who has nourishing eyes. Hello, my child's spirit power has exceeded level 10. Today I will bring him to buy spirits. Here is our proof. When he came to the counter, Lin Zimen also took out the copper brown card from his pocket, and then spoke. Okay, I see, let me check the authenticity of this card first. Listening to Lin Zimen's words, the spiritual master had also opened his eyes, and then the card passed by Lin Zimen was swiped on a testing terminal nearby. Well, there is no problem with your 10-year soul exchange card. You can exchange it for a 10-year white soul suitable for your martial soul. Child, come with me first, let me test your mental power for you. In addition, test your mental power. The cost of this requires 100 federal currency, please pay it first. Looking at the green light shining on the terminal, the spiritual master nodded, and then said businessly. Well, yes, here. Listening to the words of the spiritual master, Lin Zimen also took out a 100 federal currency and handed it to the spiritual master. Immediately, the spiritual master led Yao Xian into a room, and Lin Zimen is waiting in the hall. This is a room with a modern color. It is not as primitive as the outside. There are many instruments inside. The spiritualist motioned Yao Xian to sit down on a large chair and pressed several buttons on the workbench. A metal helmet-like instrument slowly landed from the ceiling and placed it on Yao Xian's head. Chapter 25, Mental Strength, it can be said to be a genius. In the Wuhan Temple Tang San era 20,000 years ago, although spiritual power also existed, it was not valued by the soul masters of that era, let alone any division of spiritual power. However, since the emergence of Huo Yuhao and the soul 10,000 years ago, spiritual power has become more and more important to the status of a soul master. Spiritual power is the foundation of fusing souls. The stronger a soul is, the more powerful it is to surrender and merge it. The higher the spiritual power requirements of the soul master. After generations of soul masters' research and summary, spiritual power has also been divided into 6 levels, namely Ling Yuan, Ling Tong, Ling Hai, Ling Yuan, Ling Yu, and Shen Yuan. At the same time, for the description is convenient, and a value used to quantify mental power is also defined. The spiritual power is between 0 and 99 points, which is the spiritual origin realm, and the most basic spiritual power, which can carry yellow souls at most. The spiritual power is between 100 and 499 points, which is the spiritual channel. At this time, the soul master can control his spiritual power and can carry the purple soul. Above the Ling Tong realm is the Ling Hai realm, which means that the spiritual power is as deep as the vast ocean, and it is also the basis for becoming a powerful soul master, capable of carrying black souls. The spiritual power of a Spirit Sea realm spirit master is between 500 and 4,999 points, and the Spirit Sea realm is also the limit that most spirit masters can reach in a lifetime. Above the Ling Hai realm, there is the Ling Yuan realm. The strong spiritual power of the Ling Yuan realm can even influence the material world in a small area. It is also the basis for the achievement of titled Douluo, which can carry the legendary spirit of 100,000 years. The spiritual power of a spiritual abyss realm soul master is between 5,000 and 19,999 points, which is also the limit of human beings, and only a few people in an era can break through the shackles of the Ling Yuan realm. Above the spiritual realm, it is the spiritual realm. At this time, the spirit master can condense the spiritual power into a realm, and can integrate spirits of any level. The power is infinite, and it is also the basis for the achievement of the ultimate Douluo. The mental power is between 20,000 and 49,999 points. Finally, it is the realm of the gods, and it is also the field in which gods can set foot in the legend. According to the theory, the spiritual power of the strong of the gods should reach more than 50,000 points. According to legend, only the founder of the spiritual tower and the soaring to the gods Huo Yuhao have such mental power. Don't be nervous, stay relaxed. During the test, you may feel a little dizzy in your head. It's normal at this time, you just need to stay relaxed. Just as Yao Xian recalled the knowledge about spiritual power, the spiritual master's instructions also drew Yao Xian's attention back to the real world. Yes, my lord, I see. After receiving Yao Xian's reply, the spiritualist continued to press another button on the workbench. Immediately, the helmet covering Yao Xian's head began to emit a soft white light, and the soul guide screen on the side was red. The numbers began to beat. 20, 30, 40, 85. The number jumped quickly at first, but it soon stabilized. Looking at Yao Xian's test results, a shocked expression flashed across the face of the spiritual master. 85 o'clock, how is it possible? Is there something wrong with the machine? Staring at the result of Yao Xian's test, the spiritual master also muttered to himself, then walked to Yao Xian's side and said, "My child, the instrument for testing mental power may be malfunctioning. Your mental power, the data is a bit abnormal, don't worry, I will test it for you again." While talking, the spiritual master turned on the instrument again and conducted a test for Yao Xian, but Yao Xian's mental power was still the same as the last time, fixed at 85 o'clock. Facts proved that there was no problem with the instrument. 85 points of mental power, genius, what a genius! My child, I don't know what level of your innate spirit power is. Looking at Yao Xian, the tone of the spiritual master also changed a little, trembling, and then asked. Innate soul power? My innate soul power is level 5. Listening to the words of the spiritual master, Yao Xian also truthfully replied that all the information was recorded, and there was no need for him to lie. Level 5? What a pity! If your innate soul power can reach level 7, with your mental power performance, you will definitely have the opportunity to be recommended to join the Spirit Transmission Tower and receive key training. It is a pity. Listening to Yao Xian's answer, the spiritual master also showed a trace of regret in his eyes, and then continued. For ordinary spirit masters, their mental power at the age of 7.5 is only about 30 on average. Yao Xian's mental power is almost 3 times theirs. It is not unreasonably strong. It can be said that in the future, the spirit of fusion, Yao Xian has a natural advantage. For a spirit master with such a strong spirit power, there is no need for innate spirit power to be too high. As long as it reaches level 7 or higher, it almost has the potential of an advanced soul saint, and it can even go further and attack the realm of the soul and even the titled Douluo. Therefore, Chuanling Pagoda is naturally willing to invest in them in advance and earn them under their command. However, Yao Xian's innate soul power is only at level 5. Generally speaking, even if luck is good, a soul master with innate soul power at level 5 can only break through the realm of the Soul King or Soul Emperor. It is almost impossible to advance to the Soul Sage, resources it is limited, so it is naturally impossible for the Spirit Spreading Tower to provide additional resources for these spirit masters. Is this why the system has set my innate soul power at level 5? That's how it is. Listening to the words of the spiritual master, Yao Xian also had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. As a traverser, Yao Xian's spiritual power is inherently stronger than that of ordinary children. If the innate spirit power is very strong, it is very likely that he will be taken over and cultivated by the great forces such as the Spirit Spreading Pagoda and the Sun-Moon Federation. In that case, although Yao Xian received more training resources in the early stage, he would lose the opportunity to contact Nair and plant the seeds of love in Nair's heart. It would also be difficult to establish a relationship with Tang Wulin, the son of destiny. Contact can be said to have picked up sesame seeds, lost watermelon, and lost great opportunities. Master Spiritist, is my mental power very high? While thinking about it, Yao Xian asked knowingly. It's not just very tall, you can be said to be a super genius, but you are the soul warrior with the best mental power in my life. Unfortunately, compared to your spiritual power, your innate soul power is still lacking, otherwise, Your future can be said to be boundless. However, don't be discouraged. Your mental power can bring great convenience to your future practice. As long as you don't be lazy, there will be no problem in entering the college. If you can advance to the Soul King in the future, you will be equipped with mechas. It can be considered that there is a face and a face in the Soul Master world. Now, I will give you a test report first, and when you go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, you can hand it in directly, and then I will take you to select the soul. It seems that because of Yao Xian's extremely high spiritual power, this spiritual master's tone was also calmed down a lot. While printing out Yao Xian's test results with the Soul Guide printer, he encouraged Yao Xian. No money to read novels? Give you cash or coins, and receive it within 1 day. Follow the public number book Friends Base Camp, get it for free. Chapter 26, Fusion of Souls, Promotion to Soul Master. Child, what is your martial spirit? In our Ala City Spirit Pagoda, there are a total of 73 white spirits to choose from. I will help you choose a relatively suitable spirit based on your martial spirit. Looking at Yao Xian, the spiritual master said lightly. Master Spiritist, my spirit is lizard. Yao Xian also immediately replied when he heard the question from the spiritual master. Lizard dragon? This is a more powerful beast spirit. Since your spirit is a lizard dragon, choose the spirit of the black rock snake for 10 years. The snake can be considered to have a certain connection with the dragon, so it is with you Wuhan will also be more cooperative. Hearing Yao Xian's answer, the spiritual master thought for a moment, and then suggested. Thank you for your suggestion. Then I will choose Black Rock Snake as my soul. Yao Xian replied without thinking after receiving the advice of the spiritual master. As far as Yao Xian is concerned, the fusion of souls does not make much sense. It is only for advanced soul masters. As long as advanced soul masters, Yao Xian can receive system rewards and replace the original souls with infinite growth souls. Soul, therefore, Yao Xian also simply accepted the advice of the spiritual master. Okay, then you come with me. While talking, the spiritual master led the way and led Yao Xian to another room on the opposite corner. Compared with the previous mental power test room, the area of this room is much larger, and in the middle of the room is a cylindrical instrument with a height of 5 meters and a radius of about 3 meters. The cultivation tank is similar. The inside of this instrument is filled with a viscous green liquid. In addition, there are many transparent spheres with a diameter of about 30 centimeters suspended inside the instrument, each emitting a faint glow. When he walked to the instrument, the spiritualist also pressed several buttons. Then, a white spirit ball fell from the exit of the machine and fell into the metal box below. Press this button, and you can release your soul. After the research of our spiritual tower, the soul master will release the soul by himself. This kind of soul and soul master have a higher degree of integration, so this process is up to you, do it yourself. He picked up the soul ball and placed it on top of an oval instrument next to it. Then, the spiritual master also ordered Yao Xian to come to the instrument. I understand, Master Spiritist. Hearing the words of the spiritual master, Yao Xian also nodded, and then walked to the side of the instrument and stretched out his hand to press the button. Along with Yao Xian's movements, a soft yellow light was emitted from the instrument, falling on the soul orb. Immediately, the surface of the soul orb also emitted a faint light. The surface of the original sealed sphere gradually became transparent. Exudes a faint breath of life. A faint white light flashed, and immediately, the entire soul ball slowly opened from the middle, and in the center of the soul ball, there appeared a head about 60 centimeters in length and a diameter similar to that of an adult's wrist, with black scales on the body. The snake-shaped soul shrank into a ball. Come on, this is your soul, the black rock snake for 10 years. Now, as long as you are ready, you can formally integrate it and promote it to a soul master. Looking at the snake-shaped soul, the spiritual master also explained. Well, I'm ready. Hearing the words of the spiritual master, Yao Xian nodded, and then firmly said that for him, fusion of a 10-year spirit is not a problem at all, and this is just a cut scene. This black rock snake spirit will be replaced by the infinite growth spirit rewarded by the system. Okay, then come with me. For the soul masters who purchase spirits in the spirit transmission tower, we will provide a training room to help them smoothly integrate the spirits and complete the promotion. Seeing that Yao Xian was ready, the spiritual master also explained, and then led Yao Xian to a training room. This is a training room with an area of 20 cubic meters. Around the training room, many soul-guided magic formations are depicted. Obviously, these magic formations should be soul-gathering magic formations. Yao Xian walked into the training room and approached. The soul guide array in the training room also lit up one after another. Suddenly, Yao Xian felt that the concentration of soul power in the training room suddenly increased. At the same time, a faint fragrance did not know where it came from. Coming, Yao Xian couldn't help but feel refreshed. Let's start. Sitting quietly on the ground, Yao Xian also placed the original spirit ball on the ground, and then sat cross-legged, holding his breath, clearing out the distracting thoughts, and probing his right hand into the spirit ball. As far as low-level spirits are concerned, they don't have entities, they are just illusory forms, but Yao Xian still feels that he has touched something warm. With a heart move, in front of Yao Xian, the 9 color rays of light suddenly converged, and the ancestral dragon martial soul suddenly appeared. At this moment, the black rock snake soul, who was still alive, suddenly shook his body, and his eyes flashed with terrifying brilliance. The energetic body instantly curled up into a ball. Fusion me. With a heartbeat, the ancestral dragon martial spirit in front of Yao Xian rushed towards the spirit ball, and immediately opened his mouth and gently inhaled. The black rock snake spirit instantly shrank and was sucked into the ancestral dragon martial spirit. As the black rock snake soul was absorbed by the ancestral dragon martial soul, the process of soul fusion officially began. Yao Xian closed his eyes and started the soul fusion according to the method taught in the school. With the start of the soul spirit fusion, the soul power fluctuations in Yao Xian's body began to become violent, and the soul power in his body boiled, rushing out like a wave, impacting the bottleneck of the soul master realm. With the impact of the soul power waves, cracks quickly appeared on the bottleneck that bound Yao Xian, and when they were close to those cracks, they expanded into cracks, and finally fell apart with a crisp sound, and was completely broken. At this moment, Yao Xian suddenly felt lighter in his body. Immediately, a huge suction suddenly appeared in his danshan, madly sucking the soul power in the room towards his body, and through his meridians, his danshan surged. Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, pay attention to send cash and coins. At the same time, Yao Xian also felt that his spine suddenly became hot, and a stream of extremely hot heat gushed from the depths of his body, and followed his blood vessels, rushing madly everywhere in his body. If Yao Xian could consider himself at this time, he would be surprised to find that inside his body, a burst of strange energy of 9 colors was spreading, forming a very complex, mysterious, and full of great power inside his body. Color grid. And every time those grids pass, the cells in Yao Xian's body are madly absorbing this 9 color energy, undergoing the deepest level of transformation, undergoing a leap at the level of life, and the aura becomes deeper and deeper. And powerful. Chapter 27, Successful Promotion, Generous Rewards. It's a familiar breath. But what is it? At the moment when Yao Xian broke through the bottleneck of the Soul Master, in the Red Mountain College in the distance, Naer also turned her head involuntarily, looking towards the spirit tower of Ala City. A trace of confusion appeared in her big purple eyes. Color. Similar to Naer's reaction, at the moment Yao Xian broke through, Tang Wulin suddenly felt his body tremble. A heat flow was triggered from his tailbone, followed his body for a week, and finally disappeared slowly. Don't mention the feelings that Naer and Tang Wulin had. At this moment, Yao Xian was in the process of being promoted in the training room of the spirit-spreading pagoda. With the transformation of Yao Xian's body by the nine-color energy, Yao Xian only felt that his body the extreme comfort is like returning to the mother's womb, being constantly nourished, and both mentally and physically are under extreme relaxation. Ding! Congratulations on your successful fusion of souls and promotion to level 11 Soul Masters. Ding! Congratulations on your successful completion of the mission Promoted Soul Master. Congratulations on your reward for the mission, Gold Evolution Points X100, Soul Forging Techniques, First 3 Levels, System Capacity Storage, System Capacity Enhancement Meditation, Unlimited Growth Soul Spirit X1, System Props will replace the original soul after use. Ding! Successfully promoted to the Soul Master, the personal information has been updated, do you want to check it? Half an hour later, this extremely comfortable feeling finally disappeared slowly, and at this moment, the system's prompt sound also sounded in Yao Xian's ear. Check. Listening to the system prompt, Yao Xian also nodded silently. Name, Yao Xian. Age, 7.5. System ability, Observing Eye, Strengthening Charm, Strengthening Perception, Spatial Storage, Inactive, Strengthening Meditation, Inactive. Wuhan, Zilong. Soul Power, Level 11, 0.0%. Soul Master. Unlocking Degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 4.8%. Mental Power, 91, 0.0%. Peak of Ling Yuan Realm. Spirit, Black Rock Snake, temporary use, can be replaced at any time, please use the system reward Unlimited Growth Spirit to replace. Spirit Skills, not yet unlocked, the exclusive spirits rewarded by the fusion system will be activated afterwards. Bloodline Ability, Primary Ancestral Dragon Body. Battle Armor, none. Mecha, none. Evolution Point, 6201. Golden Evolution Point, 101. Skills, Forging, Level 2, Mecha Design, Level 0, Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0, Mecha Repair, Level 0. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, a silver light flashed before his eyes, forming a simple data frame, showing Yao Xian's overall attributes after promotion. Reading red envelopes follow the public. Public accounts book Friends Base Camp, reading up to 888 cash red envelopes. Awesome! I have finally been promoted to a Soul Master. Finally, on the road of spiritual practice, I took the first step. Feeling the soul power in his body several times more abundantly, Yao Xian's face couldn't help but be filled with a satisfied smile. Not just the breakthrough of soul power, his spiritual power also increased by 6 points in the process of promotion to Soul Master, reaching at 91 points, he broke through to the pinnacle of Ling Yuan realm. Not only that, Yao Xian has also acquired 2 brand new system skills. For these skills, Yao Xian is going to return to his home to unlock them. He does not plan to unlock them in the Spirit Transmission Tower. Ding! Get the new main quest, Break Through the Great Soul Master, do you accept the quest? Just as Yao Xian was about to get up and leave the training room, in his ears, the system prompt sounded again. Accept. Accompanied by Yao Xian's thoughts, the original information frame disappeared before his eyes, and then a task frame reappeared with a flash of silver light. Task Name, Break Through the Great Soul Master. Task Description, after entering the realm of the Soul Master, you have got rid of the mortal body and entered the realm of transcendence. But in the world of the Soul Master, the realm of the Soul Master is only a starting point. In order to occupy a place in the world of the Soul Master in the future, you must not relax at all. You must hurry and break through the next realm of the Soul Master as soon as possible, the Great Soul Master. Time limit, 2 years. Failure penalty, none, you will not be able to get task rewards if you overtime. Task reward, Golden Evolution Points x1000, Superb Cohesion of System Ability, Simulated Battle Space with System Ability. Special note, Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit and Ancestral Dragon Bloodline are complementary to each other. In order to ensure your perfect promotion, please try to increase the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline to 10% before breaking through level 20, and unlock the first stage Bloodline ability, otherwise may be detrimental to your future development. Are you going to break through the Great Soul Master in 2 years? After I have the soul forging technique, as long as I hurry up, it will not be difficult. Now, I should hurry home to unlock the new system abilities, and integrate the infinite growth type soul spirit gifted by the system. Really unlock the first spirit ability. However, it is easy to break through the Great Soul Master, but it is not so easy to increase the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline to 10% before level 20. It seems that in order to be able to perfect the promotion to the Great Soul Master, for the sake of my future development, I can never relax. While thinking, Yao Xian stood up from the ground, and then left the training room. Child, have you successfully promoted to a Soul Master? So fast. Watching Yao Xian walk out of the training room, the spiritual master who was looking after him outside also asked in surprise. Yes, Master Spreader, it doesn't feel difficult to fuse souls. I tried it once and it succeeded. Looking at the spiritual master, Yao Xian also replied. That's right, your mental power has basically reached 3 times that of a spirit warrior of the same level, and you have a 10-year spirit that has been fused together, plus your martial spirit is also higher than this spirit, so smooth fusion is normal. Since you have advanced a spirit master, let's perform a soul power test. After the test is successful, the record of your promotion to the Spirit Master will also be recorded in the files of the Sun and Moon Federation. In the future, you can also receive one from the Federation every month. Thousands of federal coins are rewarded. After listening to Yao Xian's words, the spiritual master also thought of something, nodded if he had realized it, and then led Yao Xian out of the training room. Yao Xian, have you successfully merged your souls? Seeing the spiritual master taking Yao Xian out, Lin Zimen also asked Yao Xian. Mom, I succeeded. Now, I am also a soul master. This spiritual master will also take me to test the soul power and register. Hearing Lin Zimen's question, Yao Xian also replied. Okay, it's fine if you succeed, Mom is proud of you, go, Mom is here waiting for you. After receiving the news of Yao Xian's success, Lin Zimen's face also showed a relaxed expression. The spiritual master took Yao Xian to another soul power test room, and then ordered Yao Xian to sit on another soul guidance instrument and release his soul power. Level 11, okay, it seems that you have successfully promoted to a soul master. Congratulations, young man, I will issue a certificate for you and put it on record now. Looking at the results on the spirit power tester, the spiritual master also nodded, and said to Yao Xian, half an hour later, holding his soul master's certificate, Yao Xian and Lin Zimen also left the spiritual transmission tower. Walked to his home. Chapter 28, Forge Soul Forging Tactics, Strengthen Meditation. Yao Xian and Lin Zimen left school at about 8 o'clock in the morning, because Yao Xian only spent about half an hour in the process of fusing the souls. Therefore, when Lin Zimen took Yao Xian to leave the spiritual transmission pagoda, there was still time. It was less than 10 in the morning. After more than 10 minutes of walking, Lin Zimen and Yao Xian also returned home. At this time, Lin Zimen began to prepare lunch for the 2 big stomach kings Yao Xian and Nair, and Yao Xian walked into his own. In the bedroom, close the door, sit cross-legged on the ground, and sink into the system space with a thought. You have obtained the exercise method, Forging Soul Forging Art, first 3 levels. Have you begun to accept the exercise method inheritance? The idea was on the system options, and a system prompt sounded in his ears. Yes. Hearing the prompt from the system, Yao Xian nodded silently to confirm. Ding! Prepare to carry on the first 3 levels of cultivation technique inheritance of the soul forging technique. Please keep your consciousness clear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sound of the system sounded, and immediately afterwards, Yao Xian only felt that a section of the profound exercises and the corresponding understanding of the exercises were turned into a flow of information, which continuously poured into his sea of knowledge, and was quickly understood and absorbed by him. Ding! The transfer is complete. 10 minutes later, when Yao Xian felt a little dizzy in his head, accompanied by a crisp sound of ding and system prompts, the flow of information to inherit this technique finally stopped abruptly. Oh my god, this soul forging secret art is so powerful, it deserves to be a technique with the word good fortune in its name. Recalling the description of the soul forging technique in the inheritance he accepted, Yao Xian's eyes also flashed with scorching heat. As a reward from the system, this soul forging secret art is naturally not an ordinary product, and according to the information Yao Xian received, this soul forging secret art is really right, which can be said to be incomparable. First of all, the soul forging technique is a technique that can be cultivated to the level. It is divided into 18 levels. The first 12 levels correspond to the Soul Master, the Great Soul Master, the Soul Respect, the Soul Sect, the Soul King, the cultivation of Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, Title Douluo, Ultimate Douluo, Quasi Half-God, and Quasi-God is for mortals. The last 6 levels of the soul forging technique belong to the gods, corresponding to the cultivation of the 3rd level gods, 2nd level gods, 1st level gods, 3rd level gods, 2nd level gods, and 1st level gods. Not only that, in the forging soul art, it also records how to condense the Godhead, exalt the kingdom of the gods, and achieve the gods, and it is the most perfect method to obtain the strongest promotion potential after achieving the gods. Second, in the specific practice, starting from the first layer of the forging soul tactics, the soul power absorbed by the soul master will begin to be compressed and transformed into liquid soul power. Generally speaking, even in Shrek Academy where the elites of the Douluo continent gather together, students have to wait until the advanced souls are eligible to try to compress the soul, and the forging soul can be in the realm of soul masters. He began to compress his soul power, which was not unforgiving. Not only that, the soul power absorption speed of forging soul art is also extremely fast, and the efficiency is at least 10 times that of Wuxin Xiangtian art. Even Tang Sex Xiantian art is not as efficient as soul power forging art. Half of it. In addition, in the process of cultivation, the soul master's forging art has a significant effect on the spiritual power of the soul master, and it also has the effect of subtly enhancing the soul potential, which is to enhance the spiritual master's cultivation potential, or in other words innate soul power can be said to serve multiple purposes. As for the condensing of soul cores, the effect of creating and forging soul tactics is extremely against the sky. For ordinary soul masters, the first soul core can only be condensed when they are promoted to the soul sage, and even the limit Douluo, but there are 2 soul cores. Collect free books. Follow v.x Book Friends Basecamp. Recommend your favorite novels and receive cash red envelopes. Even Xiang Tang Wulin, Huo Yuhao, and Ditian, the sons of Qi Luk who are so stunning and brilliant and suppress an era, can only condense 3 soul nuclei, but for the soul forging tactics, a total of 9 can be condensed. Soul core. Among them, in the realm of the soul sect, forging the soul can condense the first soul core, and after that, in the soul king, soul emperor, soul sage, soul fighting, title fighting, ultimate fighting, quasi half-god, and half in the realm of gods and quasi-gods. The soul forging art of forging and forging can continue to condense a soul core, a total of 9 soul cores, 4 and 5 times that of ordinary soul masters and 3 times that of the Son of Destiny. Of course, although the effect is against the sky, but correspondingly, the conditions for the cultivating soul forging tactics are also very harsh for practitioners. Without a spirit above the level, it is impossible to cultivate the soul forging tactics. Fortunately, Yao Xian's spirit is fortune class Ancestral Dragon Wuhan naturally didn't have such troubles. In addition, forging soul forging art is a technique that pays great attention to the foundation. The compression process of soul power begins during the spiritual master's practice. Because of this, although the forging soul forging art is very efficient in absorbing soul power, in order to build a solid foundation, the promotion speed must not reach 10 times that of ordinary exercises, but the speed of cultivation and the stability of the foundation are combined to achieve a dynamic balance. Very good. Then start unlocking new system abilities now. After accepting the first 3 levels of the cultivation technique of the soul forging secret art, Yao Xian also moved his heart to make a point on the system. Ding! You currently have an ununlocked system ability Enhanced Meditation. Is it on? Enhanced Meditation effect. Transform your mental power to strengthen your ability to attract soul power, and at the same time transform the meridians in your body, so that they can carry a stronger soul power impact, and overall improve your meditation efficiency by 100%. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, a system prompt box appeared in front of him. Turn on. Hearing the system prompt, Yao Xian naturally nodded silently, and immediately, he only felt 2 special energies gushing out of his body. Among them, a beam of energy gave Yao Xian a very cool feeling. This energy surged towards Yao Xian's sea of consciousness, and transformed Yao Xian's spiritual power, making its spiritual power have a better affinity for soul power. The other energy brought Yao Xian's feeling to be fiery heat, rushing through Yao Xian's body, opening the original small meridian pulses, and at the same time opening up the secretive, originally blocked branch veins. Not only that, this energy is not a rough impact on Yao Xian's meridians. On the contrary, every time they pass through a meridian, a part of it will remain and merge with Yao Xian's meridians, making them tougher and able to carry more powerful. The soul impact. Ding! System ability enhancement meditation is completed. About 10 minutes later, the 2 energies, one hot and the other cold, in Yao Xian's body were basically absorbed, and the original strange feeling of ice and fire disappeared. Very good. As expected of the system ability, it is really powerful. Feeling the many cordial spirit power around him, and feeling the incomparably smooth meridians in his body, the corners of Yao Xian's mouth could not help but be slightly lifted, and his heart was extremely satisfied. After obtaining the soul forging art, Yao Xian's efficiency in absorbing soul power is 10 times that of ordinary exercises, and coupled with the blessing of enhanced meditation, even though the soul power of the Ancestral Dragon martial soul each advancement is that of ordinary martial souls. Several times, the soul power forging arts itself also needs to be compressed, and his promotion speed is at least several times that of ordinary soul masters. Chapter 29, Space Storage. After successfully unlocking the system's ability to strengthen the meditation, Yao Xian nodded with satisfaction, rested for 5 minutes, adapted to the changes in his body, and then sank his mind into the system again and tapped on the system's function panel. Ding! Your current unlocked system capability Space Storage, is it enabled? Space Storage effect. This system capability opens up a portable storage space for you to store your personal belongings. The volume grows as your level increases. Current volume, 5 cubic meters. Please note that only dead objects can be stored in this storage space, not living objects. Along with Yao Xian's movement, a silver light flashed in Yao Xian's sea of knowledge, and a system prompt box appeared in his sea of knowledge. Yes. Seeing the improvement of the system, Yao Xian also nodded slightly to confirm. Along with Yao Xian's movements, beside him, the power of space constantly emerged, and under the imprints of mysterious spells, they continued to condense, developing towards a stable storage space. Ding! The system capacity space storage is opened. 5 minutes later, with the sound of the system prompt, this storage space has been completely condensed successfully, and mounted on the super system, forming a silver space mark, floating with Yao Xian's sea of knowledge in. It's amazing. Condensing his spiritual power on the space mark, Yao Xian immediately perceives the space. Then, with a thought, he locked the table in the room and put it into the system space. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the table in front of him suddenly disappeared from the room. At the same time, in that piece of storage space, Yao Xian sees the newly appeared table and feels it all. Yao Xian couldn't help but be surprised. Then, take it out and try again. With a thought, Yao Xian locked the table in the storage space again, and took it out of the storage space with a thought. Contrary to the previous process of collecting the table, this time, the table almost disappeared from the storage space in an instant, and immediately reappeared in the distance. Great! I have my own storage space. Moreover, compared to those storage soul guides on Douluo continent, my storage space is undoubtedly more powerful. After playing with the brand new storage space back and forth several times, and sensing the consumption of mental power, Yao Xian nodded with satisfaction, with a bright smile on his face. On the Douluo continent, even the smallest space soul guide with a volume of only 0.1 cubic meter, the price is around several 100,000 federal coins, and the larger the space soul guide, the corresponding price per unit volume higher. For a 5 cubic meter spatial soul guide, if it is actually put on the auction site for auction, at least tens of millions of federal coins can be sold, which is extremely precious. Not only that, 5 cubic meters is only the smallest volume of system storage space. It will continue to grow bigger in the future. Reading benefits. Pay attention to the public. Book Friends Base Camp, read books every day and get cash/points. More importantly, the storage space provided by the system does not have entities like the Space Soul Guidance device. It is directly bound to Yao Xian's Sea of Consciousness. There is no problem of loss, and it is very concealed. If you get any forbidden objects, put them in the system storage space, no one else can find it. Then, start the most important step to integrate the soul of infinite growth. Satisfied with a smile, Yao Xian also thought about it, disconnected from the storage space, and then took out a basketball-sized 9-color crystal from the space. It is the source of the infinite growth soul, which can be used to condense a soul with unlimited growth. Putting this 9-color crystal in front of him, Yao Xian also took a deep breath, and then urged his soul power, wrapped his own soul power in this 9-color crystal, and began to refine. With the injection of Yao Xian's soul power, this 9-color crystal began to emit a faint 9-color light on its own, and gradually became intense. Suddenly, it flew up from the ground, floated in the air, and began to continuously free itself. Spin! Ancestral Dragon Wuhan, go! Seeing this 9-color crystal began to float, Yao Xian also released the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit in accordance with the system's instructions. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, on his right hand, 9 colored rays of light flashed, and the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit appeared outright. Compared with the time when it was just obtained, as Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon bloodline concentration and spirit power level increase, the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit's aura at this time is undoubtedly much stronger. Revealing an extremely powerful aura, and the scales on the body surface are also brought on. With the faint color of 9 colors, the sharp claws became sharper, and the expression in his eyes became more oppressive. After revealing the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, Yao Xian also pointed to the 9-color crystal behind him. Immediately, the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit in Yao Xian's palm left Yao Xian's body and slammed into the 9-color crystal. With the breath of sweeping everything, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit passed through the 9-color crystal. Immediately, with the cracking sound of click and wipe, cracks appeared on the 9-color crystal and continued to expand. The cracks quickly spread into huge cracks, spreading over the entire 9-color crystal. Then, the 9-color crystal broke apart, and the original shell turned into particles of light, dissipating in the air, appearing create a beautiful picture. And in the center of the 9-color crystal, with a flash of colored light, a 9-color light and shadow similar to the shape of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit was born. It circled Yao Xian's body in an incomparably affectionate circle, and then fell into Yao Xian's sea of consciousness. Ding! Successfully integrate the infinite growth spirits along, rubbing body. Current cultivation base of Ancestral Dragon Soul, 100 years, maximum potential, infinite. Please improve the cultivation base of Ancestral Dragon Soul by entering the Spirit Ascension platform, plundering life energy, cultivating the soul forging technique, using heaven, material, and earth treasures, and using golden evolution points. Ding! Successfully fuse souls and obtain the first soul ability Ancestral Dragon Sky Break. That 9-colored light and shadow entered Yao Xian's sea of consciousness, and was quickly infected and assimilated by Yao Xian's mental power. Without any resistance, it smoothly transformed into Yao Xian's first soul. At the same time, the beep sounded again. Yes, the same as Yao Xian's martial soul, Yao Xian's first soul is still the Ancestral Dragon, and it is the rubbing body of Yao Xian's Ancestor Dragon's martial soul. It is born after the infinite growth soul source gets the breath of Yao Xian's ancestral martial soul. And Yao Xian's ancestral dragon martial soul has the same root. For a martial arts spirit such as Ancestral Dragon Wuhan, if Yao Xian merges with ordinary souls, those ordinary souls will definitely explode quickly because they cannot withstand the pressure of Ancestral Dragon Wuhan. Existence at the same level as the soul will never subdue to the Ancestral Dragon martial soul. Because of this, Yao Xian's first soul chose the rubbing body of the Ancestral Dragon martial soul, so that there would be no conflicts. At the same time, because it was born directly from the Ancestral Dragon martial soul, Yao Xian was in the period of fusing this soul. It also went smoothly without any resistance at all. Not only that, while fusing the Ancestral Dragon Spirit, the power of the Ancestral Dragon in Yao Xian's body is also stimulated again, which further improves Yao Xian's physical fitness, and significantly improves his strength, recovery ability, and cell activity. At the same time, Yao Xian's mental power is also at another 3 points to reach 94 points. Chapter 30, The Ancestral Dragon Breaks Through the Sky. Now, it's time to see the power of my new spirit ability. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitting Strike. This spirit ability is very powerful by looking at its name. With a movement of mind, a transparent figure suddenly appeared in Yao Xian's sea of knowledge, similar in size and appearance to Yao Xian. Yao Xian naturally did not dare to display such a powerful spirit ability as the Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitting Strike at home, otherwise he might destroy the entire room if he was careless, but with the super system, Yao Xian could be very intuitive. Simulate the actual effect of your own soul skills. Not only that, if Yao Xian can successfully break through the Great Soul Master, then the simulation function of the Super God system will be further added to condense the system ability of simulating battle space. At that time, the simulation function of the Super God system is not only limited to simulating its own soul skills, but also to simulate the enemies that Yao Xian has fought against, and conduct simulation battles with them, thereby improving Yao Xian in the continuous simulation battle. Combat effectiveness. Zolong, possess. And in Yao Xian's sea of consciousness, at this moment, Yao Xian's phantom also faintly sipped, the soul power in his body instantly agitated, and the surface of his body was emitting a faint layer of 9-color light. Stretching out his right hand, the 9-color brilliance gathered on Yao Xian Shuiying's right palm. The next second, the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit also floated on Yao Xian Shuiying's palm. Soon, Yao Xian Shuiying raised his hand silently. Dao Zolong Wuhan also rushed into the sky. After reaching the highest point, the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit turned its direction, accelerated downwards towards the top of Yao Xian Shuiying's head, and finally sank into Yao Xian Shuiying's sky spirit cover, and merged with Yao Xian Shuiying's body. With the integration of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, Yao Xian Shuiying's aura suddenly increased a bit, and his eyes turned into vertical pupils, exuding a faint 9-color brilliance, and revealed a terrifying aura of looking over the world. Not only that, on the surface of Yao Xian Shuiying's skin, the original 9-color light gradually converged, forming a faint dragon scale on the surface of Yao Xian Shuiying's body, but it looked relatively immature and not completely forming. In addition, Yao Xian Shuiying's fingertips also became thicker and longer at this time, turning into a pair of dragon claws about 5 centimeters long, extremely sharp and shining with a faint light. At the same time, in front of Yao Xian Shuiying 10 meters away, a steel plate with a thickness of about 3 centimeters suddenly appeared. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike. With a low drink, behind Yao Xian Shuiying, a circle of yellow spirit rings suddenly gleamed, and immediately after Yao Xian Shuiying kicked his right foot, his figure turned into a phantom and flashed forward, both arms cross in front of you, and your claws crazily ripped off the steel plate in a cross shape. Tear! Tear! Yao Xian's shadowy claws pierced the space, leaving 2 after-images that were difficult to capture with the naked eye. Immediately, with 2 harsh tearing sounds, the steel plate was torn apart by Yao Xian's blow. The fierce cracks directly penetrated the entire steel plate and almost tore the entire steel plate in half. Reading red envelopes follow the public. Public accounts book Friends Base Camp, reading up to 888 cash red envelopes. It's really powerful. It's worthy of being an ancestral dragon martial spirit, worthy of being a spirit ability bestowed by an infinite growth spirit. It's really extraordinary. Looking at the destruction caused by his soul skills, Yao Xian's eyes also flashed a scorching color. Although this is just an ordinary 100 forged steel plate, it is not a product of 1000 forging, and there is no additional soul guidance array, but it is a 100 forged steel plate after all, even if it is the 3rd spirit ability of an ordinary assault-type soul master. The resulting power may not be able to penetrate it, let alone cause such a powerful damage. Moreover, this is only Yao Xian's first soul ability, and Yao Xian's infinite growth soul has only just been acquired. It has only 100 years of cultivation and no further training. It is foreseeable that Yao Xian's future soul ability it will only be stronger, and Yao Xian's combat effectiveness will definitely top this era. Not only that, Yao Xian also learned from the system that as the Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Soul Skill Cultivation base improves, it will continue to gain additional gains. As long as Yao Xian can raise his spirit to 1000 years and make the first spirit ability a 1000-year spirit ability, then the Ancestral Dragon Skybreaker can obtain the effect of absolute armor penetration, ignoring physical defense and spirit ability defense, and Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon Claws have the same effect, but are more powerful. And if the first spirit ability is upgraded to 10,000 years, the Ancestral Dragon Claw will receive the additional special effect of must-hit causality. After it is upgraded to 100,000 years, the special effect of Nirvana can be obtained. From the atomic structure completely destroy the hit objects, no healing spirit ability can be restored. At the same time, as long as it reaches 1000 years, the Ancestral Dragon Sky Breaking Strike spirit ability can also be changed to a ranged attack. The Ancestral Dragon's claws that emit an energy body attack the enemy. The special effects of A can avoid being kite by the enemy, which is also a surprise. Looking at his soul abilities, Yao Xian nodded with satisfaction, and then, he was in the system again. Expend 101 Golden Evolution Points to increase the concentration of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline by 1.9%. After the increase, your Ancestral Dragon Bloodline concentration will reach 6.7%. Will it increase? Accompanied by Yao Xian's movement, the system prompt sounded in his ears. After being successfully promoted to a Soul Master, Yao Xian also gained 100 Golden Evolution Points. For Yao Xian who has obtained the Soul Forging technique, it is naturally not a big problem to improve his soul power and spiritual power, so he also invested all the Golden Evolution Points on the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Yes. There was a trace of flesh pain on his face. Yao Xian also nodded to confirm that although the Golden Evolution Point still has various magical effects, Yao Xian knows that he should raise the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon to 10% as soon as possible, and the ability to awaken the bloodline is the top priority. Ding! The promotion begins. After getting confirmation from Yao Xian, in the super system, all the remaining 101 golden evolution points of Yao Xian were consumed, turned into a pure and extremely mysterious evolution source energy, rushing from the depths of Yao Xian's body. After coming out, he followed Yao Xian's blood vessels and spread to all parts of his body. As this evolutionary source energy flows, in Yao Xian's body, the ancestral dragon bloodline that has begun to condense is also absorbing this evolutionary source energy frantically, constantly becoming more pure, making Yao Xian's body radiate with a faint 9-color brilliance. With the improvement of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, Yao Xian's physical fitness has been improved again, his strength has been continuously enhanced, the cell activity has become more and more active, the meridians have become more and more tough, the danshan has been continuously expanded, and the evolutionary potential has been continuously improved. And when the ancestral dragon's bloodline in Yao Xian's body exceeded 5%, Yao Xian felt that a special connection was created between the power of qi and blood, which was already extremely strong, and it became controllable. A faint 9-color network is formed in the meridians, and a special cycle is formed along this network. Ding! The promotion is over, the unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline plus 1.9%, the current unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 6.7%. 10 minutes later, the fusion was over. Accompanied by the ding sound, the system prompts echoed again, and Yao Xian also silently opened his eyes. Chapter 31, Cultivating the Soul Forging Technique. Very good. My strength has become stronger. Standing up, feeling the power of blood rushing in his body, Yao Xian's heart was also extremely satisfied, with a bright smile on his face. After increasing the concentration of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline to 5%, the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline in Yao Xian's body has also undergone further transformation, forming a relatively primary circulation of qi and blood, which has undergone a qualitative change compared to the loose and disordered state in the past. Not only that, after the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline formed the blood circulation, part of the power of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline also penetrated into Yao Xian's internal organs, and Yao Xian's internal organs were initially modified, which greatly increased their toughness and intensity. For a soul master, compared to muscles and bones, the internal organs are very difficult to temper. They are one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, and once they are damaged, they can cause great harm to the human body. Now, after being tempered by the strength of the ancestral dragon, Yao Xian's internal organs are at least several times stronger than ordinary soul masters, giving him an absolute advantage over ordinary soul masters. At the same time, this physical quality also gives him in the future, he can withstand a stronger soul power impact, which is also of great benefit to future cultivation. As for Yao Xian's power, it's also a new level. Before he was promoted to a spirit master, Yao Xian's power had reached 500 kilograms. For a 7.5-year-old child, this is absolutely unreasonable. Guess the distance. After being promoted to the spirit master, with the further liberation of the ancestral dragon martial spirit, Yao Xian's body was further strengthened, adding about 100 kilograms of strength at once, bringing Yao Xian's total strength to about 600 kilograms. Not only that, just now, with the improvement of the ancestral dragon's bloodline and the initial formation of the blood circulation, Yao Xian's strength has increased by leaps and bounds, increasing by nearly 300 kilograms, reaching an astonishing 900 kilograms. Moreover, this is only Yao Xian's physical strength. Once the soul power is activated and the ancestral dragon possessed, Yao Xian's power will increase by at least about 50%, which can exceed 1,000 kilograms and reach an astonishing 1,150 kilograms, it can be said to be against the sky. Then, it's time to practice the soul forging technique. It is not time-consuming to fuse the ancestral dragon soul spirit and to upgrade the ancestral dragon bloodline. It only took Yao Xian about 20 minutes. Looking at the time, it was not even 10:30, and there was no time to pick Naer. Therefore, Yao Xian also decided to try the crafting soul forging tactic that he had just obtained. Yao Xian was extremely looking forward to the practice with the word good fortune in this name. The heavens and the earth are mysterious and yellow, the universe is wild, the sun and the moon are surging, the stars and the stars are listed. In my heart, I silently started meditating in accordance with the method of forging soul forging. Around Yao Xian's body, the spirit power of heaven and earth surged in. In less than half a minute, a wave of majestic spirit gathered in Yao Xian's bedroom. Incomparable heaven and earth soul power. For the basic meditation idea of 5 hearts to heaven, it can only passively perceive the spirit power around it, and the efficiency is very average, even mediocre. However, for a good fortune level exercise such as forging soul secret art, what it does is not only the soul power, but also the mysterious means to attract all the nearby heaven and earth soul power. Come over, greatly increase the concentration of spirit power around the cultivator. And this method of attracting the spirit power of heaven and earth requires the use of the characteristics and attractiveness of the cultivator's spirit, and because of this, only the possessor of the spirit of the gods can be qualified to cultivate the soul forging technique. It's worthy of the soul forging secret art, it is so powerful. Feeling the changes in the surrounding spirit power, Yao Xian could not help but nod in praise. Now the concentration of the spirit power around Yao Xian is at least 10 times stronger, and it is still steadily improving. You know, even in the spirit tower just now in his cultivation secret room, the concentration of soul power was only twice that of the outside world. Then go ahead. To get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart, Yao Xian also released a series of spiritual powers according to the traction method in the forging soul forging tactics, attaching and pulling the strong surrounding heaven and earth soul power. Accompanied by Yao Xian's thoughts, the surrounding masses of heaven and earth spirit power seemed to be attracted by a magnet, frantically rushing in Yao Xian's direction, through Yao Xian's body, into Yao Xian's meridians. Although Yao Xian's meridians have undergone the transformation of the ancestral dragon martial spirit and the elementary ancestral dragon body, both in breadth and flexibility are several times more than that of ordinary soul masters, and there are many branches that can be used to divert, but this universe the spirit power is so strong that even Yao Xian feels a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. Yao Xian's physique will have such a feeling, let alone ordinary soul masters. If their bodies are impacted by such a vigorous flow of soul power, the greatest possibility is that their meridians will be cut off and they will never be able to continue to cultivate soul power. This is another reason why only God-level martial arts can cultivate soul forging art. Feeling the majestic soul power in his body, Yao Xian also continued to run the forging soul forging secret art at this time, compressing this soul power while guiding them so that they could follow the correct path. The trajectory entered Yao Xian's danshan and was eventually assimilated. With the urging of the soul forging technique, in the meridians in Yao Xian's body, the spirit power of the gaseous state at this time is constantly compressed, becoming more and more dense, and the central area has even broken away from the gaseous state and transformed into the liquid soul power. Under the guidance of Yao Xian, a stream of compressed soul power flows quickly along his meridians, and finally sinks into Yao Xian's danshan. Every time these soul power passes through the tissues in Yao Xian's body, it will be nourished accordingly and become stronger. And when these soul powers enter Yao Xian's danshan, Yao Xian further urges the soul power refining tactics in the forging soul forging tactics, enveloping them with spiritual power for further refining, and removing these external souls. Power eventually assimilated into one's own soul power. After an hour, it's almost done. If we continue to absorb the spirit power of heaven and earth, it will be harmful to my danshan and meridians. Feeling the slight sourness that appeared at the danshan, Yao Xian also stopped pulling and absorbing the spirit power of heaven and earth in a timely manner, but concentrated on compressing and refining the spirit power in his body. Anxious to eat hot tofu, as a traverser, Yao Xian naturally understands this truth. If he blindly seeks to damage his body, he is definitely picking sesame seeds and losing watermelon. As Yao Xian stopped attracting heaven and earth spirit power, the rich heaven and earth spirit power that had originally gathered around Yao Xian slowly dissipated. However, there is still a large part of the heaven and earth spirit power accumulated in Yao Xian meridians and Danshan. It took nearly 20 minutes for Yao Xian to refine them all, and then slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 32, Brother Yao Xian's smell has become better. Practicing soul forging secret art, total soul power is increased, plus 3.12%, current soul power, level 11, 3.12%. Practicing soul forging technique, mental power increased, plus 16.1%, current mental power, 94, 16.1%. Practicing soul forging technique, the system absorbs soul power energy, evolution point plus 2405, current evolution point, 8506. Standing up from the bed, with the end of his practice, a silver light flashed in Yao Xian's sea of consciousness, and a system prompt box suddenly appeared. Yes. It's really worthy of the soul forging technique, the effect is really extraordinary. Looking at the feedback information on the system prompt box, Yao Xian's eyes showed a scorching color, and he nodded in satisfaction. From all aspects, compared with the 5 hearts to heaven, the effect of forging souls it is many times better. First of all, it is the effect of soul power training. Judging from the total amount of soul power obtained in each practice, the effect of the forging soul tactics is undoubtedly extremely powerful. It only takes about a month to make Yao Xian promoted to level 12 Spirit Master. Generally speaking, the cultivation of the Spirit Master realm is more difficult and time-consuming than the cultivation of the Spirit Warrior realm. In the Spirit Master realm, Yao Xian, who has practiced 5 hearts to heaven, took 3 months to reach level 9. Breaking through to level 10, if you want to continue to break through the 5 hearts to heaven, it will only take more time. But now, after changing and practicing the forging soul forging Ju technique, Yao Xian in the realm of Soul Master can break from level 11 to level 12 in only 1/3 of the time. Sentenced. Not only that, but above the quality of the soul power obtained from cultivation, the 5 hearts to heaven Gong can't even look forward to the crafting and forging soul art. For the 5 hearts to heaven, the soul power it brings to the soul master is loose, uncompressed soul power, so the fighting power of the soul master is often not strong, and the loose soul power is important for the soul master in the future. The development is extremely unfavorable. Therefore, after entering the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy, most Spirit Masters will modify other techniques. In contrast, Yao Xian's forging soul forging secret art brought to Yao Xian the refined soul power that was at least 5 times as pure as the former, and the soul power was no less pure than the soul deity. Some have even achieved liquefaction. You know, even in Shrek Academy, the skills of soul power compression will only be taught after the soul sovereign realm, which is enough to see the extraordinary aspects of forging soul tactics. However, it is precisely this extremely compressed soul power that enables the practitioners of forging soul forging technique to condense the first soul core in the realm of soul sect, and as long as they continue to practice forging soul forging technique, Yao Xian the foundation of the army is bound to become extremely solid, and leapfrog combat is no problem at all. Secondly, the forging soul secret art also has a better tempering effect on mental power. For the same time of cultivation, its effect on improving spiritual power is more than 5 times that of 5 hearts to heaven. For soul masters, spiritual power is a very important attribute. Strong spiritual power is a necessary condition for controlling soul skills, surrendering souls, and manipulating battle armor. With the forging soul tactics, even if you do not practice additional spiritual power, in about 9 days, Yao Xian's mental power can be increased a bit, and as Yao Xian's realm improves, the speed of this improvement will continue to accelerate. Finally, it is the aggregation of ordinary evolution points. In the past, Yao Xian could only obtain about 300 evolution points per practice, and only a little gold evolution points could be aggregated in an average of a month. It was no different from the consumption of his blood. Just a drop in the bucket. Now, Yao Xian can condense a little golden evolution point in about 4 days on average, which is 90 points a year. For the current Yao Xian, it is already a lot of money. After all, Yao Xian breaks through the Soul Master. The task reward is only 100 golden evolution points. Then, it's almost time to pick up NAER now. Looking at the clock, the time now has come to around 11:50 noon. Yao Xian also explained to Lin Zimen, and then left home and went to Red Mountain College. In Red Mountain College, get out of class ends at 12 noon. With the physical quality of the Soul Master realm, Yao Xian naturally came to Red Mountain College on time and waited quietly under the teaching building as usual. "Brother Yao Xian, here I am." As usual, not long after, a silver figure ran out of the teaching building and rushed into Yao Xian's arms. It was NAER. "Well, NAER is so good, let's go home." Holding NAER's little hand, Yao Xian said with the same affection. "Okay." She promised, but NAER didn't take a step, but leaned in Yao Xian's arms. Xiao Lian approached Yao Xian's front, and after a careful sniff, her face showed an almost intoxicated expression. "Brother Yao Xian, the smell on your body seems to smell better than before." Raising her head, NAER also looked at Yao Xian's eyes. There was serious color in her big purple eyes, and she said solemnly, "Really? If Nair likes it, then I'm so happy. By the way, Nair, do you know that I have been successfully promoted to the Soul Master today?" While talking, Yao Xian also stretched out his hand and gently stroked Naer's head, then continued. "Soul Master? Congratulations, brother Yao Xian, I know you can succeed." Upon hearing Yao Xian's words, Naer couldn't help but smile, with 2 small dimples at the corners of her mouth, and she felt happy for Yao Xian from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you, Naer. Now, let's go. Mom is still waiting for us at home. Today, to celebrate my advanced spirit master, my mom has specially prepared a big meal for us." Hearing Naer's words, Yao Xian also rubbed Naer's white and tender palm, and then led Naer to the home. "Big brother Yao Xian, how does it feel to be a soul master?" While walking on the road, Naer asked Yao Xian curiously. "What does it feel like to be a spirit master?" "Actually, it doesn't feel much. After all, I can already control spirit power before in the spirit master realm. However, compared to the spirit master realm, the soul power that the spirit master realm can control is more numerous. Many, you can also use spirit skills. Collect free books. Follow v.x Book Friends Basecamp. Recommend your favorite novels and receive cash red envelopes." Listening to Naer's words, Yao Xian also replied, and at the same time slightly manipulated his soul power, drew a love heart in the air, watching Naer's eyes shine. "So, what is the spirit ability of brother Yao Xian?" There was still a curious tone in her tone. Naer asked again. "My spirit ability? My spirit ability is a kind of strong tearing spirit ability. If it is powerful, it will be fine if you want to tear a thin steel plate. However, this spirit ability is relatively powerful, and brother does not demonstrate it to Naer." After considering the language, Yao Xian also explained to Naer the effect of Ancestral Dragon Splitting Sky Strike, but in order to avoid irritating Naer's memory, Yao Xian omitted its name and did not give Naer an actual demonstration. Chapter 33, Test Power. www.ltnovel.com benefits give you a cash red envelope. Follow VX Public Book Friends Basecamp to receive it. At noon, I enjoyed a meal cooked by Lin Zimen with Naer, and the two went back to their rooms for a lunch break. In the afternoon, Yao Xian, as usual, escorted Naer to Red Mountain College for class. After school, Yao Xian first picked Nair home, then put on work clothes and rushed to Mang Tian's studio. Yo, Yao Xian, you are here. Seeing Yao Xian enter the studio, Brother Long, who was resting in the studio, also walked up, patted Yao Xian on the shoulder, and greeted Yao Xian enthusiastically. Yes, Long brother, good afternoon. By the way, is Master free now? Yao Xian asked while saying hello to Brother Long in return. Well, the teacher happens to be not forging right now, and is taking a break. What's wrong, do you have anything to do with the teacher? After listening to Yao Xian's words, Brother Long also nodded, and then asked a little curiously. Yes, just this morning, I have successfully merged souls and broke through the Soul Master. The teacher said before that I am already proficient in 100 exercises. After I break through the Soul Master, I can try to practice the 1000 exercises. So I want to inform the teacher. Seeing Long Ji asked questions, Yao Xian also answered truthfully. Oh? You have already broken through the Soul Master. Congratulations! Come, let me take you to the teacher. While congratulating Yao Xian, Long Ji led Yao Xian to Man Tian's studio, and he was full of envy for Yao Xian. As Man Tian's first apprentice, Long Ji began to learn forging at the age of 12, and did not start learning forging at the age of 20, and finally forging the first piece of forging at the age of 25. Now his younger brother is in 7. Being able to try 1000 training at the age of a half, really made him feel shame. Of course, he also knows that Yao Xian is indeed qualified to learn 1000 forging, and he can master 100 forging in just 1.5 years. He also has a tremendous power that ordinary people can't match. His little junior is simply born. Forging wizards. Teacher, I have successfully broken through the Soul Master. Entering Man Tian's studio, Yao Xian first bowed respectfully to Man Tian, and then said, Soul Master Realm? Good, very good. After breaking through the Soul Master, your strength should be further strengthened, and you can try 1000 forging. However, before that, I will help you test your strength first. After that, Man Tian took Yao Xian's hand and came to an instrument specially used to judge the strength of the blacksmith, and then turned on the strength tester. This strength tester is composed of 3 parts. The bottom is a square metal platform, which is no different from an ordinary forging platform. On the metal platform is installed a thick cylindrical metal body, and the back is a height of 1.5 meters. On the left and right cylinders, there is a slender mercury column inside. When testing the strength, the forger only needs to use a 100 Jin test forging hammer to strike the metal column, and the mercury column behind will change according to the striking force to display the force at the time of striking, and the weight of the test forging hammer is automatically deducted. Go ahead, test the strength of your right hand first. While passing the forging hammer used for the test to Yao Xian, Man Tian gave a light command. Is teacher. After receiving the forging hammer, Yao Xian's right hand also firmly grasped the spiral hammer handle, tied the horse's steps, took a deep breath, and then raised the forging hammer in his hand high. The power of the whole body was concentrated on the right arm, and then the center of gravity of the whole body sank down, and then the center of gravity fell. The forging hammer in his hand slammed down the cylinder viciously, provoking a piercing sound of hum. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, the entire forging room was trembling slightly, and Yao Xian and Man Tian also felt a slight tinnitus. At the same time, the mercury column instantly bounced high, and the display next to it was recorded some of the greatest strength of this hit. 960 kilograms? How could it be possible? Is there something wrong with the instrument? It's impossible. Looking at the test data, Man Tian's face also showed an expression of astonishment, his mouth opened wide, as if he could squeeze a fist into it, and it took a long time to say with a look of surprise. You must know that even if it is an adult Long, his percussion power is only about 250 kilograms without using his martial soul or stimulating soul power. Yao Xian's power at this time is already close to that of the dragon. 4 times the brothers, really can be described as extremely enchanting. He still remembers that on Yao Xian's 7th birthday, he also tested Yao Xian's strength. At that time, Yao Xian's strength was close to 500 kilograms, which made Mang Tian dumbfounded and shouted that he had picked up an out-of-the-world wizard. This is also the reason why Mang Tian was willing to teach the 1,000 forging skills after Yao Xian broke through the Soul Master. But now, only half a year has passed since Yao Xian's 7th birthday, but Yao Xian's power has almost doubled, making Mang Tian unbelievable. Master, after breaking through the Soul Master, I do feel that my strength has increased a lot. There should be no errors in the results of this instrument. Then, Master, I will test it again. Looking at Mang Tian's astonishment, Yao Xian also secretly smiled in his heart, but he naturally couldn't laugh out loud, but explained it kindly. Well, you try again. Hearing Yao Xian's words, the expression on Mang Tian's face slowly returned to normal, nodded and commanded. After receiving Mang Tian's instructions, Yao Xian lifted the forging hammer just like last time, accumulated his strength, and then slammed down. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the powerful force even made the entire forging room tremble again, and Mang Tian covered his ears in time, and then looked at the results on the strength tester. Facts have proved that this strength tester is indeed no problem, and Yao Xian's results this time are fixed at 964 kilograms, even 4 kilograms more than last time. Good, good, good. Yao Xian, try your left hand again. Looking at Yao Xian's results, Mang Tian said 3 good words in succession, his face was filled with unconcealed joy and admiration, then he nodded slightly and said again. Okay, Master. While agreeing, Yao Xian shifted the forging hammer to his left hand, while doing the same, hit the power forging platform with a severe blow. 932 kilograms, not bad, very good. Seeing the power of Yao Xian's left arm, the smile on Mang Tian's face became thicker, and the corners of his mouth almost burst into laughter. For forgers, the more balanced their left and right hands are, the more helpful it is to the stability of forging. Generally speaking, the difference between left and right hands is at least about 10%. As far as Yao Xian is concerned, the power gap between his left and right hands is only 3.5%. He is simply a natural forger talent. When he thinks that he is fortunate enough to bring Yao Xian under his sect, Mang Tian can't help but feel fortunate. Okay, very good, with 1,000 kilograms of strength, your strength is fully capable of meeting the requirements of Jianhuan, so now I will explain the tricks of Jianhuan specifically for you. Trying to calm down his joyful mood as much as possible, Mang Tian also found a piece of golden metal with a hint of golden light on the metal storage rack behind him, and then placed it in front of Yao Xian. Chapter 34, Fine Gold, Learn 1,000 Forging. Fine Gold. Looking at the piece of metal taken out by Mang Tian, Yao Xian also recognized its name based on its appearance and characteristics. Adamantite is a precious metal produced underground. It is very rare, extremely difficult to mine, and very expensive, at least 100 times higher than ordinary steel. Once produced, it will almost be sold out by major families and the military. Without special channels, it is simply difficult to get started. The most important characteristic of fine gold is its hardness, but at the same time, fine gold also has strong ductility and does not have the problem of rigidity and easy folding, so it is sought after by many people. And more importantly, in the transmission of soul power, fine gold has an amazingly good effect and is a very good soul guide material. Therefore, whether it is to make mechas, battle armors, or other soul guides, fine gold both are definitely the best choice. Well, your basic skills are very solid. This is indeed a piece of fine gold. Yao Xian, you are born with supernatural power, and fine gold happens to be very hard, which can just show your strength. So when you really decide to attack thousands when forging, you can use fine gold as a material. 1000 forging is completely different from 100 forging. It is definitely not just as simple as forging 1000 times with a forging hammer, but through continuous forging to remove all impurities in the metal and make its internal structure and texture reorganized. At the same time, 1000 forging has one of the biggest special effects, which is sublimation. 100 forging is only quantitative change, but Jian forging is different. It has already completed the accumulation of quantitative change. It is a real qualitative change. Successful 1000 forging will make metal sublimation special effects appear, and that is the real 1000 forge. Take the 1000 forging tungsten steel hammers that we use most often in forging. For example, the hardness and density of tungsten steel itself is very large, which is why we use it to forge other metals. After the tungsten steel undergoes thousands of forgings, its density will increase by 50%, and its strength will increase by 2 times. Not only that, when it is struck, the actual force it creates is 1.2 of its mass. 5 times, this is what we call sublimation. For ordinary metals like tungsten steel, sublimation is relatively simple, and for those more advanced metals, successful forging will also produce some special sublimation effects, and such metals are often extremely valuable. Generally speaking, the value of 1000 forging metals is more than 100 times the value of 100 forgings, and at the same time, only reaching the level of 1000 forgings, forging all the way can be regarded as a real entry. Such forging masters are also called master forgings. Division. Looking at Yao Xian, Meng Tian also talked about the effect of Jianduan. Then, Meng Tian's tone became more serious and serious. Then he looked at Yao Xian's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Now, let me explain to you the techniques and tricks of 1000 forging. In our forging world, 1000 forging has another name, that is, mind forging. When doing 1000 forging, you cannot treat metal as a piece of lifeless, dead. On the contrary, you must treat the forged metal as an equal life body with you, and use your mind, that is, your mental power, to communicate and connect with this piece of metal. Only when you can communicate with metal and get the approval of metal, can you truly find its mystery, develop its internal potential, complete its qualitative change, and achieve sublimation." Sounds like this, you may feel a little confused, or even a little mysterious, but it is true. 1000 forging is difficult to accomplish overnight. It is a process that requires long-term perception, constant experimentation, and accumulation. At the beginning, I spent a full 2 years. It takes time to try and realize it, and then successfully perform the first 1000 forging. Now, I will demonstrate 1000 forging for you, and demonstrate the process of 1000 forging for you. However, you must also remember that every forger has different ways to complete 1000 forging. Avoid imitation. You have to go out of your own way so that you can complete 1000 forging. After that, Meng Tian also opened the forging table and heated the piece of fine gold, and when the heating was completed, Meng Tian also took out the piece of fine gold, then raised the forging hammer, opened the bow from left to right, and struck with a special rhythm. Dang! 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 Along with Meng Tian's movements, sparks shot in all directions, and soon after 100 hammers passed, the volume of the fine gold in front of Meng Tian had shrunk by about 1/10, and the surface also exuded a strange luster. 200 hammers, 300 hammers, 400 hammers. Following Meng Tian's actions, more than half an hour has passed quietly, and Meng Tian's percussion has also reached 990, and the volume of that piece of fine gold has shrunk by a quarter, and it spontaneously emits a kind of faint golden light. At this moment, Meng Tian's hammering action suddenly accelerated, and his strength suddenly increased. In less than 3 seconds, he continuously hit the 9 hammers, and the volume of that piece of fine gold was compressed again. The light emitted became more vigorous, and at the same time, a faint white light rose upward, floating about 30 centimeters. 1000 forging, it is done. Did you see it? This is 1000 forging. From now on, you will still forge normal parts on weekdays. On weekends, I will provide you with metal and let you try 1000 forging twice a week. First of all, you try it with tungsten steel first, and when you have a certain understanding, you can start the real 1000 forging with fine gold. My requirement of you is very simple, that is, before you graduate, you can successfully forge a piece of forged metal, then even if you are qualified, I believe you will be able to do it. Patting Yao Xian on the shoulder, Meng Tian also issued an order to evict the guests, and Yao Xian returned to his forging room and started forging. Yo, brother Xian, why are you here so late today? Seeing Yao Xian walk into the forging room, Tang Wulin on the side also greeted Yao Xian kindly. I was successfully promoted to a soul master today, and then the master taught me some of the skills of the 1000 training, and also demonstrated the process of the 1000 training for me, so I came a little late. Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xian also replied while preparing today's materials. Soul Master, Jianduan? Congratulations, brother Xian, you are really my idol, really amazing. Looking at Yao Xian, Tang Wulin's eyes also flashed with envy and admiration. Thank you for your compliment, Wulin. However, I am just one step ahead. I am sure that, with your savvy and talent, you will definitely have the opportunity to be promoted to a soul master and start learning Qiantan before graduation. Hearing what Tang Wulin said, Yao Xian also smiled and encouraged Tang Wulin. I will definitely come on, brother Xian. Hearing Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin could not help but clenched his fists secretly, his small eyes were full of perseverance and seriousness, and Yao Xian started today's work in order to watch Man Tian demonstrate Jianduan. Yao Xian spent money. In about an hour, he had to hurry up and finish forging today's parts, otherwise Lin Zimen and Naer would definitely be anxious. Cash red packet. You can get cash by reading books. Follow WeChat. Public account book friends base camp, cash/point currency waiting for you. Chapter 35, Breakthrough, Lingtong Realm. In an instant, a month later. Although he has not yet made a breakthrough in 1000 forging, Yao Xian's soul power level has broken through to level 12 because of his continuous practice of forging soul forging secret art. The realm of the Great Soul Master is also further. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Base Camp, read the book and get cash red envelopes. Although with the increase in level, the heaven and earth spirit power required for each promotion also increases, but Yao Xian also has full confidence that he can break through the Great Soul Master within 2 years. What he needs now is to obtain as much golden evolution as possible. Point to increase the concentration of the Zilong bloodline. In addition to the breakthrough of the spirit power level, due to the good effect of forging the soul forging tactics on the spiritual power, 10 days ago, Yao Xian's spiritual power had reached 99 points, which was the ultimate spiritual origin realm. As long as Yao Xian's mental power continues to increase a little bit, he can break through the shackles of the Ling Yuan realm and reach another higher spiritual power realm, Lingtong realm. Unlike the Ling Yuan realm, when a spirit master's spiritual power reaches the Lingtong realm, they have already begun to control their spiritual power and can truly control their spiritual power to perform simple things such as taking objects in the void, etc. Of course, in the Lingtong realm, since the spiritual power of the soul masters is not strong, they can only move lighter objects such as water cups and books by their spiritual power. Generally, they do not have the ability to use their spiritual power in actual combat. Ling Yuan realm, this is already a huge breakthrough. Not only that, if a soul master wants to be admitted to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, then for him, it is also one of the necessary conditions for him to break through the spiritual power to the spiritual channel. As far as the spirit master is concerned, the spiritual power of the Ling Yuan realm can only carry one yellow spirit, and promotion to the Great Soul Master is already the limit, while the spiritual power of the Lingtong realm can carry 2 yellow spirits or 1 purple spirit, making the spirit master at least can be promoted to the soul sect, with the potential to continue to advance. For Yao Xian, when his mental power reached 99 points, he also felt a certain bottleneck. However, with these 10 days of cultivation, Yao Xian's accumulated spiritual power in the sea of consciousness has become more and more, constantly impacting. The bottleneck that bound Yao Xian's knowledge of the sea, and the cracks above that bottleneck were also increasing. All in one go, it's today. After completing the forging, returning home, having dinner, and entering his bedroom, Yao Xian also closed the door, and then closed his eyes, urging the forging soul artifact. With the urging of the forging soul artifice, in the bedroom where Yao Xian was located, a huge amount of heaven and earth soul power gathered, and Yao Xian also traction, compression, and refinement of them. Along with the refining of soul power, the spiritual power accumulated in Yao Xian's sea of knowledge is more and more surging, turning into a wave of spirits, constantly impacting the surrounding invisible boundary that binds Yao Xian's sea of knowledge. After the impact of the past 10 days, the invisible bottleneck has been riddled with holes and crumbling. As long as it is broken, Yao Xian's spiritual sea can continue to expand, accommodate more spiritual power, and smoothly advance to the smart territory. However, even though the bottleneck seemed fragile, Yao Xian continued to control his mental power for nearly an hour, but it still stood firm, and he felt like he had to fight Yao Xian to the end. Forget it, then spend a little gold evolution point. Feeling the bottleneck that hadn't been broken for a long time, Yao Xian frowned slightly, and finally made up his mind to turn on the Super God system and click on the panel. Consumption of gold evolution point X1 can increase the strength of mental power and break through the spiritual realm. Does it increase? Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Yes. Nodding silently, Yao Xian also gave instructions to the system. Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, a little gold evolution point was consumed, turned into an extremely cool air current, and entered Yao Xian's sea of knowledge. As soon as this air current entered Yao Xian's sea of knowledge, it was immediately refined by Yao Xian's spiritual power, turned into a pure spiritual power, and merged into the wave that hit the bottleneck of the spiritual channel. Crack! Click! With the addition of this new force, Yao Xian's wave of spiritual power in the sea of consciousness instantly became magnificent, and the impact on the bottleneck of Lingtong realm became stronger and stronger. After just a few breaths, Yao Xian felt that there was something in his ear. With the sound of shattering, the sea of consciousness swelled slightly. Boom! About 30 seconds later, at this moment, Yao Xian's ears suddenly heard a roar, like the impact of a waterfall falling from the sky as high as 1,000 meters, and like the burst of thunder falling down. The sound makes one's mind whisper. With this roaring sound, the barrier that bound Yao Xian's knowledge of the sea broke openly, and Yao Xian only felt that the world around him suddenly became clear for a moment, and he seemed to have a clearer perception of the world and his thinking speed. Speeding up in an instant, many problems came to an end. Not only that, at this moment, as the restraints are removed, Yao Xian's sea of consciousness is also expanding at a perceptible speed, so that it can accommodate more spiritual power. In addition, Yao Xian's spiritual power, the total amount, is also steadily increasing. After a full half an hour, Yao Xian's sea of consciousness finally stabilized, and at this time, Yao Xian also slowly stopped the practice of forging soul secret art and opened his eyes. The Lingtong realm, I finally broke through the Lingtong realm. Feeling the renewed consciousness of the sea, feeling a lot of mental power all at once, Yao Xian also showed a satisfied smile on his face. 106 points of mental power? Not bad. So, let me try the effect of the spiritual power of the Lingtong realm now. Looking at his attributes in the system panel, after breaking through the Lingtong realm, Yao Xian's mental power did not stay at 100 points, but broke through to 106 points. Having determined his spiritual power, Yao Xian also couldn't wait to stretch out a ray of spiritual power, ready to try to shoot in the void. Locking his mental power to a signature pen on the desk, Yao Xian also tried to lift it into the air. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the signature pen shook violently, but in the end it did not fly. Is my mental power not focused enough? Then try again. Although no one pointed out Yao Xian's use of spiritual power, Yao Xian immediately discovered the source of the problem with the extraordinary comprehension ability brought by the system ability strengthened perception, and then made adjustments directly. This time, although it was a little swaying, the signature pen had indeed flew off the desktop and hovered 50 centimeters above the desktop. For ordinary soul masters who have just entered the Lingtong realm, even if there is a teacher's guidance, it takes at least a few days of continuous experimentation and practice to apply mental power to such a level. Now, Yao Xian only spends twice achieving the same effect. I'm afraid that even the titled Douluo experts will be amazed at Yao Xian's talent after seeing all this. Chapter 36, Do you like Nair's gift? Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, pay attention to send cash and coins. Immediately afterwards, Yao Xian used his mental power to try to manipulate other objects on the table. When he left the room after half an hour, Yao Xian was already able to move heavier items such as pencil boxes and water cups relatively freely. It was swaying like before, but rather smooth. For this kind of good news, Yao Xian naturally shared with Nair and Lin Ximen. After learning about Yao Xian's spiritual breakthrough, Nair and Lin Ximen were naturally happy for Yao Xian. Especially Lin Ximen, as a great soul master, she naturally knows how violent it is to break through the spiritual realm at the age of 7.5. Coupled with Yao Xian's consistent self-discipline and hard work, she also firmly believes that Yao Xian will be bright. The future of time flies, and 5 months have passed since Yao Xian broke through the spiritual channel. This day came to September 9th, which was also a special day, that was Yao Xian's birthday. After this period of training, Yao Xian has also achieved remarkable results in his practice, breaking through 2 consecutive levels of soul power, reaching level 14, and his spiritual power has reached 135 points. In addition, through practice, Yao Xian also gained 31 golden evolution points plus 20 golden evolution points obtained through Tang Wulin and other channels. Yao Xian's golden evolution points totaled 54 points. For these golden evolution points, Yao Xian naturally devoted all of his energy to improving the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. After spending 53 golden evolution points, Yao Xian successfully increased the concentration of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline to 7.4%, which is an improvement of 0.7% compared to 6 months ago. And what these Ancestral Dragon bloodlines brought to Yao Xian was a stronger physical quality. Taking the strength attribute that is the easiest to measure, with the improvement of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, coupled with the unremitting forging every day, Yao Xian's strength has already exceeded 1,000 kilograms, reaching about 1,100 kilograms. If you use Wuhan possession again, Yao Xian can display more than 1,500 kilograms of power, not to mention Yao Xian's other attributes. Even with physical strength alone, Yao Xian has the confidence to contend against ordinary big souls. Division. It can be said that within 2 years of coming to the Douluo continent, Yao Xian's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Of course, Yao Xian is also very self-aware. Compared with those truly strong, his current strength is still like an ant, not worth mentioning. In addition, Yao Xian also knows that his future path is bound to be difficult and dangerous, but with the super system, Yao Xian has full confidence in overcoming all these difficulties. In the early morning, the rising sun had just risen from the horizon, and a silver figure had already sneaked into Yao Xian's bedroom, and then came to Yao Xian's bed. This figure was not someone else but lived in Yao Xian. Naer across the room. Brother Yao Xian, happy birthday! Looking at Yao Xian with big purple eyes, showing an expression of attachment and love, Naer also called with a delicate voice that was as crisp as a silver bell, as soft as a spring, and as sweet as an angel. Oh, it's Naer, thank you. By the way, Naer came a bit early today. Although the consciousness was still a little fuzzy, Yao Xian could tell Naer's voice at once, and Naer's voice seemed to have a kind of magical power, and Yao Xian's sleepiness was dispelled at once. Sitting up on the bed, Yao Xian stretched out his hand and gently stroked Naer's short, smooth silver hair, took care of them, and greeted her with a smile. Of course. Didn't brother Yao Xian say that yesterday? Today is your birthday, and it's another day off. You have to take a day off, and then take Naer out to play. If that's the case, I will definitely come here early. Feeling the temperature of Yao Xian's big hands, Naer also felt at ease. While shaking her head, she said with a smile, showing two small dimples on her face because of her joy. That's natural. It's rare to have time today, so I can accompany Naer more. Then, where does Naer want to go? Looking at the small dimples on Naer Qiao's face, Yao Xian's heart was also very cute. He stretched out his fingers and gently rubbed the two small dimples on Naer. Hehe, brother Yao Xian, don't do this, it will be very itchy. How about going to the amusement park if you go? Being rubbed on her face by Yao Xian, Naer also asked Yao Xian to stop with a grin, and asked tentatively. Of course, if Naer wants to go to the amusement park, then I am definitely willing to accompany Naer. Then, let's go down for breakfast and leave after breakfast. Listening to Naer's words, Yao Xian also obediently withdrew his finger from Naer's cheek, and then asked. Of course, but please wait a moment, brother Yao Xian. Today, Naer has a special gift that I want to give to brother Yao Xian as a birthday present for brother Yao Xian. At this time, Naer gently took Yao Xian's arm, and then said softly, a little shy. Oh, will Naer give a birthday present? I am looking forward to it. Yao Xian replied with a smile, touching Naer's hair again. Yet. Now, brother Yao Xian, please close your eyes first. At this time, Naer's alluring voice, like an elf, came again. Okay, I have closed my eyes. Hearing Naer's words, Yao Xian also obediently closed his eyes, and then reminded him that he had a slight expectation of the gift in Naer's mouth. At the next moment, Yao Xian only felt that his forehead was slightly wet, as if something soft and warm was leaning on it. Mua! Naer's cherry lips lightly kissed Yao Xian's forehead. Well, you can open your eyes, brother Yao Xian. Does brother Yao Xian like Naer's gift? A pair of watery purple eyes looked at Yao Xian, and Naer was also eagerly waiting for Yao Xian's reply. Of course, thank you, Naer. I like Naer's gift very much. When Naer celebrates her birthday, would Naer want the same gift? Looking at Naer's brilliant smile, Yao Xian naturally answered with a smile, and while answering, a mysterious change occurred in Yao Xian's body. After receiving a kiss from Naer, Yao Xian also felt a colorful mysterious power flowing down his forehead into his body with the spiritual power of the Lingtong realm. This colorful force entered Yao Xian's body, immediately echoed with the ancestral dragon bloodline in Yao Xian's body, and finally merged into Yao Xian's ancestral dragon bloodline. With the integration of this colorful force, the ancestral dragon bloodline in Yao Xian's body began to rise rapidly, 7.4%, 7.5%, 7.9%. In just a few seconds, Yao Xian's ancestral dragon bloodline increased by 0.5% suddenly. If you use golden evolution points to complete all this, it will take a full 40 golden evolution points. Yao Xian was naturally very happy about all this. Of course, what made Yao Xian even more happy was Naer's kiss. She finally further unlocked her heart, which is for the future strategy of Guyuina. It is definitely a great help. Chapter 37, Travel. If brother Yao Xian likes Naer's gift, then Naer is so happy. Seeing the smile on Yao Xian's face, Naer's heart was also warm, very happy. The corners of her mouth could not help but lifted up slightly, revealing a sweet smile, and then said softly. As for brother Yao Xian's gift, Naer is naturally very, very looking forward to it. However, if brother Yao Xian can return the gift today, Naer will definitely be happier. Okay, brother Yao Xian. Would you like to get the gift back today? Of course there is no problem, Naer. And, when I return the gift, even if you don't want to close your eyes, there is no problem. Looking at Naer's happy look, Yao Xian couldn't help but stretched out his hand again, and rubbed Naer's extremely white and soft face that seemed to show through. Okay, brother Yao Xian, then come on. While answering seriously, Naer nodded slightly and pointed her forehead at Yao Xian. Okay, Naer, let's go eat. With a light kiss on Naer's forehead, Yao Xian also took her little hand and led her to the dining room. Because today is Yao Xian's birthday and it happens to be a rest day, Lin Zimen also prepared a very hearty breakfast for the family: cream cake, fried eggs, bacon, toast, milk, fruit. Facing such a plentiful food, Yao Xian and Naer naturally smiled, and Lin Zimen also smiled. Looking at the two little big stomach kings who were eating in front of them, they were very satisfied. Mom, this morning, I want to take Naer to the nearby playground for a long time, so I won't eat at home at noon, okay? After breakfast, Yao Xian also came to Lin Zimen and told her about today's arrangements. Oh, you want to take Naer to the amusement park? Of course there is no problem. Combination of work and rest is necessary. Besides, it is your birthday today. Go ahead and wish you all the best. However, my mother would also like to remind you that you should be safe on the road and don't run around, in case you are caught by bad guys. In addition, if you are in trouble, Yao Xian can show your Soul Master's certificate first. In this case, basically it will eliminate more than 90% of the problems. Hearing Yao Xian's words, Lin Zimen also nodded to show her consent, and then carefully ordered. Well, I see, Mom, then I'll take Naer off immediately. Naer, let's change clothes first. With Lin Zimen's approval, Yao Xian agreed to Lin Zimen while instructing Naer to change her clothes. As for Yao Xian himself, he also returned to the room, began to change clothes, and brought his own wallet. In the past 2 years, Yao Xian has also forged thousands of forged works in Mantian's studio. Although most of the income has to be handed over to Mantian, the rest is paid to Yao Xian as a reward. There are also federal currencies in the early 100,000s. For these federal coins, Yao Xian also handed over half of them to Lin Zimen to subsidize the family. As for the other half, Yao Xian deposited it in the small vault. Although Yao Xian also spends a lot of time, he still has a surplus of close to 30,000 federal coins, which is equivalent to a year's income of an ordinary family. If you want to take Naer to the amusement park for half a day, that is definitely more than enough. Putting on a black sportswear, Yao Xian also walked out of her room again. About a minute later, Naer also changed her clothes and walked into the living room from her boudoir. Unlike before, Naer had already changed her pajamas at this time, instead putting on a white dress, which was also one of the gifts Yao Xian gave to Naer when she was in school. Brother Yao Xian, let's go. With big purple eyes staring at Yao Xian, Naer also urged with a look of expectation. Of course, Naer, you have become more beautiful today. Looking at Naer's extremely cute look, Yao Xian couldn't help but froze for a while, and then recovered his mind. While agreeing, while holding Naer's arm, the two left the house and walked towards the amusement park in the city center. After paying 20 federal currency and buying 2 tickets, Yao Xian and Naer naturally entered the amusement park. It is said to be an amusement park. In fact, its area is not large, far from being comparable to the Happy Valley and other parks on Earth. After all, Hongshan City is only a small city with a resident population of hundreds of thousands, far less than Mingdu, Donghai City, and other large cities. Although it is a weekend, there are not many people playing in the amusement park. For ordinary families, although the price of a 10 yuan ticket is not high, it is absolutely impossible to come often. Therefore, it is often unnecessary. Yao Xian and Naer can play the items they want to play as long as they wait in line. Merry-go-round, bumper cars, water rafting. In order to take care of Naer, the two of them played relatively casual projects, and did not try the more thrilling projects such as roller coasters. Yao Xian and Naer talked all the way along the way. After 2 years of getting along, under Yao Xian's meticulous care, Naer has basically integrated into the human society. Of course, with the exception of Yao Xian and Lin Zimen, she still has an attitude of rejection to others, and rarely speaks to other people actively. Fortunately, she has Yao Xian's protection and there is no school. People dare to bully Naer. However, in front of Yao Xian, Naer naturally talked about everything. In the joy of playing, time flew by, and lunchtime came in a blink of an eye, and Yao Xian also took Naer to the dining center in the amusement park. Grilled skewers, teppanyaki, woohoo noodles, a variety of delicious food was served on the table, and Yao Xian and Naer also let go of their belly and ate them. Just like 2 years ago, Naer's belly is still like an unfilled bottomless pit. Although she has eaten as much as a mature man, her belly does not show any signs of swelling at all. On the other side, with the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xian's appetite was not lost at all to Naer. As the two of them ate, the height of the food box in front of them also increased. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Public account book friends base camp. Hiccup. I'm full, brother Yao Xian. After a full half an hour, Naer finally raised her head slightly and let out a contented hiccup. With her cute little face, she couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the height of the food container in front of the two of them had reached Naer's chin's position. Okay, I'll be full, then I'll go to checkout. Seeing Naer's contentment, Yao Xian also smiled in satisfaction, and then came to the cashier to pay for the meal. Naer, in the afternoon I will go to teacher Meng Tian to study forging, let's go home. After paying the bill, Yao Xian also returned to Naer. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Naer also stood up obediently and came to Yao Xian's side, gently holding Yao Xian's palm, and silently grasping, following Yao Xian. Xian together, walked towards home. Chapter 38, Challenge 1000 Forge. While bringing Naer home safely, Yao Xian also left for Mantian's studio. After half a year of hard training, Yao Xian's understanding of Jianduan has deepened a lot, and he is also preparing to officially challenge Jianduan on his birthday. Xiang Mengtian explained that he wanted to formally try 1000 forging. Mengtian nodded without hesitation. Then he came to the warehouse and took out a cube of fine gold with a length, width, and height of about 20 centimeters. Since you are confident, you might as well start right away. When you forge, I will watch it on the sidelines. In addition, I decided to let Woolen come over and observe your forging process. Do you have any comments? www.mtlnovel.com Welfare. Pay attention to the public. Book Friends Base Camp, read books every day and get cash/points. While passing the fine gold nugget in his hand to Yao Xian, Man Tian asked while asking. Of course there is no problem, then I will start preparing. Hearing what Man Tian said, Yao Xian also answered while taking the fine gold nugget from Man Tian's hand. Okay, then you should prepare first. I'll go to that Woolen boy's house and bring him over. Time should be just right. After receiving Yao Xian's reply, Man Tian also nodded and gave an order, then turned to leave Man Tian's studio and rushed to Tang Woolen's home. On the other side, Yao Xian silently turned on the forge and pressed the button. Adjust the temperature of the forging furnace to the highest. Although the volume of this piece of fine gold is not large, with the ultimate density of fine gold, its actual weight has reached nearly 200 kilograms, which is equivalent to the weight of 3 adult men. Even though the weight of this piece of fine gold is quite astonishing, for Yao Xian, who has a power of 1,500 kilograms, it is not a problem to move it. Use a large pair of tongs to clamp both sides of the piece of fine gold. Yao Xian also gently put it into the hot forging furnace and began to heat it. Only after high temperature scorching, the original hard and extremely hard fine gold will show a certain degree of ductility, and only fine gold in this state is suitable for forging and processing. While waiting for the fine gold to burn to a temperature suitable for forging, Yao Xian also recalled the feelings of the past when practicing Qian forging and integrated and summarized them, gradually becoming confident in his heart. 25 minutes later, at this time, Man Tian also rushed back with Tang Wulin in a hurry. At this time, the fine gold in the forging furnace had also turned dark red, making a sizzling sound. It's almost there, let's start. After another 5 minutes, the fine gold finally reached the most suitable temperature for forging. Yao Xian also thought about it. Using pliers, he took out the reddish fine gold from the forging furnace, placed it on the forging table, and immediately copied it from the side. He set up his own pair of tungsten forging hammers. This pair of forging hammers was a gift given to Yao Xian by Man Tian on his 7th birthday. Each handle weighs 150 kilograms. It is very suitable for Yao Xian at the time. However, after a year, it has become slightly visible. Lighter. However, Yao Xian did not pay too much attention to this. Instead, he quickly concentrated his mind and focused all his thoughts on the fine gold in front of him. Then he raised the forging hammer in his right hand and gently pressed it on the fine gold nugget. Beat it! Ding dong! With a crisp sound, Yao Xian also completed a test hammer on this piece of fine gold to test the basic properties of the metal. Looking at Yao Xian's serious and easygoing appearance, Man Tian couldn't help but secretly admire him in his heart. With Yao Xian's understanding, confidence, and hard training, Man Tian believed that Yao Xian would definitely have a chance to successfully attack Jian Huan this time. Why did he take out a precious piece of fine gold without hesitation and train Yao Xian? On the side, watching Yao Xian's movements, Tang Wulin's eyes were also involuntarily shining, looking at Yao Xian with envy and admiration, and at the same time staring at Yao Xian's process of Jianduan earnestly. After this period of training, Tang Wulin's spirit power has reached level 8, and the amount of metal that can be forged has also reached 9. According to Mang Tian, when Tang Wulin is promoted to a spirit master, he will also teach Tang Wulin Qianduan's technique, so he also stared at the forging furnace in front of Yao Xian, and at the same time secretly admired Yao Xian's progress. Under the gazes of Man Tian and Tang Wulin, Yao Xian also began the forging process. He opened his bow from left to right, and his 2 forging hammers were raised high, and then fell like lightning one after another, striking fiercely at the precision. Above gold. Dang! 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 With a loud knocking sound, less than 3 minutes later, Yao Xian had already completed 100 forging of fine gold. At this time, the volume of the fine gold in front of him had shrunk by about 1/10. Impurities are also removed. Looking at Yao Xian's movements like clouds and flowing water, Man Tian also nodded silently, with a faint smile on his face. Yao Xian was able to complete the 100 forgings with such proficiency. Even if the 1,000 forgings failed this time, just a few more trials. Yao Xian also easily entered the gate of Jianduan. Looking at the 100 forged fine gold in front of him, Yao Xian's heart was not humiliated, and he entered a wonderful state of selflessness. Spiritual power involuntarily penetrated into this fine gold, as if he could see this piece clearly. The texture inside the fine gold, and began to have a mysterious spiritual resonance with this fine gold, or rather, a silent communication. Consciousness and this piece of fine gold resonated spiritually, but the forging hammer in Yao Xian's hand did not stop, striking all parts of the fine gold on the forging table with a peculiar rhythm, and the ding-ding was extremely the harmony seems to be a unique piece of music. Yes, this is the feeling, this is the feeling. Pursing his mouth with all his strength, otherwise he would disturb Yao Xian by surrendering his voice. Meng Tian also looked at Yao Xian with scorching eyes, and made waves in his heart. Qunjin, this is the feeling of Qunjin. As a master blacksmithing master, relying on his keen perception, Meng Tian also saw at once that Yao Xian had seized the opportunity and found the feeling of Jian Forge. This is an indescribable feeling, and only those who have really experienced 1,000 forging can really feel it, but for 99% of forgers, they will not be able to catch the shock in their lifetime. With a glimpse of inspiration, Hong couldn't complete 1,000 forge and become a master in his life. Qin find the feeling of Jianduan, almost half-footed into the gate of Jianduan, and now Yao Xian is just over 8 years old. Meng Tian clearly remembered that the current record of thousands of blacksmiths in the Blacksmith Association was maintained by an 8th-level saint blacksmith. At the beginning, he surprised the entire Blacksmith Association with his achievements of 11 years, 3 months, and 2 days. And if Yao Xian can succeed, he will raise this record for more than 3 years. What a monster! Chapter 39, Thousands of Work, Success. Obviously, relying on Yao Xian's talent, savvy, and diligence, it is definitely only a matter of time and accumulation to seek the title of a master craftsman, and in the future, Yao Xian will definitely have the capital to attack the master craftsman of the 9th level. God craftsman, there is only one existence in the entire Douluo continent. When he thinks that he might teach a future master craftsman, Meng Tian can't help but feel his heart surging, his heartbeat speeds up, and his breathing becomes heavy. On the other side, Tang Wulin stared at Yao Xian's movements intently, and entered a wonderful realm. His arm could not help but beat out of thin air in accordance with Yao Xian's rhythm, which was obviously a comprehension. At this time, Yao Xian naturally did not know Meng Tian's thoughts and Tang Wulin's epiphany. At this time, he had completely entered his own rhythm. It seemed that only Yao Xian himself, the forging hammer in his hand, and him were in the entire world. The 3 items of fine gold in front of them are similar. Dang! 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 As the forging progressed, the frequency and intensity of Yao Xian's percussion gradually increased, and with Yao Xian's percussion, the volume of the piece of 100 forged fine gold in front of him was further reduced, and many difficult-to-clean impurities were continuously discharged. Not only that, with every knock by Yao Xian, the molecular structure of the fine gold nugget in front of him is also undergoing mysterious fine-tuning, becoming more and more reasonable and orderly, giving this fine gold more favorable properties. Reading books to receive cash. Follow VX Public. Public account Book Friends Base Camp. Reading books can also receive cash. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. Like 100 forging, 1,000 forging is not simply 1,000 blows, but a qualitative change of the metal. After an hour of forging, Yao Xian also performed more than 5,000 times on the fine gold in front of him. Hammering. At this time, the volume of the piece of fine gold in front of him had shrunk by nearly 15% compared to the beginning, and the surface was exuding a faint golden light. At the same time, accompanied by Yao Xian's prolonged percussion, this piece, the deepest part of the fine gold, is even more contaminated with a hint of the 9-color ancestral dragon. After this hour of forging, Yao Xian also felt a certain amount of fatigue. Although his arms were only slightly sore, but in order to communicate with the fine gold, Yao Xian spent at least about 70% of his mental energy. Of course, Yao Xian's efforts were not in vain. Relying on the mysterious connection he established with the fine gold in front of him, Yao Xian can also clearly feel that this fine gold has reached the edge of transformation, and it will be completed soon. Thousands of forging. 1,000 forged fine gold, success. 10 hammers passed again. At this time, Yao Xian's heart was also filled with a strange, unspeakable, and sensation every second. He couldn't help but shouted like a blessing to the soul, and the strength of his hand suddenly increased a little, and he adamantite blows away. Hey! Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire forging room seemed to tremble, and in front of Yao Xian, the piece of fine gold suddenly jumped up, exuding a brilliant golden light, reflecting the entire forging room into a piece of brilliant gold color, then slowly landed on the forging platform. Very well, Yao Xian, cut off your wrist and sacrifice this fine gold in blood. Seeing the piece of fine gold that had been successfully forged in front of Yao Xian, a surprise flashed in Man Tian's eyes, then he threw a dagger to Yao Xian and hurriedly ordered. The blood sacrifice is a very special forging technique that can create a special connection between the metal being sacrificed and the blood sacrifice, making the piece of metal work like a part of the body, and can generate a certain amount of wisdom, and even give birth to some more powerful features. In addition, once a piece of metal passes through the blood sacrifice, if others want to use it or continue to forge it, they will not be recognized. Therefore, the blood sacrifice of metal is also equivalent to a process of recognizing the Lord. However, at the same time, the blood sacrifice will also damage the vitality of the blacksmith. Therefore, unless it is the masterpiece of the blacksmith and the metal itself is more precious, the blacksmith will definitely not sacrifice the blood. However, there is also a tradition in the world of blacksmiths, that is, when a blacksmith forges the first 1,000 blacksmiths, spiritual blacksmiths and soul blacksmiths, they will be sacrificed as a special ceremony in commemoration. After receiving the dagger in Man Tian's hand, Yao Xian also did not hesitate to point the tip of the blade at his right arm and cut it lightly. The dagger cut on Yao Xian's skin, but it was not cut for a while. Yao Xian also frowned slightly and increased his strength. This time he successfully cut a shallow wound in his hand. A stream of blood spurted out and splashed down, dyeing the piece of shining fine gold below it red. At the same time, the wound on Yao Xian's arm was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Va! Along with a series of abnormal noises, the temperature of that piece of fine gold dropped rapidly, and the burning color on the surface quickly faded. At the same time, its volume was reduced by a few minutes. Congratulations, Yao Xian, you succeeded. You succeeded. 8-year-old third-level blacksmith, did you know that you have set a record, a transcendence record, and once you say it, the whole day the monthly federation will be shocked. Looking at the piece of fine gold in front of Yao Xian, Man Tian also had a scorching color in his eyes, his tone was extremely excited, his expression extremely excited, even his arms began to tremble slightly. Big brother Yao Xian, congratulations, you really succeeded. Brother Xian, you are really my idol. After watching Yao Xian complete the whole process of 1,000 forging, Tang Wulin also looked at Yao Xian with admiration, envy, and gratitude, and then offered his blessings to Yao Xian. Get the worship of Tang Wulin, son of destiny, and get golden evolution points x3. With Tang Wulin's voice, the system's prompt sound came again. Thank you for the teacher's teaching. Wulin, come on, 2. In 1 or 2 years, you will definitely have the opportunity to challenge Jian Huan. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Yao Xian also responded excitedly, and silently looked at the piece of fine forging gold, his first piece of forging. Compared to before forging, the gold on the surface of this fine gold seems to have converged a lot. However, if you use your mental power to perceive the inside of this fine gold, you will find a golden light that is brighter than the original one, and it has 9 faint. The colorful light spots become more restrained. Not only that, but also on the surface of this piece of fine gold, there are rugged inscriptions like undulating mountains and rivers, giving this piece of fine gold a very unique appearance. Cold. In addition, its volume has also been reduced by a large percentage, reduced by at least a quarter. Correspondingly, its hardness has been greatly improved. Not only that, its quality and density are also once again due to the success of the forging. Sublimation. If the density of a piece of fine gold itself is 10, then the density of 1,000 forged fine gold has reached at least 20 or even more. At this time, the real qualitative change and transition are also the basis for constructing a battle armor. Chapter 40, New Mission, Proficient in Forging. It's not just the change in appearance. When Yao Xian perceives the fine gold in front of him with mental power, he has a mysterious feeling, as if this fine gold is an extension of his own flesh and blood, like a part of his body. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would really hardly imagine that someone could break through 1,000 forgings at the age of 8. This is really a miracle. All of this has something to do with your strength, savvy, and diligence. Above, you are definitely the uncrowned genius in the entire Douluo continent, congratulations. However, Yao Xian, you must have heard a sentence, the wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. Therefore, for you to complete the 1,000 forging project so early, it is best to keep it secret for the time being. When you join the Intermediate Academy in the future, it's not too late to show it when you go to the big city, understand? When he came to Yao Xian, Meng Tian also tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, and tried to use a serious tone to say, "I see, Master." Listening to Meng Tian's words, Yao Xian also nodded silently. For the Super God system, the standard for completing the Forge series tasks is to complete the Forge, not to pass the assessment and obtain the Forge medal, so he has no opinion on this. Woolen, you must also keep a secret about Yao Xian's accomplishment of 1,000 Duan today. Even if it is to your parents, you can't mention a word. Are you clear? Reading benefits give you a cash red envelope. Follow VX Public Book Friends Basecamp to receive it. Seeing Yao Xian so obedient, Meng Tian nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to Tang Woolen. "Well, Master, I know, I will never leak secrets to others." Hearing what Meng Tian said, Tang Woolen also answered seriously, and while Tang Woolen was talking with Meng Tian, Yao Xian also sank into the system space. Ding! Side task learning forging, Phase 3, has been completed. Do you receive task rewards? Along with Yao Xian's thoughts, the system prompt sounded in his sea of knowledge. Yes. Hearing the system prompt, Yao Xian silently confirmed in his heart. Ding! Congratulations on getting X100 Golden Evolution Points. Ding! Congratulations on getting the side quest Proficient in Forging. Do you want to check it? Following Yao Xian's confirmation, 2 system prompts sounded in his ears. Check. Task name, Proficient in Forging, side task. Task description, after you have been promoted to the level 3 blacksmith, you have entered the door of the forging world. When you must not relax, you need to be promoted to the 4th level blacksmith within 3 years. Time limit, 3 years. Task reward, Golden Evolution Points plus 1000. Failure penalty, Golden Evolution Point minus 300. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, a silver light flashed in front of his eyes, and a systematic task frame popped out, appearing in his sea of knowledge. Promoting to the level 4 forge is to complete the 1,000 forging 1. I remember that it took Tang Woolen 3.5 years to successfully advance from the level 3 forge to the level 4 forge. With my talent, I thought it is absolutely not a problem to complete the task within 3 years. In addition, the rewards for this task are really rich, with a full 1000 evolution points, and although its punishment is not small, but with my talent, as long as I don't relax, how can I not complete this task? So good? If you have a task, then I must accept it. Looking at the information on the task box, Yao Xian just thought about it for a moment, then immediately nodded and confirmed, accept. Ding! Quest Proficient in Forging 1 accepted. Following Yao Xian's confirmation, the system prompt sounded again. Yao Xian, this piece of fine gold forged is yours. In our forging industry, there is a rule that no matter who provides the raw materials, the breakthrough level works created by the forger, it is owned by the forger, not to mention this piece. The pure gold goes through the blood sacrifice, and only you can use it, so don't refuse. In addition, now you can perform 1000 forging. The original tungsten steel hammer is no longer applicable. You can just use this piece of fine gold to forge 2 forging hammers. As the metal you have sacrificed in blood, it has a very high affinity with you. There is a high probability that special abilities will be born. Just when Yao Xian took over the task, Man Tian turned around and said to Yao Xian with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift, then I am disrespectful." Hearing what Man Tian said, Yao Xian also bowed to him, and then said, "Nothing, this is what you deserve. Today you completed the forging, you must be very tired. Go back and rest for a while, the next week, I will not assign you additional forging tasks, you have a good experience of the same 1,000 forging feelings, by the way, use this fine gold to create a forging hammer for yourself." After receiving Yao Xian's reply, Meng Tian waved his hand, and then ordered. "I understand, Master, I will put this fine gold in my forging room first, okay?" Yao Xian said while turning off the fire on the forging table. "That is natural, this is already your thing, you naturally have the right to deal with it." Waved his hand, Man Tian also signaled Yao Xian to leave freely. "Brother Xian, you are so strong to be able to complete 1,000 forgings. I admire you so much, Brother Xian. And, happy birthday, Brother Xian." Holding the fine gold, walking towards his forging room, Tang Wulin also admired again. "Thank you, Wulin. By the way, Wulin, you will soon break through the 9th level Soul Warrior, right?" Upon hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xian also smiled and thanked him, and then asked. "Yes, it is estimated that in 1 or 2 months, I will be able to break through the 9th level of the Spirit Master, and there are still 10 months left. Let me try to advance to the 10th level, and then break through the Spirit Master. I think, I must if it works." I also thank Xian Ji for his guidance and encouragement over the past 2 years. Seeing Yao Xian asking himself, Tang Wulin also replied. "Well, yes, believe in yourself, you can do it." Talking all the way, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also walked into the forging room, put the 1,000 forged fine gold in their hands in the locker, then patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder behind them, encouraging. "Thank you, Brother Xian. By the way, Brother Xian, can I take a look at this piece of fine gold forged by you?" Listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin was also excited to thank, and then asked. "Of course you can, look, but after thousands of exercises, it has absorbed a lot of energy and its weight has increased a lot. It may be nearly 300 kilograms. You have to be careful. I'm a little tired, so I will go back first. Goodbye, Wulin." With an order, Yao Xian also took his own things and left the forging room. "Well, goodbye, Brother Xian." Seeing Yao Xian's departure, Tang Wulin also said respectfully. He turned around and watched Yao Xian's figure go away. Only then did he continue to look at the 1,000 forged fine gold forged by Yao Xian. Chapter 41, Nair, I want to be by your side forever. After returning home, Yao Xian's physical condition quickly recovered along the way. With the powerful recovery ability brought by the Ancestral Dragon's blood, almost only 20 minutes later, the fatigue caused by Jiang Chuan to Yao Xian's body has completely subsided, and the tingling sensation on his arm has completely disappeared. As for the wound on his arm left by the blood sacrifice, the powerful self-healing ability brought by the Ancestral Dragon bloodline has basically healed, leaving only an insignificant flesh-colored dent, and it is still recovering quickly. However, the recovery ability of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline is more for the body, but for the recovery of mental power is very general, so Yao Xian also feels a little groggy, and wants to lie in bed and sleep well. Of course, Yao Xian has after all with the spiritual power of the Lingtong realm, he did not overdraw his mental power, so he was not in a coma like Tang Wulin. After returning home and slept well, Yao Xian finally recovered his mental state to his best. After a period of meditation, the family of 3 also sat around the dining table, lit candles, turned off the soul guide light, and together sing a birthday song. Naer, with me, I will never let you bear the pain alone, will never let you fall into entanglement and pain, and will never let you go on the path of self-destruction again. I must guard by your side forever, destroy the conspiracy of the unscrupulous in the gods, formulate a new order, so that humans and soul beasts can coexist in a balanced manner, hold the most grand wedding, and then have nothing to do with you, live together happily and without burdens forever. Thinking silently in his heart, Yao Xian also inhaled sharply, and then blew hard. Call. Accompanied by the sound of airflow, all the candles on the cake went out, and Lin Zimen also smiled and came to the switch next to it, relighting the soul light on the ceiling. Brother Yao Xian, happy birthday! By the way, Nair wants to know, what exactly is the wish made by Brother Yao Xian? While looking at Yao Xian, Naer asked curiously. Wish? This is a secret. If you tell others about your wish may not be realized. However, I can tell Naer that this is a very, very beautiful wish, but it may be difficult to realize it, but I firmly believe that it will be realized in the future. Reaching out his hand and gently touching Naer's head, Yao Xian's eyes showed determination, and then he said firmly. Yes, this wish for Yao Xian is indeed very difficult. If you want to change everything, protect Guyuina, and avoid tragedy, the premise of everything is strong strength. Moreover, even a quasi-demigod, a demigod, or even a quasi-god, it is difficult to really change the situation. After all, the master behind all these conspiracies is one of the most powerful in the god realm, the god King Tang San. Not only in this way, he deliberately planned for thousands of years. Even if it was due to changes in the god realm, Tang San was temporarily trapped and could only take action in a few seconds, but relying on the backhands he left behind, it was enough to kill the true gods, and even the invincible Abyss Sovereign was killed. Tang San beheaded with one blow. Therefore, if Yao Xian wants to prevent the tragedy from happening and truly change all of this, he must at least reach the third level or even stronger, and rely on the ancestral dragon martial spirit and blood to destroy Tang San's conspiracy and give himself peace. Guyuina's happy future will also completely free Douluo mainland from the slavery of the god realm. And all of this is definitely not simple. Even with the super system, Yao Xian can't guarantee that he will be able to accomplish such a feat, but he is willing to try and dare to try, more willing to try, willing to be ordinary. Never, these are not words in Yao Xian's dictionary. After making such a wish, Yao Xian also felt that his state of mind seemed to have been sublimated. Facing challenges, he would never be afraid, and the future Douluo continent would definitely belong to his Yao Xian's era. Well, okay, I see, Brother Yao Xian. Although Nair doesn't know what Brother Yao Xian's wish is, but Brother Yao Xian's wish is Nair's wish. I will definitely help Brother Yao Xian everything. To realize your wish, I also believe that Brother Yao Xian's wish will be realized. On the side, seeing that Yao Xian did not want to express her wish, Nair was not angry either, shaking her head from side to side, and said sweetly. Thank you in advance, Nair. Looking at Nair's innocence that day, Yao Xian also felt even more heartache. It was such a horrible thing for such a pure and lovely little girl to bear such pain and torture at this time. He must change everything. Even if the road ahead is extremely difficult and dangerous. Okay, let's eat cake together, come. At this moment, Lin Zimen on the side cut off 2 large pieces of cake, and handed one to Nair and the other to Yao Xian. Thank you, Mom, then I'll start. Looking at the cake in front of him, Yao Xian also said cheerfully, but Nair's gaze on the side looked a little dull. After a moment's stunned, he reached out and took the cake from Lin Zimen. Could it be that Nair's memory is about to wake up? Looking at Nair's slightly abnormal behavior, Yao Xian also frowned slightly, and thought to himself. Calculating the original historical line, it took Nair 3 years to awaken the memory, but because of the subtle influence of her own ancestral dragon aura, it is not impossible for Nair to wake up the memory early. After a meal, Brother Yao Xian, after the meal, can you accompany me to the beach for a walk? Looking up at Yao Xian, Naer's clear amethyst pupils also showed a strange light, and then said softly. It seems that Naer's memory is really about to wake up. Sensibly aware of the change in Naer's eyes, Yao Xian also thought to himself, helpless and heartache. If he has a choice, he also hopes that Naer's memory will not wake up, and she will always be sheltered under her own wings. However, this is just an ideal. Now he can accept reality and strive to improve his strength. And protect Guyuina in the future so that she will not be harmed. Mom, can I go for a walk with Naer? Turning his head to look at Lin Zimen, Yao Xian also asked. Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, pay attention to send cash and coins. Of course there is no problem. You are already an older child, and you have the ability to protect yourself. Go without worry, but remember, go home early. Lin Zimen also smiled when he heard Yao Xian's words, and then ordered. Well, I see, Mom. Naer, let's go. Holding Naer's hand, Yao Xian also took her to the beach. Although Ala City contains the word city in its name, the actual area is not large. It is placed on Earth Star, which is a large town at most, and there is no city wall, so it only took about 20 minutes to walk Yao Xian, so he took Naer to the beach. Chapter 42, For the Future Reunion, Fight. Naer, here we are. Yao Xian said while looking at the beach in front of him. Because Ala City is not a large city, almost no people come to travel, so the ruler of Ala City did not specially spend a lot of money to make artificial beaches, and it also maintains a relatively primitive state, and the sand on the ground is not delicate, but also mixed with a lot of gravel and shells. Although the sandy beach here is not beautiful, the moon in the sky is very soft. The crescent moon hangs in the air, projecting the moonlight as white as snow. The stars hang in the sky, and they are very bright and luxurious. The gems are set in the sky. After all, this place is not an Earth star. There are no massive fossil fuels and industrial pollution. This is also the reason why the night sky is so brilliant. The sea breeze is also unusually fresh, mixed with the sound of waves crashing, which is vibrant and refreshing. Well, brother Yao Xian, the starry sky today is so beautiful. While agreeing, Naer looked up at the starry sky, and then couldn't help but exclaimed. Yeah, the night sky is so beautiful. Naer, when we each celebrate our birthdays, we will come here to see the stars together, okay? Listening to Naer's words, Yao Xian also sighed, and said while holding Naer's catkin tightly. Do you come to see the stars together every year? Hearing what Yao Xian said, Naer was silent a bit, then suddenly turned around and stared into Yao Xian's eyes, and then said, Brother Yao Xian, if one day I leave, would you miss me? Sure, you are my sister. If you leave, I will definitely miss you every day. But why did Naer leave and let her brother stay with you and protect you for the rest of your life, okay? After listening to Naer's words, Yao Xian was more confident. Naer's memory had recovered a lot, and she felt a little uncomfortable secretly, but she said sincerely. Protect me forever. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Naer's big purple eyes flashed with a bewildered look, and her small head unconsciously leaned against Yao Xian's shoulder. Well, protect you for the rest of your life. Listening to Naer's words, Yao Xian also nodded seriously. No matter how difficult the road ahead, no matter how terrifying, cunning, and hypocritical the enemy is, he will never be afraid, he will definitely succeed. Thank you, brother. If I go, I will miss you very, very much. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Naer's eyes also became a little hazy, as if a layer of mist appeared, but there was a touch of determination. After communicating with Yao Xian for half an hour at the beach, Naer also offered to go home, and the two of them also held each other's palms and walked towards the house. Then, After completing the meditation, Yao Xian was also with Naer. Say good night to each other, and then returned to their respective rooms. Late at night, the door of Yao Xian's room opened silently, and a silver figure sneaked into it silently, and came to Yao Xian's bed. It was Naer. With reluctance and pain in her eyes, Naer also took out a note from her pocket and placed it on Yao Xian's table, and pressed it carefully. Immediately, a silver light flashed in her eyes and appeared on her chest. One after another silver scales. Stretching out the jade arm, with a light touch, a scale suddenly slipped off, like a round scale, but with a trace of edges and corners. Soon, Naer lightly clicked, and countless moon flowers condensed and turned into a thin silver wire. Through this scale, turned into a string of necklaces. Brother Yao Xian, I'm sorry, but Naer must go. She gently put the necklace in her hand on Yao Xian's neck, and Naer also softly bent down and kissed Yao Xian's forehead. There was a trace of decisiveness in her eyes, and her jade arm twisted, a silver light. The door appeared before his eyes again. Sorry, goodbye. With a hint of determination and nostalgia in her eyes, Naer looked back at Yao Xian for the last time, and finally stepped into the silver gate without looking back. The figure suddenly disappeared, and the silver gate quickly disappeared. It's as if it has never appeared before. Outskirts. A very luxurious black soul-guided sports car worth tens of millions of federal currency has already been parked by the roadside, and Naer's figure appeared beside the sports car. Miss, your memory has finally awakened. For 2 years, we have not been able to find you. In these years, the lady has not been wronged? If there is, then all the humans in this city are ready to be the lady. Funeral. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Public account book Friends Base Camp. A middle-aged man wearing a brown leather coat, full of muscles, and looking very strong walked out of the sports car, came to Naer, bowed respectfully, and then asked. No, I've been, not bad, let's go. Silently shook her head, Naer also faintly walked into the soul-guided sports car, then the door of the soul-guided sports car was closed, and she rode away. Brother Yao Xian, I'm sorry, but I really can't stay by your side anymore, I can't watch the stars with you every year, sorry. Sitting on the soul-guided sports car, the pictures of Yao Xian echoed, thinking about the various experiences of getting along with Yao Xian in the past 2 years, thinking that I would leave Yao Xian in the future, and I couldn't help crying from Naer. The corner of his eyes fell. The next day, early morning. Yao Xian, Yao Xian. A slightly rapid voice awakened from his sleep. Mom, what's the matter? Although it is probably clear what happened, Yao Xian still asked. No, Naer is gone. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Lin Zimen also said in a hurry. Naer has she gone? Listening to Lin Zimen's words, Yao Xian's heart is also a little empty. After spending 2 years with Naer, Yao Xian really regards Naer as his relative, his sister, and wants to protect her. Yao Xian was also sad and disappointed when she learned that Naer had left. However, Yao Xian also knew that because of Naer's identity, she would leave her sooner or later, but Yao Xian also knew that soon, he would meet Guyuina again, but she would no longer be called Naer then. And called Guyu. Although a little lost, Yao Xian did not fall into sorrow. Yao Xian knew how powerful his future enemy was. Just feeling sad for Naer's departure was of no use, only strong strength. Really change the history of the future, resolve the tragedy, protect Guyuina, so that she and herself can have a happy ending. So, for the future reunion, work hard. As he thought about it, Yao Xian's will to become stronger became more and more filled, his aspiration became more determined, and a fire raging to continue to grow stronger. Chapter 43, the first limit of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, breakthrough. What? Nair is missing. While talking, Yao Xian climbed up from the bed, and in the next second, he saw the note on the table. Brother, Mom, I'm leaving. Thank you very much for your care over the past 2 years, but I remembered who I am and my family came to pick me up, so I can only leave. When I was with you, I was really very, very happy. I really can't bear you, but the memory that I gradually recovered made me have to leave, and I still have a lot to do. Brother, I will always remember the way you saved me from the bad guys, and you will always remember all your care and love for me, but if I continue to stay, it may cause you trouble, even disaster. For your safety, I can only leave. Brother, on your neck, there is an amulet that I left behind. You must wear it well. If there is a danger, it will definitely protect you. I love you the most, Nair. Looking at Nair's note, Yao Xian also looked down at his neck. There was a string of necklace hanging there, and at the end of the necklace, there was a white scale hanging like a gem, radiating colorful light. Is this, her scales, left behind to protect me? Yet, I am still too weak. I need to become stronger, and I must become stronger. Looking at the scales on her neck, Yao Xian also understood Nair's helplessness, and at the same time once again strengthened her determination to become stronger. Mom, this is a note left by Nair. She said that she regained her memory and remembered her life experience, and then went back to find her parents. While talking, Yao Xian handed Lin Zimen the note left by Nair. Found my family? For her, this must be a good thing. Looking at the note left by Nair, Lin Zimen also nodded and said, then turned to Yao Xian and enlightened, my child, I know you care about and like Nair very much. You must be sad when she is gone. This mother can definitely understand. It can be seen that Nair must miss you very much. In the future, when she finishes her work, you will definitely have a chance to meet again, right? So, Mom hopes you can cheer up and not be immersed in sadness. Well, Mom, I see. Listening to Lin Zimen's words, Yao Xian also nodded in agreement, and in the following days, Yao Xian also devoted all his energy to forging and cultivation. 9 months later. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 9.9%. Golden Evolution Point, 10. Now, my Ancestral Dragon Bloodline can finally complete the first phase of unlocking. Turning on the system, looking at the 2 columns of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline and Golden Evolution Points in his information, Yao Xian's mouth can't help but tilt up slightly. At the 8th birthday, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Bloodline had reached 7.9%, and with Nair's parting kiss, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Bloodline had also advanced to 8.2%. At that time, Yao Xian successfully promoted to level 3 blacksmith and gained 100 gold evolution points. Through this gold evolution point, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Bloodline has reached 9.3%. 9 months have passed. Through continuous cultivation, Yao Xian has also gathered nearly 60 golden evolution points through ordinary evolution points. Coupled with the 10 golden evolution points obtained from Tang Wulan's approach, Yao Xian can finally the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline has increased to 10%. Following the system's prompts, after raising the Ancestral Dragon's Bloodline to 10%, Yao Xian's vitality and physical fitness will be greatly improved. At the same time, he will unlock a new passive ability and active ability. Not only that, this also means that Yao Xian can be promoted to the Great Soul Master with the most perfect posture. Expend 10 golden evolution points to increase the concentration of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline by 0.1%. After the increase, your Ancestral Dragon Bloodline will reach 10%, breaking the first limit. Will it increase? With a single tap on the system, a system prompt sounded in Yao Xian's ear. Yes. Yao Xian silently confirmed in his heart when he heard the system prompt. Ding! The promotion begins. Following Yao Xian's thoughts, the 10 golden evolution point disappeared, turned into the purest evolution source energy, and entered Yao Xian's body. A strand of evolutionary source can enter Yao Xian's body and begin to flow along Yao Xian's blood vessels. With the circulation of evolutionary source energy, the ancestral dragon's bloodline in Yao Xian's body also madly absorbs this evolutionary source energy, changing the more refined. Roar! As the ancestral dragon's bloodline improved, Yao Xian's sea of knowledge suddenly sounded a dragon chant. Immediately, Yao Xian only felt that some of the bonds in his body were completely broken, and the power of blood and blood instantly boiled, a majestic ancestral dragon. The power flowed from the body, like hot lava, poured into his body madly. It's hot! Feeling the scorching energy flowing in his body, Yao Xian couldn't help but take a breath, then gritted his teeth fiercely, fighting against the pain. At this time, he must not faint, otherwise the energy will destroy his body, in the slightest it will be disabled, in the severe case it will be killed directly. Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, possess. Feeling the painful burning sensation in his body, Yao Xian also moved his mind, urging his soul power. The 9-color soul power in front of him flickered, and the ancestral dragon martial spirit suddenly appeared, soaring into the sky, and immediately submerged in Yao Xian's heavenly spirit cover. With the possession of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xian's body surface has a faint dragon scale, and his physical fitness has also improved rapidly. Finally, he feels that the pain in his body has been relieved by a large amount, and he is fully refining the ancestors flowing out of his body. Dragon power. With the strength of the ancestral dragon being refined, Yao Xian's physical fitness grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his strength soon broke the 2,000 kilogram mark. At the same time, Yao Xian's meridians and danshan also gained significantly strengthened. The affinity for soul power, absorption efficiency and absorption amount have been greatly improved. Not only that, the power of qi and blood in Yao Xian's body has also increased crazily. In just 10 minutes, the power of qi and blood in Yao Xian's body has doubled. Not only that, in Yao Xian's body, there are 9 layers. The colored grid appeared again, covering Yao Xian's body safely, and causing incredible changes to Yao Xian's body. After an hour. Ding! The promotion is over. The unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline plus 0.1%, the current unlocking degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 10.0%. Ding! The first limit of the Ancestral Dragon's Bloodline has been broken. Congratulations on your active ability Ancestral Dragon Broken Air Step and passive ability Right Claw Dragon Formation. After the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline reaches 20%, the next ability will be unlocked. Please work hard to obtain the golden evolution points and improve the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Unlocked Content Bloodline Ability, Ancestral Dragon Chaos Gang, Active Ability, Left Clawed Dragon Transformation, Passive Ability, Intermediate Ancestral Dragon Body, Passive Ability. As the heat flow in the body faded, Yao Xian gasped, his tight body relaxed. And at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Chapter 44, The Right Claw Becomes a Dragon, the Ancestor Dragon breaks into the air. Finally, it's over. After about 10 seconds, Yao Xian finally broke free from the extremely painful feeling, calmed down for a while, and finally slowly stood up from the ground. The unlocking of the first limit of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline didn't take 1 or 2 minutes. After an entire hour of torture, Yao Xian finally successfully completed the unlocking process. During this period, even with the blessing of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, Yao Xian was still on the verge of a coma many times due to great pain. However, Yao Xian finally survived with his tenacity and belief in victory, and did not faint or lose control. After an hour of painful torture, Yao Xian's clothes were already wet with profuse sweat. The corners of his mouth also bitten 2 deep red marks because of excessive force, and the back of his palms were even more covered. A crimson nail print. Although the process was extremely painful, but feeling the changes in his body, Yao Xian knew that all these sufferings were not in vain, and the rewards they exchanged were absolutely earth-shaking. After unlocking the first limit of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, the power of qi and blood in Yao Xian's body has perfectly formed the first layer of qi and blood circulation, and the power of qi and blood has broken through about 3 times compared to before the breakthrough, that is to say, Yao Xian has made new breakthroughs on top of his recovery ability and lasting combat ability. Collect free books, follow v.x Book Friends Basecamp, recommend your favorite novels and receive cash red envelopes. More importantly, after the formation of the blood circulation, Yao Xian also officially unlocked the first qi and blood ability, Ancestral Dragon Shattered Air Step, which can be released by urging the qi and blood without consuming soul power. Can be a good killer. Not only that, with the breaking of the first limit of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, Yao Xian also gained a new passive ability, which can stimulate the power of qi and blood, completely transform the right claw dragon, and obtain extremely powerful and destructive power. Finally, it was the improvement of physical attributes. After the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline broke through to the first limit, Yao Xian's overall strength increased by about 1,000 kilograms, reaching 2,000 kilograms. Once the spirit possessed, the overall strength could exceed 3,000 kilograms, is really extremely powerful. So, now let me see the specific effects of the 2 bloodline abilities. Feeling the changes in his body, Yao Xian nodded in satisfaction, went to the toilet, took a good shower, washed away the sweat stains on his body, and then returned to his room. Right claw dragonization. With the force of urging blood and energy, on Yao Xian's right arm, the 9-color brilliance condensed, forming a layer of 9-color dragon scales instantly, completely protecting Yao Xian's upper and lower arms. Not only that, with the start of the dragonization of the right claw, the palm of Yao Xian's right hand suddenly became larger, and his fingers became thicker and stretched, turning into extremely sharp, shimmering dragons about 15 centimeters long. The claws looked terrifying. What a powerful force! Feeling the change in his right arm, Yao Xian couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction in his eyes. After casting the right claw dragon, Yao Xian's right arm's overall strength increased by more than 50%. That is to say, if the right claw dragon was cast while the Ancestral Dragon possessed, the power of Yao Xian's right arm could be reached 5,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms, what a terrible power this is! Even if only relying on strength, Yao Xian's destructive power would not be weaker than that of ordinary souls, let alone a person in the realm of soul masters like Yao Xian. That would definitely be a proper crush. Try the power of Dragon Claw again. With a thought, Yao Xian took out a piece of 100 forged fine iron from the system space, held it in his left hand, and then lightly waved his right paw, cutting away to the piece of 100 forged fine iron. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of metal breaking, Yao Xian's right arm felt a slight resistance, and the piece of 100 forged fine iron was cut in half. Really sharp. If this claw is torn on the enemy's body, it is absolutely deadly. Looking at the fragmented piece of fine iron, Yao Xian couldn't help but breathe a breath of air. Although 100 forged fine iron is only the most common 100 forged metal, unless it is a defensive type of soul, the defense of ordinary soul masters is absolutely far less than 100 forged fine iron. It was impossible to defend against Yao Xian's blow. Then, finally try the defense after the right claw dragonization. With a thought in his heart, Yao Xian lightly cut a claw on the piece of fine forged iron, sharpened it, and then grasped the piece of fine forged iron with his left hand, and slammed his right arm. When, accompanied by the sound of the intersecting of gold and iron, Yao Xian just felt a slight tingling on his right arm, and did not feel much pain at all. Under the thorn, only a small appearance appeared on Yao Xian's arm. The white spot is basically unharmed. Sure enough, it is both offensive and defensive. As expected of the abilities brought by the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, it's really great. Now, let's see how powerful the Ancestral Dragon's broken air step is. Feeling the powerful attribute enhancement brought by the Ancestral Dragon's claws, Yao Xian nodded in satisfaction, and then with a thought, he lifted his right claw dragonized state. Immediately afterwards, Yao Xian once again urged the power of qi and blood, and set off the active ability provided by the first limit of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, Ancestral Dragon Fragmented Air Step. With the urging of Zilong's broken air step, Yao Xian only felt that his speed suddenly increased by a few points. Not only that, he also felt that his body fits the surrounding space very well, and every move was extremely agile. The resistance is almost zero, and it is extremely elegant. In order to test the power of Zilong's broken air step, Yao Xian also left home and went to the small playground next to him to test. After urging Ancestral Dragon's broken air step, Yao Xian's speed increased by at least 50%, and more importantly, his flexibility. With the urging of Zilong's broken air step, Yao Xian only felt that his body had a mysterious connection with the surrounding space. Every time he moved, he seemed to be helped by the power of space. It was very light and agile. People are elusive. Not only that, but Yao Xian had a deep feeling, as long as he was willing, after urging the Ancestral Dragon to break through the empty steps, he could truly travel through space. Then, try it. With a thought in his heart, Yao Xian also grasped the spiritual opportunity in the dark and rushed forward suddenly. The next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Yao Xian's body suddenly disappeared from where it was, and the next moment, it appeared in a space 1 meter away. Is this the feeling of traveling through space? It's really amazing. Falling on the ground again, Yao Xian's face also showed a surprised expression, and then silently sighed. Just now, with the urging of Ancestral Dragon's broken empty steps, Yao Xian only felt that a mysterious space power enveloped him. The next moment, he flashed 1 meter away. For Yao Xian, this is definitely a magical experience, and he can't help but be surprised. Chapter 45, Graduated, Go to Donghai College. However, the only pity is that traveling through space consumes too much energy and blood power. It seems that before my energy and blood power is increased to a certain level, the space shuttle ability of Zilong's shattered air step cannot become conventional means. Immediately afterwards, Yao Xian sensed his own power of qi and blood, and couldn't help being taken aback, then meditated. Yes, Yao Xian's power of qi and blood has consumed nearly 20% after only performing one space shuttle. In other words, with Yao Xian's current power of qi and blood, he can only perform space shuttles 5 times, and it will be complete. Week www.ltnovel.com Welfare. Pay attention to the public. Book Friends Base Camp, read books every day and get cash/points. Even so, Yao Xian is still very satisfied with Zilong's broken air step. Even if there is no space shuttle capability, it will greatly improve Yao Xian's combat power. It can help Yao Xian get rid of the enemy's attack and quickly enter the enemy. Alongside, it issued a fatal blow. Moreover, although the current consumption of the Ancestral Dragon's air step is too large, it is of little significance in actual combat, but with the improvement of Yao Xian's power of blood and blood, the ability of Ancestral Dragon's air step to shuttle through space will definitely shine. And all this is just a matter of time. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. On August 30th, ALA City, Seoul Guidance Train Station. Mom, I'm leaving. Thank you for your care within 3 years. Yao Xian is grateful. Taking the salute, Yao Xian also said goodbye to Lin Zimen, and then bowed deeply. Although Lin Zimen was only Yao Xian's adoptive mother, within 3 years, Lin Zimen cared and took care of Yao Xian just like her own son. This also moved Yao Xian. Well, pay attention to safety along the way. After you arrive at the academy, you must also practice hard. Mom is here to bless you, Yao Xian. Looking at Yao Xian, Lin Zimen's eyes also showed a trace of love and perseverance, and then exhorted. Thank you, Mom. I won't relax my practice when I arrive at Donghai Academy, Mom. Listening to Lin Zimen's words, Yao Xian also agreed again. Beside Yao Xian, Tang Wulin was also saying goodbye to his parents. Half an hour later, the train where Yao Xian and Tang Wulin were sitting slowly drove out of the station, and gradually changed under the watch of the three parents. Xiao drove to Donghai City. 2 months ago, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin had successfully graduated from Hongshan Junior College, and because they successfully broke through the realm of Spirit Masters, they both got recommendations for going to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy. Go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy and begin a 6-year, further Soul Master education. A small city like Ala City naturally does not have an Intermediate Spirit Master Academy. Therefore, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin got recommendations for studying at Donghai Intermediate Academy. Now they are on their way to Donghai City. Donghai City, a large city in the Sun Moon Federation, is located on the coast of the East China Sea. It is also an important port that undertakes the task of shipping and developing marine resources. In Donghai City, the permanent population is about 3 million, plus some migrant workers. The total population is about 5 million. Even in the Federation, Donghai City is considered a city with a name and a surname. Brother Xian, we are going to study at the Intermediate Academy, so looking forward to it. Sitting next to Yao Xian, Tang Wulin also looked carefully at the surrounding environment, and then said, "Yeah, I am looking forward to it too. In the future, we must continue to work hard." After listening to Yao Xian's words, Yao Xian also nodded silently, and Naer's figure flashed in front of him. Presumably, Gu Yu will appear in front of him soon, right? At that time, I must seize her heart. Yet, I must work hard to make a breakthrough in 6 years. I also want to go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy to continue my studies. By the way, Brother Xian, how many spirit power levels are you now? Hearing what Yao Xian said, Tang Wulin's eyes flashed with determination, said seriously, and then asked again. Is the spirit power level? I am already an 18th level spirit master, and as long as I practice for another week or so, I can break through the 19th level spirit master. Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xian also replied with a smile. Is going to be level 19 soon? Oh my god, Brother Xian, you are really too fierce. So, in a few months, Brother Xian will break through the Great Soul Master, right? Listening to what Yao Xian said, Tang Wulin also looked at Yao Xian with admiration, and exclaimed. Great Soul Master? It should be coming soon. While answering, Yao Xian thought about it, sinking into the system space, and recalling his own information. Name, Yao Xian. Age, 9 years old. System ability, Observation Eye, Strength and Charm, Strength and Perception, Space Storage, 5 cubic meters, Strength and Meditation. Wuhan, Zilong. Soul Power, Level 18, 91.5%. Soul Master. Gong Method, Forging Soul Secret Art. Unlocking Degree of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, 10.2%. Mentality, 195, 11.7%. Early Stage of Lingtong Realm. Soul, Zilong, 100 years. Soul Skill, Ancestral Dragon Split Sky Strike. Bloodline Ability, Belt Primary Ancestral Dragon Body, Right Claw Dragonization. Bloodline Abilities, Main Ancestral Dragon Broken Air Step. Battle Armor, none. Mecha, none. Evolution Point, 7205. Golden Evolution Point, 9. Skills, Forging, Level 3, Mecha Design, Level 0, Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0, Mecha Repair, Level 0. From the 8th birthday to the present, after hard training, Yao Xian's spirit power level has also broken from level 14 to level 4 to level 18. It is only one step away from breaking through level 19. Breaking through level 5 in 1 year, no matter how talented a soul master is, this is a miraculous speed, not to mention that Yao Xian's foundation and spirit power purity are still at the same level under such a fast promotion speed. Several times more than the soul master. This heaven-defying effect is naturally the result of the forging soul forging secret art. Although Yao Xian only practices the first level of forging soul secret art, its effect is enough to amaze everyone. As for the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon bloodline reached 10% 3 months ago, but after 3 months, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon bloodline only exceeded 0.2%. As for the reason, it is very simple. When the Ancestral Dragon bloodline breaks through to 10%, the consumption of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline for every 1% increase is 10 times that of the past, which requires 100, 200, 1,000 points of gold evolution. Point. With Yao Xian's promotion, he can now condense a golden evolution point in an average of 2.5 days, but compared to the golden evolution point required by the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, it is still a drop in the bucket. For this, Yao Xian was not in a hurry, because he knew very well that the most important way to obtain golden evolution points was not through cultivation but fighting. At the Junior Soul Master Academy, the students focus on cultivation and there is almost no actual combat. At the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, one of the most important tasks for the students is to carry out actual combat. At that time, with strong strength, Yao Xian will a lot of golden evolution points can be obtained. Chapter 46, Donghai City, Lu Yuxin. In addition, Yao Xian is also moving forward steadily on top of the spiritual cultivation. With the practice of forging soul forging technique, every week, Yao Xian's mental power will increase by at least 1 point. After 1 year, Yao Xian's mental power will naturally increase by nearly 60 points. Now, Yao Xian's mental power has reached 195 points, which is only 5 points away from the midpoint of breaking through the spiritual channel. At the age of 9, with 195 points of mental power, it is absolutely a shocking existence on the Douluo continent. Even those extreme Douluos, at the age of 9, their mental power may not have 100 points, and Yao Xian is there 2 times, let alone those ordinary soul masters. Unless it is Guyu, the human body of the Silver Dragon King who is comparable to the level 1 god, ordinary people want to surpass Yao Xian in spiritual power, it is definitely a fantasy. In fact, on the original historical line, Guyu at the age of 9 he showed only 120 points of mental power. Not only that, but in terms of strength, Yao Xian's breakthrough is also leaps and bounds. After unlocking the first limit of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, Yao Xian's body was once again baptized with the power of Ancestral Dragon, most of which was absorbed, causing Yao Xian's power to directly increase to 2,000 kilograms, and the remaining part was left over. In Yao Xian's body, he was continuously refined over time. After that, almost every day, Yao Xian's strength increased by nearly 3 kilograms. Now, Yao Xian's strength has reached 2,300 kilograms. Once the Zilong possesses and the right-clawed dragon becomes urged, the strength of the arm can exceed 5,000 kilograms. With a huge power of 5,000 kilograms, coupled with the sharpness of the Ancestral Dragon's right claws, and the fascinating pathway ability of the Ancestral Dragon's smashing air steps, Yao Xian can definitely threaten the life of the soul masters in the realm of the soul. Even the soul, the spirit master of the realm, didn't dare to be hit by Yao Xian. Finally, it is Yao Xian's progress in forging. 1,000 forged metals also have quality divisions, with the lowest being grade 5 and the highest being grade 1. When Yao Xian just broke through the 3rd level forging master, the metals forged by Yao Xian were mainly grade 3 and grade 4 forging. Now, Yao Xian occasionally, it is possible to forge a 2nd grade metal forging. There are 2 requirements for being promoted to the 4th level forging master. One is to forge 10 kinds of metal forging 2 grades, and the other is to forge 1 grade of 1000 forging, which is semi-spiritual forging metal. After 1 year of training, although Yao Xian has not been promoted to the level 4 forge, he has already made a big step forward from the level 4 forge. Wanting to break through the level 4 forge in the remaining 2 years is not too much for Yao Xian. Big problem. Compared to Yao Xian's rapid progress, Tang Wulin's practice was not so smooth. Despite Yao Xian's guidance, Tang Wulin only broke through the Spirit Master half a year ago, and now he is only a level 12 Spirit Master, 1 level higher than the original historical line. Not only that, because Tang Wulin has not been stimulated, although Tang Wulin has studied Jianduan for half a year, he has not finally broken the threshold of Jianduan. However, Yao Xian affirmed that with Tang Wulin's insight, it is only a matter of time before the successful completion of Jianduan. A few hours later, Donghai City, Seoul Guiding Train Station. Kangyan. Along with the sound of wheels rolling, a dark blue Seoul-guided train slowly drove into the platform. "Brother Xian, we are here." Seeing the new scene around him, Tang Wulin also said excitedly. "Yeah, it's finally here." Looking up and observing the surrounding environment, Yao Xian also replied with a smile. After a short period of rushing around, the Seoul Guidance train finally drove over a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers and arrived at Donghai City. Different from Ala City, Donghai City has a very long history, and the city still maintains a primitive style. You can even see many buildings with a century or even 1,000 years, just like this Seoul Guide train station. Although it has been renovated, it is actually his age is at least several dozen times that of Yao Xian. Just as Yao Xian and Tang Wulin looked around with curiosity, the train had also stopped, and the bustling crowd filed out with luggage, and Yao Xian also took Tang Wulin and stepped off the Seoul Guide train. The first time he left home and went to a city thousands of miles away alone, Tang Wulin's mood was also a bit nervous and depressed. However, looking at Yao Xian's calm and indifferent look next to him, Tang Wulin also secretly clenched his fists. "Don't shame Brother Xian. Let's go, let's find the person in charge of Donghai College who is here to receive freshmen." Walking out of the Donghai Seoul Guide station, Yao Xian also explained, and then led Tang Wulin to look around. As an intermediate Seoul Master Academy, at the beginning of each year, Donghai Academy will send a shuttle bus to pick up and drop off new students at various stations. As long as you find the person in charge, you can arrive at Donghai Academy smoothly. "Found it, let's go over." After walking about 300 meters, Yao Xian also saw a sign with the 4 characters Donghai Academy on it, and then walked over with Tang Wulin. "Two classmates, are you here to report?" Behind the sign, there were a few students wearing Donghai Academy uniforms, all about 15 or 6 years old, watching Yao Xian and Tang Wulin walking with luggage. One of them was of medium build and kept one head. The dark-haired girl with dark hair stood up and said afterwards, "This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Base Camp, read the book and get cash red envelopes. Yes, this is my recommendation letter." While talking, Yao Xian took out his letter of recommendation and handed it to the girl, and beside him, Tang Wulin also carefully took out his letter of recommendation and handed it over. "Well, it is correct, 2 students, welcome to Donghai City, welcome to join Donghai College. I am Liu Yuxin, a first-year student of the Advanced Seoul Master Academy of Donghai College, and your senior sister, responsible for this freshman reception. Come, you guys fill out this information form first." While introducing herself, Liu Yuxin took out 2 information sheets, one to Yao Xian and one to Tang Wulin. Yao Xian, 9 years old, graduated from Ala City Hongshan Junior College, 18th level Assault Soul Master. Wow, at the age of 9, you have an 18th level soul power cultivation base, you are really a little genius, I envy you envy. Seeing Yao Xian filling out the information form, Liu Yuxin couldn't help reading it out. "Ah, senior sister passed the award." Listening to Liu Yuxin's words, Yao Xian scratched his head in embarrassment, and then handed the completed form to Lu Yuxin. Aside, Tang Wulin also filled out the same form and handed it over. Well, this metal sign is your proof of enrollment before leaving the college. You must keep it safe. Then, you can wait on the soul coach. When there are more people, you will be sent to the college. Good luck for reporting, picking up items, and sorting into classes. Sealing the recommendation letters of Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, Lu Yuxin also took out 2 metal plates, handed them to Yao Xian and Tang Wulin respectively, and ordered them. Chapter 47, arrived at Donghai Academy, conflict. Yao Xian and Tang Wulin were not the first to board the bus. There were already a group of people on the bus. Some of them were students, and there were also parents who accompanied the students to report. After waiting on the bus for about an hour and a half, the bus was full of seats, and then finally started to drive towards Donghai College. Tall buildings slide past the car windows. Compared with Ala City, Donghai City is undoubtedly more prosperous, crowded and modern. There are many pedestrians, vehicles, and shops on the street, which is dizzying. Donghai Academy is here, please get off the bus in an orderly manner and report to the Academic Affairs Office. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuxin's voice came from the front of the car again, and was instructed by Lu Yuxin. All the students and parents got off the car in an orderly manner, and Yao Xian also looked at the Donghai College in front of him. Compared with Hongshan College, Donghai College is undoubtedly more magnificent. The entrance to the college is a tall archway made of boulders, with 4 large red characters Donghai College on it, which looks very impressive. Unlike ordinary intermediate colleges, Donghai College is a large college with both an intermediate college department and an advanced college department, and Lu Yuxin, who is in charge of receiving them, is a student of an advanced college. Compared with the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, the entrance to the Senior Soul Master Academy is undoubtedly more difficult. It requires very strict assessments. The general acceptance rate does not exceed 10%. Only true elites can enroll in the Senior Soul Master Academy. After showing their temporary identification cards and recommendation letters, and after verification, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also walked into Donghai College. Compared with the ubiquitous reinforced concrete in Donghai City, the interior of Donghai College is indeed tree-lined. One is a vibrant, somewhat quaint scene. Walking along the main road of the college, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin came to a 12-story building. This building is the main teaching building of the Intermediate College of Donghai University. The higher the grade, the stronger the strength. When they came to the Academic Affairs Office, they showed their recommendation letters and tokens. Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also went through the enrollment procedures smoothly, and received school uniforms, school calendars, identity cards, and other items, and they also completed the process of classifying. According to the spirit power level and martial spirit, Tang Wulin was assigned to the 5th class of the 1st grade without any surprise, while Yao Xian was assigned to the 1st class of the 1st grade, the so-called key class. Naturally, Yao Xian was not very happy with this result. If he didn't stay in the same class with Tang Wulin, his rate of obtaining golden evolution points would definitely decrease. At the same time, he would not be able to get Wu Zhongkong, this one from Shrek Academy. The teaching of the master. Of course, Yao Xian would naturally not be so stupid as to actively ask to go to class 5. This would be too abnormal. In fact, Yao Xian knew a good way to achieve his goal very well: to fight a fight. Holding the key to the dormitory, Yao Xian also took Tang Wulin and walked towards the dormitory. The dormitory building of Donghai College is as tall as the teaching building and has 12 floors. The number of the dormitory where Yao Xian and Tang Wulin are located is 205. Through the somewhat crowded and random corridors, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also came to their dormitory. Different from the stylish appearance of the dormitory building, the interior decoration of the dormitory is rather simple, with only 2 high and low beds, 4 teams of tables and chairs, 4 cabinets, and other very simple furniture. Inside the dormitory, the 2 lower bunks were already occupied. Seeing Yao Xian and Tang Wulin approaching, they also turned around and looked at Yao Xian and Tang Wulin. Living in the lower bunk on the left is a tall boy with short hair, very muscular muscles and bulging eyes. He looks a bit fierce. Living in the lower bunk on the right is a cold and arrogant young man wearing blue sportswear, with short brown hair, fair skin, a tall nose, and dark green eyes, revealing an aura of not being near. Looks quite arrogant. Is this yes yet? Looking at the cold and proud young man, Yao Xian thought lightly in his heart. If he guessed right, this cold young man is one of the Shrek 7 devils, twin martial spirit light dragon dagger and shadow dragon in the original history. The owner of the dagger, yes yet. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Wulin, and this is Yao Xian, your future roommate. Looking at the two people in the dormitory, Tang Wulin also introduced enthusiastically. I am Zhou Changzi. Not surprisingly, I am also the head of this dormitory. I am your big brother. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me, and I will tell you kindly. Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, the tall man said loudly. Yes yet. Unlike Zhou Changzi, Yes self-introduction is unusually concise, and only his name was reported. Wulin, wait for me here, I'll go out and buy some food. After putting his luggage, Yao Xian also lined Tang Wulin's shoulders with a smile, and said. It's good, thank you brother Xian. Listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin also thanked him, and Yao Xian also walked out of the dormitory. However, he did not go far, but released his mental power to observe, waiting for a conflict between Tang Wulin and Zhou Changzi. Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, pay attention to send cash and coins. Sure enough, less than a few minutes after Yao Xian left, Zhou Changzi rolled his eyelids, and then said arrogantly, Hey, new here, Tang Wulin, right? Go and clean the dormitory. Oh, good. When he first arrived, Tang Wulin was a little confused, nodded, and took the mop bucket to the toilet to collect water. Humph, a bastard, who doesn't look pleasing to the eye, let me see, he brought something over. Seeing Tang Wulin's obedient appearance, Zhou Changzi also sneered, stood up, and then stretched out his hand to grab Tang Wulin's salute. Unzipping the zipper, Zhou Changzi also shook vigorously. Suddenly, several changed clothes, some daily necessities and a quilt fell out of it and scattered on the ground. It's really a country boy, bring these rags. Oh my god, this guy is not a beggar, ha 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 ha. Looking at the things on the ground, Zhou Changzi also laughed. Asshole, you, what are you doing? At this moment, Tang Wulin also walked in with a mop bucket, looked at the things on the ground, and said angrily. What are you doing? Just look at what you hillbilly brought. Why, do you have an opinion? Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Zhou Changzi curled his lips, then said with a smile. Of course there are opinions. Pick it up for me. Looking at Zhou Changzi, Tang Wulin clenched his fists and said coldly. Yo, hillbilly, do you want to rebel in your tone? Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Zhou Changzi also raised his brows, and then raised his voice. Almost. Now it's my turn to play. The mental power sensed the changes in the dormitory. Yao Xian also smiled faintly, with the thought, took out a bag of oranges from the system space, carried it in his hand, and then walked to the dormitory. Chapter 48, How Dare to Bully My Little Brother? Wulin, I'm back. While shouting, Yao Xian also opened the door of the dormitory, looking at the scene in front of him, pretending to be surprised, and asked, What are you doing? Brother Xian, that Zhou Changzi bullied me. He left my things on the ground and insulted me, saying that I was a hillbilly. Looking at Yao Xian, Tang Wulin also showed a hint of grievance on his face, and then pointed to the clothes scattered on the ground, complaining to Yao Xian. Oh, how can he dare to be so excessive? Zhou Changzi, you are so brave, you dare to bully my little brother. Looking at Zhou Changzi coldly, Yao Xian also said displeasedly. Bullying your little brother? How? I bullied him, is it possible? Do you still have an opinion? This kid is a little hillbilly, since you are his elder brother, then you should be a big hillbilly. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Zhou Changzi's face also showed a hint of playfulness, and then he sneered. Okay, you are fine. Now, I give you one last chance to pick up Wulan's things, and help him put it away, and finally bow and apologize to me and Wulan. Listening to Zhou Changzi's words, Yao Xian didn't change his face either, but just gave a light command. Give me one last chance? Ha 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 ha, this is the best joke I have ever heard. Boy, you remembered it for me, in this dormitory, I have the final say. Extending his thumb, Zhou Changzi pointed to his chest, then his chin was raised high and said proudly. Very good, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. After speaking, Yao Xian also clenched his fists, took a faint step forward, waved forward and hit Zhou Changzi's chest. Hey, little bugs! Zhou Changzi wasn't a fool either. He naturally saw that Yao Xian had the possibility of making a move, and he had made preparations to deal with it. Looking at Yao Xian's fist, Zhou Changzi also slapped his right hand, wanting to slap Yao Xian's fist aside. Boom! Unexpectedly, with a loud noise, Zhou Changzi's body flew out directly, fell heavily on the wall, and made a muffled sound, which made the whole dormitory seem to shake. The wall ash fell from the ceiling. Good boy, I have 2 strengths, but now I am serious. Hercules, possess. After being punched by Yao Xian, Zhou Changzi's face also showed a trace of anger, and he roared, urging his soul power. Following Zhou Changzi's words, a white light rose from his body, forming a burly ape martial arts spirit with brown fur, a burly figure and knotted muscles. Soon, the Hercules ape martial arts spirit also submerged into Zhou Changzi's body. Integrate with Zhou Changzi. With the possession of Hercules ape martial spirit, Zhou Changzi's body also changed. The skeleton of his body suddenly expanded, almost 20% expanded, while the muscles of his arms and legs expanded. Become a little muscle man. Watch out! Immediately afterwards, accompanied by Zhou Changzi's roar, he climbed up from the ground, kicked his legs suddenly, accelerated, and slammed his fist on Yao Xian's forehead viciously. It seems that the force of the punch just now was a little bit weaker, so let's be a little more serious. Looking at Zhou Changzi rising from the ground, Yao Xian also shook his head with some regret, and then said. As a being with a huge force of 2,300 kilograms, if Yao Xian really punches with all his strength, I am afraid that even the big soul master's head will be blown with a punch, and it is almost impossible to survive, let alone Zhou Changzi. If so, Yao Xian will not only to be dropped out of school, he will also face the penalty of life imprisonment. Yao Xian's shot was not for the purpose of killing people, but to be punished by Donghai Academy and went to class 5. Because of this, Yao Xian only used about 5% of his power when punching. Even so, Yao Xian did fist that Zhou Changzi away. If an ordinary child was hit by Yao Xian, it would not hurt his muscles, but at least it would have to hurt for a while and lose most of his combat ability. However, Zhou Changzi's martial spirit Hercules ape is unique, giving him strength and physical quality comparable to adults, and Zhou Changzi still has the ability to continue fighting. But even so, what? Just now, Yao Xian used only 5% of his power. Looking at Zhou Changzi who was leaping towards him, Yao Xian also raised his power to 10%, and then coldly punched in the direction of Zhou Changzi. Wow! Accompanied by a slight sonic boom, Zhou Changzi's fist and Yao Xian's fist collided in the air with a loud bang. Immediately, Zhou Changzi's hand bones showed a slight crack of bone cracks. Sound, the body also flew upside down, fell heavily to the ground. Are you served? Apologies. Looking at Zhou Changzi on the ground, Yao Xian said indifferently. I'm not convinced. I haven't used a spirit ability yet. Come again, Hercules fist. Looking at Yao Xian, Zhou Changzi tremblingly climbed up from the ground, obviously suffering a serious injury, but his eyes still revealed a look of dissatisfaction, urging his soul power again, and the first white soul behind him the ring flashes. Along with the flickering of the spirit ring, a faint white light appeared on Zhou Changzi's fist, his speed and strength increased a bit, and then he attacked Yao Xian's face viciously again. Courageous courage, but unfortunately, you are too weak. Looking at Zhou Changzi's soul skills, Yao Xian's expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly, while punching again, facing Zhou Changzi's slightly whitish fist. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Zhou Changzi's body flew out again, but this time, Yao Xian didn't give him a chance to get up again. Instead, he stepped forward and stepped on his back like lightning with his right foot. Cash red envelopes www.ltnovel.com to receive cash. Follow WeChat. Public account book friends base camp, cash/point currency waiting for you. Zhou Changzi, this is your last chance. Have you taken it? If you take it, Woolen will pick it up obediently, and then apologize to me and him. Yao Xian said coldly with a slight force under his feet. I took it. I took it. Brother, I was wrong, don't step on me, I can't breathe anymore. I can /T breath. I was wrong, I am now like you and classmate Woolen apologize. Being stepped on by Yao Xian's back, Zhou Changzi also felt that she was starting to breathe a little, and suddenly panicked, repeatedly begging for mercy. The person who knows the current affairs is a Junja. Since he admitted his mistake, he got up. I knew it now, why shouldn't it, didn't it? It will soon be better to apologize earlier, and it will save you from the pain of flesh and blood. Looking at Zhou Changzi, Yao Xian also said lightly. Big brother, what you said is right. Big brother, I was wrong. I dared to offend you and classmate Woolen, please forgive me. Looking at Yao Xian, Zhou Changzi also showed a trace of fear in his eyes, bowed deeply to Yao Xian, and then said. Well, I forgive you. Now, I apologize to Woolen. Looking at Zhou Changzi, Yao Xian also nodded and accepted his apology, and then continued to order. Chapter 49, Get One's Wish. Student Woolen, I was wrong. I shouldn't mess around with your personal belongings, nor should I say that you are a hillbilly. If you have a lot of adults, please forgive me once. Under the eaves, people had to bow their heads and came to Tang Woolen. Zhou Changzi also bowed respectfully, then spoke in a low voice and apologized to Tang Woolen. Well, this time, I will forgive you. After all, we will be roommates for 6 years in the future. However, you have to promise that you will not bully other classmates in the future. Tang Woolen was a soft-hearted and kind-hearted child. Watching Zhou Changzi apologize to him, Tang Woolen hardly thought about it for too long, so he chose to forgive him. Thank you Woolen. I'll help you pack things up. While talking, Zhou Changzi obediently squatted down and took the scattered quilts and clothes back to Tang Woolen's backpack. Brother Xian, thank you. When he arrived in front of Yao Xian, Tang Woolen also looked at Yao Xian gratefully, and then spoke. It's okay, since you call me Brother Xian, I can't tell you to be bullied by others, can I? Although our ALA city is not a big city, our ALA people cannot be bullied by others. Shaking his hand, Yao Xian responded in the same way, and at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Defeat Zhou Changzi to get Golden Evolution Points x3. Help Tang Woolen, Son of Destiny, get his gratitude and admiration, and get Golden Evolution Points x7. Yes, as expected, fighting is the best way to get Golden Evolution Points. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Yao Xian couldn't help but secretly delighted, very happy. Even though Yao Xian's level has reached the 18th level Spirit Master, he is only one step away from the 19th level Soul Master, but if he only relies on cultivation, he needs an average of 2 to 5 days to gather a little golden evolution point, and the speed is not very high. Fast. And just now, following a battle that lasted less than a minute, Yao Xian gained a full 10 points of golden evolution, which was close to the sum of his practice for a month, which was not uncommon. Not only that, after entering the Intermediate Academy, Yao Xian is bound to have more battles, promotion competition, East China Sea League competition, Battle of the Ascension platform, etc. Yao Xian seems to have seen it, one after another. The golden point of evolution is rolling towards him. What are you doing? Listen to reports from other students that there was a fight in your dormitory. Come to the Academic Affairs office with me. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Public Account Book Friends Base Camp. At this moment, a strong voice came from outside, and then, a serious-looking, uniform, and burly middle-aged man strode in from outside the dormitory. 10 minutes later. Intermediate Department of Donghai College, Admonishment Office. So, Zhou Changzi provoked and bullied Tang Wulin first, and then Yao Xian helped Tang Wulin vent his anger and had a fight with Zhou Changzi, and finally defeated Zhou Changzi. Looking at the 4 students in front of him with a gloomy expression, the Dean of Teaching Long Hengxiu also asked seriously. Listening to Long Hengxiu's words, Yao Xian, Tang Wulin, Zhou Changzi, and Xie as a passerby all nodded silently to confirm. It turned out to be like this. Zhou Changzi, originally relying on your martial arts aptitude, although the spirit power level is a little lower, it is not impossible to enter the 3rd class. However, you bully and insult your classmates as soon as the school starts. Your character is really bad. The beating deserves it, then, you just stay in class 5. Looking at Zhou Changzi, Long Hengxiu said faintly. Although Zhou Changzi wanted to refute, he swallowed when he saw Long Hengxiu's cold eyes. Yao Xian, as for you, helping others and helping classmates is a good thing, but the premise is that you don't violate school rules and disciplines. In our Donghai Academy, if you want to compete, you can, but you must go to the prescribed battle room and compete under the supervision of the teacher. Don't fight privately. Originally, according to the school rules, you can directly record a big mistake in this situation, which will affect your entrance into the Advanced Soul Master Academy and Registered Mecha Division in the future, but... After a pause, Long Hengxiu continued, the ignorant is not guilty. Now you have just entered our East China Sea Academy, and you don't know the school rules very well. If you have a big mistake this time, you can avoid it. But, your temper and the temperament is a bit too strong, and you have to hone it, so let's go to class 5 together. I see, Director Long, thank you for your fairness. After listening to Long Hengxiu's words, Yao Xian also bowed flatly, but was secretly happy in his heart. His strategy was correct, and he finally got his wish. Tang Wulin, you did not fight this time, you are a victim, and naturally you have no punishment. However, I also want to warn you that respect is obtained by strength. If you want to be respected, you should practice well in the next 6 years. Right. The Soul Master world is a place where the strong are respected. Turning to Tang Wulin, Long Hengxiu said lightly. I understand, I will definitely cheer, Director Long. Hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Tang Wulin also nodded and said seriously, and then glanced at Yao Xian with some guilt. It was all his own too low strength fault, which caused him to be bullied and also hurt Xian. Brother was punished to the worst class in the school. Looking at Tang Wulin's eyes, Yao Xian shook his head to him, beckoning him not to take it seriously. Xie. If you remember correctly, you are a member of the Donghai Xie family, right? I still remember that your spirit power should also be at level 18, right? In the end, Long Hengxiu's gaze fell on that cold and arrogant young man Xie, and asked. Yes it is. After hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Xie nodded lightly. Well, obviously you have the strength. Watching classmates fighting but not stopping, just watching the excitement, do you have a sense of justice? Cunning, cunning. You are so cunning at a young age, don't go to the first class, and join them go to class 5. Looking at Xie, Long Hengxiu continued to speak. Director Long, this is not in compliance with the rules. After hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Xie's eyes showed a trace of dissatisfaction, and said loudly. In compliance? In the intermediate department of Donghai College, if the dean wants you to go to class 5, you have to go to class 5. If you are not satisfied with the results of my handling, you can go to the principal to complain to me and see the name of your Xie family. Is it useful in our Donghai College? After hearing Xie's words, Long Hengxiu's eyes also showed a trace of anger, and then raised his voice and said. Well, go to class 5. If I go to class 5, I'm still afraid that you won't succeed? I will wait for the promotion competition in a few months, and I will let you know what is the real strength. After hearing Long Hengxiu's words, Xie also retorted without fear. Okay, then I'll wait and disband. Looking at Xie, Long Hengxiu replied coldly, and then announced that everyone had been dissolved. Yao Xian, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Zhou Changzi also walked to the dormitory. Chapter 50, Zhan Xie. Yes, 2 18th grade students went to the worst 5 class. If this is the case, it will definitely put more pressure on the students in other classes and make them not too lazy. In addition, although Wu Chongkong is a bit cold and annoying, he has to say that he came from that place after all, and his teaching ability is still very strong. Let me see if it can happen between them. What a magical chemical reaction! Watching Yao Xian and the other 4 walk out of the admonition office, Long Hengxiu also nodded slightly. The serious color on his face quickly faded, and then revealed a tricky expression. Brother Xian, I'm sorry, I'm dragging you down. Originally, you could enter the first class and enjoy the best teaching resources, but now, in order to vent my anger, you can only study in the worst class. On the other side, walking on the way back to the bedroom, Tang Wulin also lowered his head. His expression was very low, and very guilty, and sincerely apologized to Yao Xian in a low voice. Wulin, since the matter has happened, then we have to accept it and actively make changes. Blindly regretting it is useless. Actually, with my strength, even if I go to class 5, I won't be greatly affected. Moreover, I heard that every time it expires, there will be a promotion competition between classes in Donghai College, as long as the opponent is defeated. Our class will enjoy better resources. Practice hard and work hard together. After listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xian did not blame him. Instead, he gently patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder, and said with relief. Well, you are right. People cannot live in the past. I will definitely cheer, Brother Xian. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin also squeezed his fists silently. Brother Xian had sacrificed so much for himself, and he must go all out in his cultivation, otherwise, how could he be right about Brother Xian's contribution? 5 minutes later, 205 dormitory. Yao Xian, come with me to the battle room of the academy. I want to fight you. When he came to Yao Xian, Xie's eyes flashed a cold light, and then he said coldly. Fight with you? Why? Looking at Xie, Yao Xian asked indifferently without raising his head. Why? Because of your personal grievances with Zhou Changzi, I can't go to the first class. I can only go to the worst class 5 with you. I must beat you up to give you this bad breath in my heart. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Public account book Friends Base Camp. Looking at Yao Xian, Xie said with anger and resentment. Well, then I definitely won't go. If I'm going to be beaten, why should I go? After hearing Xie's words, Yao Xian shook his head before asking rhetorically. This seems to make sense. So, let's make a condition. How can you go and fight with me? After listening to Yao Xian's words, Xie couldn't help but feel a little confused, and his tone was also weak, but he continued to ask. How can I fight with you? Actually, it's not impossible to fight with you. However, if you want to beat me, then it is dangerous for me to fight with you. So, you give me 50,000 federal currency for labor and promise to bear my medical expenses, and I will fight with you. After hearing Xie's words, Yao Xian also pretended to think for a moment, and then replied. Damn, brother Xian Jinian. If Xie agrees, I'm afraid it will be exhausted. On the side, after listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin also gave a thumbs up in his heart, and sighed secretly in his heart. Tang Wulin and Yao Xian worked together as apprentices under Meng Tian for 3 years. He naturally knew how strong Yao Xian's power was. It was a huge force over 1,000 kilograms, and that Xie Mo wanted to beat Yao Xuanyi. After that, it is basically impossible to do so, and only 50,000 federal coins will be lost for nothing. 50,000 federal coins. For Tang Wulin, that was basically the income he had forged for a year and a half. If Xie really agreed, wouldn't Brother Xian have developed? While thinking about it, Tang Wulin also secretly glanced at Xie, looking forward to his reaction. 50,000 federal coins? No problem, then let's go, and I will transfer the money to you after the call. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Xie nodded almost without thinking, and then continued. For ordinary people, 50,000 federal currency is indeed a huge sum of money, but Xie, as the young master of the Donghai Xie family, 50,000 federal currency is only a small amount. If you can make yourself a sigh of relief, absolutely it's worth it. Okay, you can lead the way. After hearing Xie's words, Yao Xian also nodded slightly, and then followed Xie to the battle hall in the center of Donghai Academy. 20 minutes later. Donghai Academy, the battle hall. After paying the fee of 5,000 federal currency, Xie and Xie also came to a huge hall with a length and width of about 50 meters. The floor of the hall is made of stamped steel, and the actual hardness is comparable to that of forged metal. Not only that, there are many soul-guided magic formations inscribed on the floor of the hall. With these soul-guided magic formations, the strength of the hall floor is no less than that of ordinary 1,000 forged metal, but it does not have the sublimation attribute of 1,000 forged metal. That's it. For 1,000 forged metal, it is enough to withstand the attacks of the ordinary souls, and it is enough to face the battles between the students of the intermediate department. As for the more advanced battles, there is also a battle hall with higher specifications. Xie, 18th level War Spirit Master, Martial Spirit, Light Dragon Dagger. I am a sensitive attack type Spirit Master. For fairness, I will keep a distance of 30 meters from you when the war starts. Now, you can start preparing up. While talking, Xie walked away. Although Xie wanted to beat Yao Xian very much, he was born in an arrogant family after all, and he was more arrogant, and he was not willing to take advantage of Yao Xian. Yao Xian, 18th level War Spirit Master, Martial Soul, Lizard Dragon. Please advise. After listening to Xie's words, Yao Xian also said lightly, feeling a lot less disgusting for Xie in his heart. Although this guy has a bad temper and looks down on people, he has the arrogance of a young master, but you can see from the details, Xie was not like Long Hengxiu said, he was a sinister and cunning person, and he was considered an upright young man. Of course, it is not easy to be friends with someone like Xie, but once Xie's recognition can be obtained, Xie is definitely the kind of friend who can be trusted and entrusted. However, at present, Xie not only failed to admit Yao Xian, but was also very angry with Yao Xian and even wanted to beat Yao Xian. In this regard, Yao Xian is not worried. There is an old saying in Earthstar, don't fight, don't get acquainted. If Xie is unwilling to make friends with himself, then he will be convinced. In the original history online, Tang Wulin seemed to be friends with Xie. Chapter 51, Easy to Kill. What? Your spirit power also has 18 levels. After hearing what Yao Xian said, Xie's eyes also showed a touch of surprise, and then asked back. Yet? Why, if you are only at level 18, I can't be at level 18. Looking at Xie, Yao Xian also stood with his hands down, and asked indifferently. Humph, the 18th level is the 18th level. Yao Xian, tell you, people are different from each other, don't think that the spirit power level is the same as mine, you can beat me. Hey, are you ready? At this time, Xie had already pushed to the other side of the battle room. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Xie also coldly hummed, and then said confidently. What a coincidence, Xie, this is what I want to say to you. I'm ready, let's start. As his eyes became focused for a few minutes, Yao Xian also looked at Xie from a distance, and said. Okay. I will let you know what the real gap is. Let's see the trick. As soon as the voice fell, Xie moved his right foot a little, and suddenly accelerated, leaving his original position like a sharp arrow, and shot in the direction of Yao Xian. While sprinting, Xie's body also flashed a faint yellow light, and immediately, his right hand suddenly turned around. Along with Xie's movements, a dagger with a length of about 40 centimeters, a yellow color and flashing cold light suddenly appeared, and at the same time a slight dragon chanting sound was released, echoing in the battle room. Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, possess. Seeing Xie rushing towards him, Yao Xian also took a step forward, secretly urging his soul power, and the 9-color brilliance gathered around him, and condensed into the shape of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul. The next moment, accompanied by Yao Xian's thoughts, the Zilong also snarled lightly and went away into the sky. After reaching the highest point, Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit also changed direction, fell suddenly, and then accelerated sharply, immersed in Yao Xian's heavenly spirit cover, accompanied by a faint glow of 9 colors, blending with Yao Xian's body. www.ltnovel.com Get Cash Follow VX Public. Public Number Book Friends Base Camp www.ltnovel.com You can also get cash. With the possession of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, the power of Qi and blood in Yao Xian's body also instantly boiled, and the bones of his body suddenly expanded a bit, his height also elongated by nearly 10 centimeters, and a faint dragon appeared on the surface. Scale. Although Yao Xian thinks that his strength is much stronger than Xie, even if he does not use martial spirit possession, he can easily defeat Xie with his physical strength. However, in order to show respect for Xie, Yao Xian still uses martial arts. Soul possession. Xie is a person with a proud heart. Yao Xian understands that if he doesn't use his martial soul possession to fight against Xie, Xie will definitely feel that he looks down on him, leaving a knot in his heart. Of course, even though the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit was motivated, Yao Xian did not use the bloodline ability of the Right Claw Dragon. To deal with an 18th level Spirit Master like Xie, even if Xie possesses twin martial souls, it is far from enough to stimulate Yao Xian's bloodline ability. Therefore, Yao Xian's right arm still maintains a normal appearance, without a dragon. And in the distance, with the appearance of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Spirit, Xie suddenly felt a faint heart palpitations, and the light dragon dagger in his hand began to tremble slightly, and there was a faint fluctuation of fear. This is what's going on. Feeling the fluctuations of fear in the light dragon dagger, Xie also felt a little puzzled. The opposite Yao Xian was not just an 18th level spirit master, so how could he make his martial soul afraid? You know, his martial soul light dragon dagger has a trace of dragon blood. How can a noble dragon be easily afraid? Although there are some doubts about the state of Wuhan, Xie's movements have not stopped, and the figure seems to have become illusory, leaving behind after images. If an ordinary spirit master is here, I am afraid Xie will be Xie. Rao was dizzy and could not find his true body at all. Of course, it was just an ordinary spirit master. In front of Yao Xian, who possessed the extraordinary savvy and the martial spirit of the ancestral dragon, Xie Xian's figure had nowhere to hide, and Yao Xian also clenched his fists indifferently, waiting for work. Haha! Look at the trick! Seeing Yao Xian's motionless performance, Xie thought that his posture had successfully dazzled Yao Xian. The corners of his mouth could not help but lifted slightly, revealing a triumphant smile, then his figure flashed and rushed into Yao Xian's side. With a stab of the Guanglong dagger in his hand, he aimed at Yao Xian's arm and cut it off. Too slow. Seeing Xie killing him, Yao Xian finally moved. He saw his figure slightly to one side, and Xie's light dragon dagger passed by Yao Xian's side, not even Yao Xian's cold hair was rubbed. Immediately afterwards, Yao Xian shot out like electricity, lightly punching out, aiming at Xie's stomach. Boom! With a muffled sound, Yao Xian's fist slammed into Xie's stomach, and Xie's body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Although Yao Xian only exerted a few % of his power, Xie, as a spirit master of the agile attack type, had a physical inferiority to Zhou Changzi, so he was naturally unable to resist and fell to the ground with a punch by Yao Xian. The internal organs were churning, and the stars were staring at the eyes. Oh, sorry, I used too much strength. Xie, are you okay? Looking at Xie who fell on the ground, Yao Xian also took a step forward pretending to be concerned, trying to lift Xie up. I'm all right. You get out, I can get up by myself. Seeing Yao Xian walking towards him, Xie also said forcefully, and then used his arms to barely prop up himself, but his figure was obviously shaky. Oh, you are okay, that's great, I almost thought it hurt you. So, shall we continue? Seeing Xie get up, Yao Xian also continued. No, I lost, don't continue. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Xie's mouth couldn't help but twitched. He seemed to understand a little bit why Guanglong dagger had been feeling fearful just now. Okay, then stop playing. Then, Xie, please pay my appearance fee of 50,000 federal currency. Seeing Xie admit defeat, Yao Xian also nodded, and with a thought, he lifted his spirit possession state, and then said lightly. Defeat Xie and get golden evolution points x7. At the same time, in Yao Xian's ear, some mechanical notification sounds of the system suddenly sounded. What? 50,000 federal currency appearance fee. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Xie was stunned and asked rhetorically. Yes, if you didn't promise to pay me the appearance fee, why should I play with you? Is it possible that you want to play tricks? While talking, Yao Xian rubbed his fists. No. Seeing Yao Xian's movements, Xie couldn't help being speechless, and immediately added. That's good. By the way, Xie, I think your condition is a little bad, do you want me to take you to the school infirmary? After listening to Xie's words, Yao Xian also patted Xie's shoulder, and then asked with concern. Chapter 52, See you are pleasing to the eye, make friends. No, I'm fine. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Xie waved his hand again and again, and then replied. It's fine if I'm not injured. I'm afraid that I will hurt you too hard. If you are really injured, that would be bad. In the future, we will be roommates for 6 years. Hearing Xie's answer, Yao Xian said again. Then do I still have to thank you? Alas, Yao Xian, what you have hidden is so deep. This time you really lost money and got beaten. It's really bad luck to get home. With a depressed expression on his face, Xie also sighed with a wave of his hands. That said, I charge you so much money, and I'm a bit embarrassed. So, you don't need to transfer me 50,000 federal currency. You only need to transfer half of it as my appearance fee. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Public account book friends base camp. Looking at Xie's expression, Yao Xian was also unbearable, and then said, "Thanks. However, since I said to transfer you 50,000 federal coins, then I will definitely do it. Xie is not a backer." Hearing Yao Xian's words, Xie shook his head and rejected Yao Xian's kindness. However, after hearing Yao Xian's words, in his heart, Xie's dislike for Yao Xian was inexplicably reduced, looking at Yao Xian. Xian also liked a lot. "That's okay, yes, Xie, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. After a fight with you, I suddenly found that you look pretty pleasing to the eye. Then, let's make friends." Seeing Xie's insistence on giving himself 50,000 federal coins, Yao Xian did not refuse any more, but stretched out his right hand while talking. "What?" Yao Xian's words jumped too fast. For a moment, Xie didn't react a bit. He was taken aback for a moment, and asked rhetorically. "I said, Xie, I think you are pleasing to the eye, let's make friends. In the future, we will also be roommates for 6 years, and we can't fight each other every day, right?" Staring into Xie's eyes, Yao Xian also reiterated again. "Okay, okay. I'm very happy to be your friend, Yao Xian, please give me some advice in the future." Putting down the hostility and looking at Yao Xian carefully, Xie also felt that Yao Xian looked more and more kind. Not only that, but his martial soul light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger also sent waves of closeness to Yao Xian, so Xie he also stretched out his right hand very quickly and clasped Yao Xian tightly. "Xie, please give me some advice in the future. Let's go back." After speaking, Yao Xian and Xie also chatted all the way, and returned to the dormitory. Noon. During the meal, Yao Xian also took Tang Wulin and Xie to the canteen, and everyone had a full meal. In the cafeteria of Donghai College, Tang Wulin, who did not look majestic, also broke out with amazing potential. He ate 80 big buns at one time, almost doubling the record of Donghai College, and also attracted everyone's onlookers. As for Yao Xian, although his appetite is also very large, because the blood in his body has formed a circulation, he does not consume food as much as Tang Wulin. Therefore, he only ate 30 big buns and stopped. Down. Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Wulin who were eating special food in front of him, Xie's eyes also showed surprise. After filling his stomach, Yao Xian also introduced Tang Wulin to Xie grandly. Hearing Tang Wulin's spirit and spirit power level, Xie also looked down upon Tang Wulin in his heart, but for Yao Xian's sake, he still shook hands with Tang Wulin very friendly. In this regard, Yao Xian did not say too much that the respect of others depends on strength to win, but Yao Xian also believes that with Tang Wulin's strength and character, it is not difficult to get Xie's recognition and respect. In the afternoon, everyone cleaned up the dormitory together, and Yao Xian also took Tang Wulin away from Donghai College, preparing to go to the Blacksmiths Association in Donghai City to assess the rank of blacksmiths. As early as a year ago, Yao Xian had already broken through the 1000 forge, but because there was no forge association in Ala City, Yao Xian did not conduct a forge rating. Now, coming to the East China Sea City, Yao Xian naturally has to make up this step. After completing the Forging Master rating, Yao Xian can accept the task from the Forger Association. At the same time, as long as he completes certain tasks every month, he can also get additional rewards and benefits. Of course, before leaving Ala City, Meng Tian had repeatedly instructed Yao Xian not to expose the strength of the third-level blacksmith for the time being, and wait until he was 10 years old to conduct the third-level blacksmith professional level assessment. After leaving Donghai Academy, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin walked on the streets of Donghai City. Compared with Ala City, the area of Donghai City was much larger and the result was more complicated. However, this is not likely to stump Yao Xian. He has already seen the map and remembered it completely through transcendental comprehension, so he is also very familiar with leading Tang Wulin to the Blacksmith Association. Like Donghai Academy, the Forging Chamber Association is also located in the central area of Donghai City. After only about half an hour's walk, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin arrived at their destination. The Association of Blacksmiths is highly recognizable, even if it is hundreds of meters away. Yao Xian and Tang Wulin will recognize it at once. This is a square grey building with a shape like a hardened metal block. Generally, very recognizable. Around the Blacksmiths Association building, there is a huge hammer pattern hanging respectively, which is very eye-catching. With this pattern, even if there is no nameplate, it is impossible for everyone to recognize the Blacksmiths Association building. Entering the hall of the Blacksmiths Association, what you see is a glass wall with a height of 10 meters. In the center of the wall, there is a giant hammer relief, shining with a faint golden light, which looks very eye-catching. With the emergence of mechas and battle armors, the status of the blacksmith in the Douluo continent has also increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whether it is top-level mechas or battle armors, top materials are needed. Naturally, these top materials must also be processed by top blacksmiths. For this reason, the Blacksmith Association is also a very important and wealthy organization, and its importance is still rising. Entering the hall, Yao Xian also led Tang Wulin to the front desk, where there were two waiters wearing grey professional uniforms. "Two kids, are you here to find someone? This is the Blacksmiths Association, so you can't run around." Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, a waiter stood up and said with a smile, "No, he and I are here for the blacksmith level assessment. The teacher said that he asked us to find a master named Sen Yu for the assessment." After listening to the waiter, Yao Xian answered seriously, "Master Sen Yu? Okay, have you ever contacted Master Sen Yu?" Listening to Yao Xian's words, the waiter didn't believe it at first, but when she heard Sen Yu's name, her face suddenly became more serious. "Sen Yu, this is a member of the East Sea City Blacksmith Association. If it is an ordinary child, it is basically impossible to know Sen Yu. Therefore, the two children in front of him should really come for the blacksmith level assessment." Chapter 53, Assessment, Mu Chen's Surprise. "In this way, I'll call Master Sen first." While talking, the waiter dialed the Soul Guide phone. 1 minute later. "Two kids, Master Sen happens to be free, please come with me." While talking, the waiter led Yao Xian and Tang Wulin to the side of the lobby and walked into the Soul Guide elevator. Ding! After dozens of seconds, the Soul Guidance elevator stopped on the 15th floor of the Forge Association building, and then the waiter led Yao Xian and Tang Wulin to Sen Yu's office. When the doorbell was pressed, there was a low coming-in sound from the office, and immediately, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin walked into the office. The office area is not large, only about 30 square meters. There is a huge wooden table in the office. Behind the table sits a middle-aged man who is about 40 years old. He is not tall, but very strong and broad. The waist, especially the biceps, is particularly well developed. "You are Man Tian's disciples." Seeing Yao Xian and Tang Wulin approaching, Sen Yu put down the newspaper in his hand, and then asked, a little curious in his eyes. "Yes. Hello, Master Sen, and the teacher also asked me to greet you on his behalf." After bowing with Tang Wulin, Yao Xian also said softly, "Well, he has already said hello to me." Unexpectedly, a guy with a higher eye than Man Tian would also accept disciples. "Then, come with me." While talking, Sen Yu took Yao Xian and Tang Wulin to the 3rd floor. Compared with the quietness of the 15th floor, the 3rd floor of the Forge Association is quite noisy, and the forging sounds of ding ding dang dong one after another. No money to read novels? Give you cash or coins, and receive it within 1 day. Follow the public number book friends base camp, get it for free. Yao Xian and Tang Wulin filled in their personal information, and Sen Yu also applied for a testing room and took them in. The so-called testing room is actually the forging room. After getting acquainted with the environment, a middle-aged woman's assessor also walked in. The first level blacksmith's assessment is to complete 100 forgings. After announcing the rules, the assessor also led Yao Xian and Tang Wulin to the storage shelf to select the metal they wanted to forge. From the storage shelf, Tang Wulin chose Shen Yin, which he was most familiar with, while Yao Xian undoubtedly chose fine gold. Looking at the choice between Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, Sen Yu and the assessor also showed surprises on their faces. Among metals, the difficulty of forging immersion silver and fine gold is relatively large, and rarely the blacksmith would choose to forge them during the assessment. Are these two little guys a little overwhelmed? Shall we start now? Be prepared, Yao Xian also asked indifferently. Okay. The assessor nodded. With approval, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also started forging, turning on the forging table, heating up, and calcining. After more than 10 minutes, the calcination was completed. Yao Xian and Tang Wulin took out the red-hot metal block back, waved the forging hammer in their hands, and started forging. After forging 1,000 forging fine gold, Yao Xian forged himself a pair of fine gold forging hammers. As for its attributes, the same as Tang Wulin's unborn silver forging hammer, it is a stacking hammer. Tap, you can form the effect of 4 taps. Of course, according to Man Tian's instructions, Yao Xian did not expose this 1,000 forged fine gold hammer, which was the same as Tang Wulin's 1,000 forged tungsten steel hammer. Even so, Sen Yu and the assessor were quite shocked. You must know that even many second-level forgers cannot use 1,000 forged tungsten steel hammer weighing 80 kilograms. What's more, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin are only 9-year-old children. Such arm strength is amazing. It seems, they really are not aimless. After completing the test hammer, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also started forging, waving the forging hammer in their hands, and began to tap the metal in front of them. Dang! 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 Following the movements of Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, waves of metal collisions echoed in the forging room. Not bad. Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Wulin's flowing movements, focused eyes, and calm expressions, the assessor and Sen Yu couldn't help but nod their heads slightly, and their eyes showed approval. They were able to do this step and complete the 100 forgings. Definitely more than enough. Genius, these two kids are definitely geniuses. You must know that both immersion silver and fine gold are very difficult to forge. Even a second-level forger may not be able to successfully forge immersion silver and fine gold. Observing Yao Xian and Tang Wulin's skillful movements and with an indifferent expression, it is clear that Yao Xian and Tang Wulin will not have much trouble in completing this matter. In other words, the strength of Yao Xian and Tang Wulin is definitely not just a first-level blacksmith, they must have reached a second-level blacksmith. A 9-year-old second-level blacksmith, this is a record-breaking existence. Man Tian, he really has 2 good apprentices. Staring closely at Yao Xian and Tang Wulin's performance, Sen Yu also flashed this thought in his mind. At the same time, the Association of Blacksmiths has 3 floors. Accompanied by the ding sound, the elevator door opened again, and a man and a woman walked out of it. Among them, the man on the left is about 40 years old, with a handsome appearance and a high-ranking atmosphere. He is wearing a silver-grey suit and has a strong build. A medal is hung on his left chest. This medal has a golden background, a raised forging hammer in the center, and 8 stars around it. If there was a blacksmith here, they would definitely be shocked by this medal. 8 stars meant that the middle-aged man in front of him was an 8-star Saint Master blacksmith. In the entire Douluo continent, there is only one 9-star Master Craftsman, and below this is the 8-star Master Craftsman. This kind of existence is truly a rare existence under one person, over 10,000 people. Next to the middle-aged man, there was a young girl, aged about 12 or 3 years old, wearing tights, tall, with a golden ponytail, big eyes, piercing, and she looked very beautiful. Seeing the two appearing, one of the staff members immediately got up, bowed for 90 degrees, and then respectfully said, "See the President, Miss Mu Xi, good afternoon. Well, I'll take Mu Xi to test the second-level blacksmith, and ask for an assessor." He nodded slightly, and the middle-aged man continued to say that he was no one else, but was Mu Chen, the 8-star saint crafter and the chairman of the Donghai City branch of the Sun Moon Federation Blacksmith Association. "Yes. Please wait a moment, I will arrange it for you now." Hearing Mu Chen's words, the staff member nodded in response. At this moment, Mu Chen's eyebrows moved suddenly, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the air, Mu Chen caught a series of crisp and harmonious percussive sounds. Both the rhythm and the frequency were very pleasant, and it sounded very comfortable. "Hey? Is anyone doing the forge level test above level 4? Looking up slightly, Mu Chen asked the staff member. "No, but, just now, Master Sen Yu brought 2 children over for the first level blacksmith level test." The staff member replied blankly. "Is it just a first level blacksmith? Interesting, interesting." After getting the answer from the staff, a strange color flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. Then he turned to Mu Xi and said, "You go to the test room to prepare first, I'll take a look." Chapter 54, Mu Chen's Mind. "Yes, my father." Mu Xi was also a little curious in her heart, but she was about to accept the second-level blacksmith level assessment, and she could not be distracted now. Parting from her daughter, Mu Chen followed the voice and came to the testing room where Tang Wulin and Yao Xian were, squinting, listening carefully to the sound of forging in the testing room. Has it entered into a state of fusion with metal? It's really rare for a first-level blacksmith to do this." While nodding slightly, Mu Chen also nodded slightly, his eyes even more approving. As an 8-star sage craftsman, Mu Chen's sensitivity to forging has also reached the point where he is superb. Only from the voices of Yao Xian and Tang Wulin forging, he has already heard the clues. Although Yao Xian did not perform the 1000 forging, as a result of the long time for 1000 forging, before he knew it, Yao Xian's spirit had resonated with the fine gold in front of him, and he had entered a wonderful state. It is also the foundation of 1000 forging. Although he was very curious, Mu Chen did not enter the forging room. Even as the president, he did not have such power. However, in his heart, Mu Chen had secretly developed a love for talent. "By the way, in the third test room, who is testing?" Returning to the front desk, Mu Chen also came to the staff responsible for registration and asked him curiously. "Mr. President, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin were tested in test room number 3, and they were brought by Master Sen Yu." Listening to Mu Chen's words, the staff member replied respectfully, and tapped a few fingers to call up the data sheet and show it to Mu Chen. "It turns out to be under Lao Sen, no wonder, no wonder. Hey, 9 years old." Looking at the information in front of him, Mu Chen's eyes just showed a hint of relief, and he was immediately filled with surprises. "This is 9 years old, is the information you registered wrong? The 2 forgers who are testing are really only 9 years old." Turning to the staff, Mu Chen also asked curiously. In his opinion, to have such a high-level forge, the age should be 19, not 9. "President, our record is not wrong. We confirmed it in particular at the time, and we don't quite believe that such a young child can accept the blacksmith level test." Hearing Mu Chen's question, the staff member also replied. 9 years old, is it only 9 years old? I must meet such a demon in person." Listening to the staff, Mu Chen was also taken aback for a moment, with an incredible expression in his eyes. From the sound of the hammer just now, Mu Chen had already confirmed that even if the unknown forging master hadn't reached level 3, he was only one step away from the complete 1000 forging. If he is really only 9 years old, then it is really a miracle in the history of forging. How can Mu Chen not meet with such a forge at the level of enchanting? Not only that, but Mu Chen also secretly made up his mind that if given the opportunity, he must accept this forge as his apprentice and teach him his mantle. Did he? Just when Mu Chen was shocked, the soul communicator on his waist sounded, calling his thoughts back to reality. Dad, I'm ready, can you come here? Yes, I will be tested in room 6. Taking out the communicator, Mu Xi's voice came. Okay, I will come now. While talking, Mu Chen turned to the staff and solemnly instructed, when Sen Yu and the 2 children come out, tell them to take a rest at the Blacksmiths Association, and say I want to see them. You want to see them? Listening to Mu Chen's words, the staff member was also taken aback. Yes, I'm not kidding. While talking, Mu Chen walked towards the number 6 forging room. On the other side, forging room number 3. Time up. With the voice of the assessor, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin stopped forging hammers one after another. After an hour of forging, the volume of the fine gold in front of Yao Xian and the sinking silver in front of Tang Wulin had shrunk in a circle, and it exuded a strange luster, which was obviously completed. Walking to the 2 pieces of metal, the assessor also carefully waited for the inspection, and finally gave the result. There is no doubt that Yao Xian and Tang Wulin have passed the assessment of the first level blacksmith. 2 masters, we still have to continue to apply for the second level blacksmith. After getting the result of passing the assessment, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also bowed to the assessor and Sen Yu, and begged. Okay, no problem. By the way, 2 little guys, can you finish forging medium-sized parts? Hearing what Yao Xian and Tang Wulin said, the assessor nodded without surprise and asked. Generally speaking, the second-level forging master needs to be able to forge 10 kinds of metals, but if it is tested like that, it will be too laborious. Therefore, as long as they can create a medium-sized part with 100 forged metals, they have completed the second-level forging teacher assessment. Of course can. After listening to the assessor, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin both nodded. Very good, then you can start. Nodded with a smile, and the assessor also gestured. With the approval of the assessor, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin waved the forging hammer again and started forging. 40 minutes later. One after the other, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin both completed the forging of the parts. For this kind of work, both Yao Xian and Tang Wulin have carried out hundreds of thousands of times, and it was naturally smooth. Yes, congratulations, you passed the assessment and successfully promoted to level 2 forge. Your basic skills are very solid, and you will work hard in the future. Old Sen, you have accepted 2 good apprentices. After inspecting the works of Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, the blacksmith also announced the results with a smile, and congratulated Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, then turned to Sen Yu and said with a smile. These 2 are not my disciples, but the disciples of Ala Cheng Mantian. Shaking his head, Sen Yu replied. Mang Tian? That guy. Listening to Sen Yu's words, the face of the middle-aged female tester also showed a hint of surprise. Well, that's him. Yao Xian, Tang Wulin, although these 2 pieces of metal are the result of your forging, as a result of the assessment, our association of forging masters will take them free of charge and keep them. You have no opinion, right? Turning to Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, Sen Yu explained. No. After listening to Sen Yu's words, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin shook their heads. This book is organized and produced by the public account. Follow VX Book Friends Base Camp, read the book and get cash red envelopes. That's good, let's go out. While talking, Sen Yu led the way. Thanks again to the assessor, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also followed Sen Yu, walked out of the forging room, and walked towards the hall. Chapter 55, Yao Xian, would you like to worship me as a teacher? Yo, the president, Miss Mu Xi, why are you here too? Coming to the hall, looking at the two people in front of him, Sen Yu's face also showed a hint of surprise, and then respectfully bowed to Mu Chen and asked. Yao Xian, Woolen, it is the president of our East China Sea Forging Masters Association, 8-star Saint Craftsman, Master Mu Chen. You guys, don't say hello to Master Mu Chen. Immediately afterwards, Sen Yu turned his head and introduced to Yao Xian and Tang Woolen. Master Mu Chen, hello. After listening to Sen Yu's words, Yao Xian and Sen Yu both bowed to Mu Chen, and then greeted them. Haha, two kids, don't be too cautious, just call me Uncle Mu Chen. By the way, what are your names? Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Woolen in front of him, Mu Chen also asked with a smile. Uncle Mu Chen, my name is Yao Xian, Tang Woolen. Hearing Mu Chen's question, Yao Xian and Tang Woolen also answered one after another. Oh, Yao Xian, Tang Woolen, good names. Two kids, are you here today for the second-level blacksmith assessment? Nodding slightly, Mu Chen continued to ask. Yes it is. Yao Xian and Tang Woolen nodded and replied. Well, very good. I think, with your strength, you must have passed the assessment smoothly, right? With a slight smile on his face, Mu Chen continued to ask. Yes, we all passed, Uncle Mu Chen. Yao Xian nodded and replied. Okay, it turned out that a hero was born a boy. Sen Yu, I didn't expect that you really have two good apprentices. After listening to Yao Xian's words, the smile on Mu Chen's face became stronger, turning to Sen Yu, and speaking. President, they are not my apprentices, but the apprentices of Master Man Tian from Ala City. Seeing Mu Chen looking at him, Sen Yu waved his hand and replied. Mang Tian's apprentice, that's it. Listening to Sen Yu's words, Mu Chen frowned. If the two teenagers in front of you are Sen Yu's apprentices, then I want to accept them as apprentices, it's just a matter of one sentence, but if they are Mang Tian's apprentices, then it's a little troublesome, but it's just a minor trouble. President, what's the matter? Could it be that they have entered your eyes? Looking at Mu Chen, Sen Yu also asked curiously. That's natural. Two 9-year-old level 2 blacksmiths, don't you know what this means? Besides, like by Sen Yu, Mu Chen also exuded his mental power, sensing the state of Yao Xian and Tang Woolen. How can it be? When Mu Chen's mental power swept over Yao Xian, Mu Chen's eyes suddenly flashed an incredible look, but relying on the 8th level sage craftsman's qi cultivation skills, he still controlled his expression all at once, and immediately moved slightly. Soul power wrapped himself in Yao Xian. Yao Xian, right? I want to ask you a question. You must answer it truthfully. With a scorching glow in his eyes, Mu Chen stared at Yao Xian firmly, and then said. Okay, Uncle Mu Chen. Looking at Mu Chen's enthusiastic expression, Yao Xian also expected something and nodded slightly. Yao Xian, have you completed the 1000 forgings? Don't worry, I have isolated the surrounding space with my soul power. Our conversation will not be known to the third person. After a short pause, Mu Chen also asked with his voice. Well, I did complete 1000 forging. But, Uncle Mu Chen, how do you see this? With a hint of curiosity in his eyes, Yao Xian asked back. From your spiritual power, I can smell the taste of fine gold. Only forging masters who have completed 1000 forgings and have really communicated with metals can their spiritual power change like this. A 9-year-old 3rd level blacksmith, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. After answering Yao Xian's question first, Mu Chen also sighed 3 consecutively, and then his face returned to calm. I'm a bit gaff, but I must tell you that the 9-year-old 3rd level blacksmith is the first in the history of the Douluo continent. You are a true blacksmithing genius, and even said to be a monster, it's not an exaggeration. So, Yao Xian, would you like to worship me as a teacher? Working hard to suppress the joy and excitement in his heart, Mu Chen also asked calmly. Uncle Mu Chen, you are an 8-star sage craftsman, of course I would like to worship you as a teacher. However, in forging, I already have a master teacher Mang Tian, I must seek his opinion. After listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xian also replied. To exchange good books, follow the VX public account. Book Friends Base Camp. Pay attention now and receive cash red envelopes. Respect the teacher, he is a good boy. Don't worry, your teacher Mang Tian, I will discuss with him in particular, as long as you don't object. That's fine. Okay, then I will lift the soul power blockade. While talking, Mu Chen also unblocked the soul power. Yao Xian, what did Uncle Mu Chen ask you for? Seeing Yao Xian reappeared, Tang Wulin also asked curiously. Nothing, if nothing else, you'll know later. In Tang Wulin's ear, Yao Xian whispered. Well, then I will wait. After listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin stopped questioning, and waited quietly. While Yao Xian and Tang Wulin were talking in a low voice, on the other side, Mu Chen also asked for Man Tian's soul communicator number from Sen Yu, dialed silently, and urged his soul power again to isolate the environment. Hello, I am Man Tian from Man Tian Forging Room, who are you? Looking at the unfamiliar number on the soul communicator, Mang Tian was stunned, but then he still connected to the soul communicator. Hello, I am the president of the Forging Association of East Sea City, the 8-star saint craftsman, Mu Chen. Listening to Man Tian's words, Mu Chen also reported himself. It turned out to be President Mu, who admired his name for a long time. President Mu called, it must be for the two children Yao Xian and Wulin. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Man Tian also said respectfully, and asked, although he has a sense of arrogance, facing Mu Chen, a legendary figure in the forging world, Man Tian only has respect in his heart. Yes. Man Tian, you can hide so deeply, 9-year-old 3rd-level blacksmith, admire, admire. Dare to ask, how did you cultivate such a genius? Hearing what Man Tian said, Mu Chen also confirmed, and then asked with a hint of curiosity. 3rd-level blacksmith? How did you discover that Yao Xian is a 3rd-level blacksmith? I clearly told him not to expose the strength of the 3rd-level blacksmith too early. After hearing Mu Chen's words, Man Tian did not answer, but instead asked instead. Well, Yao Xian didn't expose the strength of the 3rd-level blacksmith. It's just that after completing the 1000 forging, there will be a certain trace of the blacksmith's mental power, which happened to be discovered by me. Don't worry, except for me. In addition, the information he arrived at the 3rd-level blacksmith was not exposed to anyone else. Seeing Man Tian questioning himself, Mu Chen was not angry, but patiently explained. Chapter 56, Apprentice Mu Chen. No money to read novels? Give you cash or coins, and receive it within 1 day. Follow the public number Book Friends Base Camp, get it for free. That's good. If his talent was exposed so early, I don't think it would be a good thing for Yao Xian. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Man Tian was also relieved, and his hanging heart was relieved. You are right. Like those cults, you would never want to see the second master craftsman in the Sun Moon Federation. Recently, the Holy Spirit cult has shown signs of resurgence, planning a lot of attacks and assassinations, if Yao Xian's talents are exposed, and they will inevitably be assassinated. After hearing Mu Chen's words, Man Tian also agreed. The second master craftsman? Do you think? Listening to Mu Chen's words, Man Tian's tone was also excited. Well, according to Yao Xian's talent, if Douluo continent is lucky enough to have another master craftsman, besides him, I really can't think of a second person. Mr. Mang Tian, I solemnly make a request to you, I hope to accept Yao Xian as a disciple, teach him the knowledge he has forged, and lead him to explore the path of a master craftsman. Responding to Man Tian's words, Mu Chen did not hesitate to praise Yao Xian, and then said very sincerely, "Accept him as a disciple." Hearing Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian felt very pleased, but he was a little bit reluctant. You must know that Yao Xian has carefully cultivated his existence for 3 years. If he just squandered people like this, Meng Tian also felt a little unwilling, but he also knew that Mu Chen was willing to accept disciples. This was definitely an opportunity for Yao Xian, and it would be of great benefit to Yao Xian's future development. Well, yes. Mr. Man Tian, as a 6th-level master craftsman, you can indeed give Yao Xian guidance when performing thousand forging and even spiritual forging, but when it comes to the stage of soul forging, I am afraid that it will be difficult for you to continue to help him. Right. But I am different here. Even when Yao Xian hits the sacred craftsman, I can still give him enough guidance. Even if one day Yao Xian is going to challenge Tianduan, I can also ask the sacred craftsman Zhenhua to give him guidance. He is my brother. I know, your heart must be very reluctant, but for the sake of forging the world and for the future development of Douluo continent, Mu Chen begs you to allow Yao Xian to worship me as a teacher. Of course, after this, you will still be Yao Teacher Xian, it's just that I will teach him on your behalf. What do you think? In addition, I also know that because of lack of soul power, you were physically injured during the impact of the spiritual exercise, and you will not be able to break through for life. If you can make Yao Xian worship me as a teacher, I can also find a spiritual object to heal your injuries. What do you think? Mu Chen deserves to be the president of the East Sea City Forging Masters Association. After a few words, he was clearly organized, thorough analysis, and sincere. Under his persuasion, Man Tian also began to be tempted. Yes, Yao Xian is indeed his disciple, but Yao Xian is also a treasure born in the forging world and Douluo continent. If his selfishness affects Yao Xian's development, then he is probably a sinner of the ages. What's more, Mu Chen also promised that although Yao Xian admires him as a teacher, he is still his teacher. He is not deprived of his credit. As compensation, Mu Chen can also treat his chronic illnesses. Under such conditions, he does not have it. Do not accept the truth. Okay, President Mu Chen, I agree that Yao Xian will worship you as a teacher. For Yao Xian's development and forging the future of the world, I cannot be too selfish. After thinking for a moment, Man Tian finally made a decision, and said in the soul communicator. Thank you, Mr. Man Tian, on behalf of the forging industry, I thank you for your generosity and understanding. After listening to Man Tian's words, Mu Chen was also relieved, and then thanked him. Nothing, this is what I should do. By the way, President Mu Chen, I am here, and I would like to recommend my other apprentice Tang Wulin to worship you as a teacher. Although his talent is not as good as Yao Xian, but now, at the age of 5, he has also broken through the level 2 blacksmith, and is only a little short of the level 3 blacksmith. After hearing Mu Chen's words, Man Tian continued to speak. Tang Wulin? Oh, yes, that kid's talent can be regarded as a real genius, I promised you. After listening to Man Tian's words, Mu Chen then remembered that Tang Wulin, who came to the assessment with Yao Xian, was definitely considered a talented genius. Absolutely qualified to become his own disciple and attack the sage craftsman. However, under Yao Xian Qianduan's shock, he even forgot about it for a while. Now that he was reminded by Man Tian, Mu Chen would naturally not refuse such a request. Okay, thank you, President Mu. Then, I won't delay President Mu's time much later. Seeing that Mu Chen was willing to accept Tang Wulin, Man Tian said happily. Don't delay, don't delay. In this way, when you come to East Sea City, I will ask the Soul Master of the Healing Department to diagnose for you, and purchase spiritual objects to help you treat. After a few more polite words with Man Tian, Mu Chen finally hung up, and then came to Tang Wulin and Yao Xian. Yao Xian, Man Tian, he has promised you to worship me as a teacher. In addition, Woolen, your talent is also very good. I also want to accept you as a disciple. Man Tian also agreed to this. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? Smiling and looking at Yao Xian and Tang Woolen in front of him, Mu Chen also asked. I am willing, Uncle Mu Chen. Listening to Mu Chen's words, a light flashed in Tang Woolen's eyes, and then agreed. Okay. But, in the future, you don't need to hand it over to my Uncle Mu Chen, it's time to call me master. Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Woolen in front of him, Mu Chen reminded him with a smile. Hi master. After listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xian and Tang Woolen both bowed to Mu Chen with their heart and soul, and then cried out obediently. Okay. Come, let me introduce to you, this is your master's sister and my daughter, Mu Xi, who is now studying in the 5th grade of Donghai College, and today he just passed the examination of the 2nd level forger. By the way, you are also from Donghai College, so Mu Xi is still your senior sister. Turning around, pointing to the girl behind him, Mu Chen also said with a smile. Yes, we are all students of Donghai College. Sister Mu Xi, hello. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yao Xian also greeted him, and at the same time, beside him, Tang Woolen also greeted Mu Xi. Two brothers, hello. He, if you are bullied at Donghai Academy, you can find a senior sister can cover you. Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Woolen, Mu Xi also said with a smile. Then thanks Sister Mu Xi. Although he thinks that students who don't have a middle-level department can bully him, Yao Xian naturally wouldn't deliberately refute to anger her in the face of Mu Xi's kindness. Mu Xi, what you said is the same as the boss of the gangster. But, Yao Xian and Woolen, if you run into trouble at school, you can indeed ask her for help. In the school, her reputation is still very strong. Glancing at Mu Xi, Mu Chen explained to Yao Xian and Tang Woolen with a smile. Chapter 57, Mu Xi's engagement, Wu Chongkong appears. Recognized by the important figure Mu Chen, get Golden Evolution Point X50. Following Yao Xian's successful apprenticeship to Mu Chen, the system prompt sounded in his ears. By the way, Yao Xian, Woolen, do you have a soul guide number? With a smile on his face, Mu Chen also asked Yao Xian and Tang Woolen suddenly. Master, we don't have one. After listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xian and Tang Woolen shook their heads slightly. The price of a soul communicator was tens of thousands of federal coins. Yao Xian and Tang Woolen could not afford it, but obviously, for them, it is definitely not a good deal. Well, then, these two things are given to you as little gifts for you. While talking, Mu Chen's hand flashed, and two small soul communicators appeared in his hands. Thank you master. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xian and Tang Woolen both thanked them respectfully, and they reached out to take them, one by one, and put them in their hands. In this way, you can record my soul guide communication number. If you encounter any major troubles, you can contact me. After 2 days, you can come here to receive your forging medals. After that, you can take over the task at the Forge Association. From now on, you will still practice by yourself. Every weekend and afternoon, you come together and I will guide you for half a day. In addition, I also remind you not to slacken the practice of soul power. In any industry, there is no strong soul power. It is impossible for your cultivation base to reach the peak, especially Woolen, you have to work harder on soul power cultivation. Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Woolen in front of him, Mu Chen also patiently ordered. Thanks to Master for his teaching, Yao Xian, Tang Woolen, must keep it in mind. Hearing Yao Xian and Tang Woolen's recovery, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction, and at this moment, Mu Xi next to him also walked up and said stubbornly, Yao Xian, I want to compete with you for forging. As the beauty of the sky, Mu Xi has always been regarded as a genius in the blacksmithing world. She broke through the second-level blacksmith at the age of 13. Even Mu Chen said that she surpassed him in the same period. Today, Mu Xi successfully broke through the second-level forger. This was originally a happy day, but Yao Xian and Tang Wulin came out, and they broke Mu Xi's record, especially Yao Xian, and was directly mistaken by his father as a fourth-level blacksmith. Because of the unyielding spirit developed since childhood, Mu Xi also sighed in her heart. She wanted to know how strong Yao Xian was. "Xie, stop making trouble." After hearing Mu Xi's words, Mu Chen glared at her with a look of anger. "Father, I just want to exchange forging experience with Yao Xian. I have no other meaning." Looking at Mu Chen's eyes, Mu Xi also repeatedly explained. "Oh, okay, okay." Looking at Mu Xi's eyes, how could Mu Chen fail to see the true thoughts in her heart? However, Mu Chen thought about it. His daughter's forging road was a bit too smooth, and it was not a bad thing to make her suffer a small setback this morning, so he did not stop Mu Xi in the end. "Senior Mu Xi, you want to compete with me, and I am honored too. However, Wulin and I have to go back to report, or else, when I come to Master to learn forging this weekend, I will talk with you again?" After listening to Mu Xi's words, Yao Xian also replied. "Well, that's it, it's a deal." After listening to Yao Xian's words, Mu Xi also nodded. Then, Yao Xian and Tang Wulin also left the Blacksmiths Association and hurried back to the East China Sea Intermediate Academy. The next morning, 8 o'clock. On the huge square in the center of Donghai College, students from the intermediate and advanced departments gathered here. After the students gathered, the dean of Donghai College, an elderly man surnamed Yu, who was about 60 years old and wearing glasses, stepped onto the podium and gave a speech. This Dean Yu was very talkative. Although there was no manuscript, he talked for a full 15 minutes before it was over. Then, the other students left the field one by one, leaving only the first-year students from the intermediate department to stay and wait for the division. The process of grouping is very simple. Prior to this, the students' strength, innate soul power, soul spirit, martial soul, spiritual power, and other attributes have been investigated clearly, and the classification is based on a certain algorithm, and now it is just announcing the result. When he walked to the speaking stage, Long Hengxiu also encouraged a few words, and then began to divide into classes. Unsurprisingly, Yao Xian, Tang Wulin, Xie and Zhou Changzi were all assigned to Class 5, which is the worst class. When they learned the results, both Xie and Zhou Changzi's faces showed regrets, but Yao Xian and Tang Wulin looked as usual. Okay, now each class teacher leads his students back to the class to get familiar with the college. At the end of the division, Long Hengxiu also clapped his hands. 5 teachers walked out. One of the blue-haired teachers walked to Class 5. When the children except Yao Xian saw him, they couldn't help being taken aback. The head teacher is really too handsome. He is about 1.8 meters tall and thin, with the bright black eyes. He is wearing a white robe, and his waist-length hair is draped behind him. He looks like a fairy, but his face was expressionless, his eyes were a little cold. It was Wu Changkong. Wow, the teacher is so handsome. Looking at Wu Changkong, several girls whispered to each other. Follow me. When he came to the students, Wu Changkong said faintly, and then, a chill came out of him. Feeling the chill of Wu Changkong's body, almost all the students couldn't help but shudder, except for Yao Xian and Tang Wulin. Looking at Yao Xian and Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong's face also showed a strange color. After completing the simple test for the students, Wu Changkong also led the way and led them to the classroom. Because Class 5 is the worst class, the classroom of Class 5 is on the first floor and on the innermost side. This is also a manifestation of the principle of the supremacy of the strong in the Soul Master world, which is used to encourage students to practice hard. Hello everyone, our public account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. Public Account Book Friends Base Camp. Walking into the classroom, there are 30 sets of tables and chairs in the classroom. The lectern is located in the front like the Earth Star, and there is a blackboard. Be seated. Walking to the podium, Wu Chongkong faintly ordered that Yao Xian chose a second row position, while Xie Xie and Tang Wulin sat on both sides of Yao Xian. My name is Wu Chongkong. In the next 6 years, I will be your head teacher. Eyes swept across the students in front of them. Those who were talking suddenly felt cold and shut up immediately. And the classroom became quiet. Then, Wu Chongkong introduced his name on the blackboard while introducing him. Now, please introduce yourself. Everyone introduce your name, soul power, martial soul, and future ambitions. Start with you. Reaching out to the first student in the first row, Wu Chongkong also spoke lightly. Chapter 58, Good, very energetic. My name is Yun Xiao, a martial arts chart with a soul power of 12, and my goal is to become an intelligent auxiliary soul master. Sitting in the first place was a thin boy. Seeing Wu Chongkong pointing at him, he stood up tremblingly, and then introduced himself. Well, next one. Nodded slightly, but did not make any comments. Wu Chongkong also gave light instructions. The students stood up one by one, introducing themselves, and soon it was Tang Wulin's turn. Tang Wulin, Wuhan Lan Yinko, level 12, the goal is to become a powerful soul master. Standing up, Tang Wulin said in a very serious tone. It is so funny that Lan Yinko, abandoning Wuhan, wants to become a powerful soul master. Just when Tang Wulin introduced, a discordant voice came from the back of the classroom. Wow! At this moment, with the sound of breaking through the air, a piece of chalk was accurately thrown by Wu Chongkong, and it got into the throat of the classmate who mocked Tang Wulin, making him retching. Then, Wu Chongkong was cold. The voice came. Remember a word, in this world, there are no waste martial arts, but only waste people. When talking about other people's waste, first think about your own virtue. You are not a waste, will you be assigned here? Continue. Yao Xian, Martial Spirit Lizard Dragon, 18th level, the goal is to become a powerful soul master and battle armor master. Standing up, Yao Xian said lightly. Listening to Yao Xian's introduction, the other students cast their envied eyes. At the age of 9 and 18, this is a very rare achievement. As long as you get 2 more levels, you can be promoted to the Great Soul Master and obtain your second soul ability. Being able to reach the 18th level at the age of 9 is already considered a genius. As long as there is no accident, it is almost a matter of course to be promoted to the Soul Venerable and admitted to the Advanced Academy before the age of 15. Oh, your spirit power has 18th level. Hearing what Yao Xian said, Wu Chongkong was also taken aback for a while, and then asked for the first time, Yao Xian, tell me, how did you get assigned to Class 5? Someone bullied my good friend Tang Wulin. I had a fight with him and violated school rules. Director Long assigned me to Class 5. After listening to Wu Zhangkong's question, Yao Xian answered truthfully. Fighting? It turns out to be like this, yes, follow me, you will have a lot of opportunities for fighting and actual combat. Sit down. Nodding slightly, Wu Zhangkong motioned Yao Xian to sit down. After Yao Xian, it was Xie Xie. His 18th grade shocked the entire class again. 2 18th grades, these students should have appeared in the first class. Haha, that guy Long Hengxiu really has a good calculation. Looking at the levels of Yao Xian and Xie Xie, Wu Chongkong didn't know Long Hengxiu's thoughts. However, for Wu Chongkong, he was also willing to teach those students with better talents. Yes, although everyone has come to Class 5, everyone has a strong heart and I am very satisfied. In the next 6 years, my goal is to train you to be the strongest of your peers. Are you confident? After all the students were introduced, Wu Changkong stood in the center of the podium again, and said immediately, "Have." Except for Yao Xian and Xie's very confident voices, the answers of other students were a little quiet. Inaudible, start over. Listening to the students' answers, Wu Changkong's face showed a trace of displeasure, and a faint coldness radiated. Have. Stimulated by Wu Zhangkong's chill, the students couldn't help but raise their voices a little bit to counter the faint chill. No energy. So quietly, still want to become a powerful soul master. Looking at the students in front of him, Wu Zhangkong's cold air could not help but become stronger again. Even Tang Wulin couldn't help shaking slightly, only Yao Xian was still able to calm down. Have. Under the double stimulation of the chill and Wu Zhangkong's words, the students answered with almost shouting voices this time. Okay, very energetic. After listening to the classmates, Wu Changkong nodded in satisfaction. You are all confident, very good. Tomorrow morning, when the class is officially started, my teaching method will be very different from other teachers. If you are afraid of hardship, tiredness, pain, or injury, transfer to school as soon as possible or want to ways to change shifts. However, if you choose to stay, you should be mentally prepared to receive the devil training. I hope you will be as energetic as you shouted today when you train. Okay, let's end the get out of class. After speaking, Wu Changkong turned his head faintly and left the classroom, leaving only the students who were talking about it. The next day, in the morning. Starting today, the class will be officially started. Most of your courses will be taught by me personally. Now, all stand up and follow me to the playground. Wearing a white shirt and checked trousers, Wu Changkong walked to the podium and coldly ordered. Quiet, form 2 lines. Looking at the a little noisy students, Wu Changkong was not angry, but indifferently ordered. Under Wu Zhangkong's powerful aura, the classmates stood obediently in 2 teams, no one dared to continue talking or making noise. I said yesterday that my teaching method is different from other teachers. Their teaching is based on theory and practice. However, my teaching is based on actual combat. Actual combat is the best way to improve my strength. Get the red envelope. The cash or coin red envelope has been issued to your account. Follow the public account on WeChat Book Friends Basecamp to receive. Today's first lesson is actual combat. Next, you will be in teams of 2 and engage in actual combat separately. I will act as the referee and be singled out. Let me see your strengths so that I can make a practice plan for everyone. Seeing the students line up the 2 teams, Wu Changkong continued. Teacher Wu, I am an auxiliary soul master, do I have to fight? At this moment, a student named Yun Xiao and Wu Hun as the astrolabe raised their hands timidly, and then asked. Of course. Just imagine, if you tell the enemy that you are an auxiliary spirit master on the battlefield, will he let you go? In the future, I don't want to hear questions about my orders, otherwise. While talking, Wu Changkong coldly released a chill, and Yun Xiao's body in the distance couldn't help but shiver. There will be punishment. Now, from you, start. While talking, Wu Changkong pointed to the first group of classmates. They were not others, they happened to be Tang Wulin and Zhou Changzi. Hey, Tang Wulin, Yao Xian helped you last time, this time, without his protection, I want to teach you a lesson. Looking at Tang Wulin in the distance, Zhou Changzi also rubbed his fists fiercely, and then said. Just let go. I won't lose. Looking at Zhou Changzi in the distance, Tang Wulin also replied stubbornly. In the beginning, there are no rules. You can knock down the opponent by any means. There is no need to keep your hands. No one will be hurt with me. Looking at Tang Wulin and Zhou Changzi in front of him, Wu Changkong also opened his mouth to announce the start of the battle. Chapter 59, War Dance in the Sky. With the sound of the beginning of the battle, Zhou Changzi urged his spirit power, and a lifelike brown monkey appeared on his shoulder. This little monkey is exactly the 10-year spirit of Zhou Changzi. After releasing the spirit, Zhou Changzi also urged the first spirit ability to aggressively rush towards Tang Wulin. Although his body is not as good as Zhou Changzi, Tang Wulin is not afraid when he looks at Zhou Changzi. He punches silently and possesses 500 kilograms of power. Tang Wulin admits that he will not lose to Yao Xian in terms of strength attributes. Other peers. Boom! Under the pity of the classmates, Tang Wulin's fist and Zhou Changzi's fist collided, but unexpectedly, Tang Wulin seemed to be thin and still, but instead the tall Zhou Changzi retreated 3 steps in a row, with incredible expression on his face. Look! Suddenly, the eyes of the classmates looking at Tang Wulin were less contemptuous, and more fearful, and Xie's eyes looked at Tang Wulin, and there was also a hint of interest. It seems that Yao Xian's little brother is still a little bit more capable. Winning the position and not forgiving, he retreated Zhou Changzi with a punch. Tang Wulin also calmly pursued forward, punching out several punches, and finally eliminated Zhou Changzi. Tang Wulin wins. The next group. Seeing the result of the game, Wu Changkong coldly gave instructions, and then Zhou Changzi slipped off the stage in a desperate manner, showing no self-confidence. A group of classmates appeared on the stage, and soon it was Yao Xian's turn. His enemy was Li Chushui, his martial spirit was a black cat, and his spirit power was level 12. Unsurprisingly, Li Chushui was defeated by Yao Xian with a single blow, and he was also Yao Xian. Xian contributed a little golden evolution point. Soon, the next round of battle began. This time, Yao Xian's enemy is Hanlin. Wuhan is an earth element, and his soul power is at level 13. Apart from Yao Xian and Xie, the students in class 5 are the strongest. Of course, in front of Yao Xian, Hanlin was still extremely weak. Yao Xian didn't even activate the spirit skills. He only possessed the spirit, and then swiped a claw to tear the stone prison of Hanlin's full-strength structure, and rushed into it. By her side, she directly surrendered. At the end of the 2 rounds of actual combat, there are only 5 students left, namely Yao Xian, Xie, Tang Wulin, and 2 passers-by. www.ltnovel.com Welfare give you a cash red envelope. Follow VX Public Book Friends Basecamp to receive it. After a 5-minute break, the 3rd round of the game began. By coincidence, Xie and Tang Wulin faced 2 passers-by and defeated them, leaving only Yao Xian. Yao Xian, your opponent is me. In the 3rd round, in the 3rd game, Yao Xian confronts Wu Zhongkong. Pointing to Yao Xian, Wu Zhongkong said lightly. Teacher Wu, isn't that good? Although he was looking forward to it, Yao Xian still said. I think it's pretty good. Don't worry, I won't bully the small. I will only use the 18th level spirit power and the first spirit ability. In addition, as long as you can survive 3 moves in my hands, even you win. Looking at Yao Xian, Wu Changkong said confidently in a tone that could not hold his beak. Yes, Teacher Wu. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xian no longer declined, and strode to the center of the venue. Start now. Almost at the moment of announcing the beginning, a blue light flashed across Wu Zhangkong's hand, and the soul power gathered to form a long sword with a slender body and a faint blue light, which looked extremely beautiful and exuded an icy atmosphere. The sword appeared, and it was Wu Zhangkong's martial soul Tianzhuang sword. So cool! Yes! What a handsome sword! What a powerful breath! I don't know if Yao Xian can take Master Wu's sword. Seeing Wu Changkong's attack, the students were also talking, and their eyes flashed with envy. With the appearance of the frost sword, Wu Changkong's surroundings also exudes a faint coldness. At the same time, Wu Changkong's speed is also abruptly several points, stepping forward, and then swinging a sword across a cold blue Sejun Guang, with an endless chill, chopped off at Yao Xian's waist. So fast! Looking at Wu Zhangkong's sword, Yao Xian secretly admired Wu Zhongkong. After all, Wu Zhongkong was a monster who had studied at Shrek Academy. Even if he suppressed his spirit power at level 18, he didn't make a serious shot at the same time. On top, he is still much stronger than his current self. Although he was secretly surprised, Yao Xian's movements did not stop in the slightest. While retreating backwards, he frantically used his spirit power. Compared with Wu Zhongkong, Yao Xian's speed in summoning the martial soul was significantly slower. After Wu Zhongkong attacked, the Jukai Guanghui gathered faintly, and it became the Ancestral Dragon martial soul in front of his right hand. Phantom. Zalong, possess. With a faint drink in his heart, the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit in Yao Xian's hand also rose to the sky, and immediately rushed towards his Tianling Gai, but at the same time, Wu Zhangkong's Tianchuang sword also approached Yao Xian with a chill. Ancestral Dragon Broken Air Step. Looking at Wu Zhangkong's sword, Yao Xian had not yet possessed the spirit of martial arts, only the power of urging qi and blood, and activated the bloodline ability attached to the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline. His body followed the phase in space and moved to the side. With a delicate step, he avoided Wu Zhangkong's sword. What? Looking at Yao Xian's step, Wu Zhongkong also let out a soft voice, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He never expected that Yao Xian, who was just a soul master, could use such a delicate footwork. Awesome! I avoided it. Yes, I can't capture Master Wu's sword shadow, but Yao Xian can still avoid this sword. It's amazing. If only I was so strong. Watching Yao Xian avoid Wu Zhangkong's movements, the eyes of the students were full of envy and admiration, and even Xie was secretly surprised. Even as a quick attack type, dual spirit soul master, Xie is not 100% sure that he can avoid Wu Zhangkong's sword. It seems that Yao Xian's strength is stronger than he thought. Although the classmates cast envious glances at Yao Xian was not satisfied with his performance. For Wu Hun's control, he was far worse than Wu Zhongkong, which also made Wu Zhongkong a sword. He only finished using the spirit possession. If in the real battle of life and death, this would be fatal. Just as Yao Xian reflected on it, the Ancestral Dragon martial soul in the mid-air had already whizzed down and merged with Yao Xian's body. Yao Xian's body surface grew out, and immediately, Yao Xian's strength and aura could not help but surge. Feeling Yao Xian's soaring breath, Wu Zhangkong's eyes also flashed a look of surprise. Yao Xian's breath at this time was already as strong as those of the weaker souls. Even the students of the same level in Shrek Academy can do it. I am afraid it is nothing more than that, let alone, Yao Xian has not undergone systematic training, this really makes him pick a treasure. While thinking about it, Wu Zhangkong's heart couldn't help but rise in a love of talent. Chapter 60, this time, count me as losing. Teacher Wu, you are careful. While talking, Yao Xian urged the martial soul, and the next moment, in front of Yao Xian, the Ancestral Dragon Spirit appeared, and the first round of yellow spirit ring behind him also flashed suddenly. Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike. With a roar in his heart, the powerful spirit ability of Ancestral Dragon Sky-Splitting Strike finally appeared in Douluo continent for the first time. Accompanied by the flashing of the spirit ring, Yao Xian's right foot kicked, and the figure instantly turned into a phantom, shooting out in the direction of Wu Zhongkong. At the same time, Yao Xian's arms were in front of him. Crossed, the claws were in an oblique cross shape, frantically torn in front of Wu Zhongkong. So fast! It turned out to be a century-old spirit ring. It's amazing. I can't even see his speed. As expected of an 18th level spirit master. Looking at Yao Xian's attack, the envy in the eyes of other students became stronger, and Xie's eyes also flashed with admiration. As for Tang Wulin, he had never seen Yao Xian make a move. At this time, he looked at Yao Xian with scorching eyes. There was only immense admiration and love in his heart. Xian Ji is really amazing. It would be great if I had brother Xian half as good. How is it possible? Is this really an attack that the Spirit Master Realm can issue? Looking at Yao Xian's blow, Wu Changkong's eyes also flashed with incredible expression. If it hadn't been known that Yao Xian was only an 18th level Spirit Master, Wu Changkong would not question it even if it was the third spirit ability of the Soul Venerable, even if it was based on Shrek Academy's standards. Yao Xian's attack it can also be rated as super. Not only that, but after carefully observing this move of Yao Xian, Wu Changkong has only one word to describe it: consummation and perfection. If the spirit abilities of other students are full of flaws and loopholes, then Yao Xian's attack is truly an integrated one. Even if Wu Changkong comes from Shrek Academy and is a strong soul emperor, he did not find out for a while. A flaw. Whizzing. Yao Xian's claws ran across the space, leaving two afterimages that were difficult to capture with the naked eye, quickly approaching Wu Changkong's body, and as the Ancestral Dragon Sky-splitting strike approached, Wu Changkong's face also showed a solemn color. If he only uses the spirit power of the 18th level, he may not be able to successfully take this blow. However, Wu Changkong was also a person who would do what he said. Since he only used his 18th level of spirit power, Wu Changkong didn't want to break his words. Silently urged his spirit power. Behind Wu Changkong, the first dark yellow spirit ring flickered. Frost mark. With a flick of his right hand, Wu Zhangkong's Tianchuang sword greeted Yao Xian's claws. In an instant, sky-blue silky sword aura burst out from the Tianchuang sword, intertwined and merged together. Instantly it became a light blue mask. Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Sky-splitting bombarded the blue shield in front of Wu Changkong, and a wave of cold air instantly struck Yao Xian, and a faint layer of hoarfrost formed on Yao Xian's arm. Fortunately, Yao Xian had a dragon-scale body, so he was not frostbitten. At the same time, the blue shield in front of Wu Changkong was also trembling frantically. Although Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Sky-splitting strike did not break through to 1,000 years, its ability to penetrate soul power was still very powerful. After half a second, the blue shield in front of Wu Changkong suddenly shattered, turning into little blue light particles, dissipating into the air, and at the same time, Wu Changkong cut out with a sword, passing a blue light and shadow. Cut to Yao Xian. Looking at Wu Zhangkong's sword, Yao Xian's face also showed a solemn color. With a thought, the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer in the Space Soul Guidance device appeared. Immediately, Yao Xian held the 1000-forged tungsten steel forging hammer. The hammer handle greeted Wu Changkong's Tianchuang sword. Watching Yao Xian's movements, Wu Changkong was also taken aback. He never expected that Yao Xian would respond like this. When, with a muffled noise, the forging hammer in Yao Xian's hand collided with the Tianchuang sword. In an instant, a crack of 1 centimeter deep appeared on the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammers, but at the same time, Wu Changkong's Yujian was also blocked. If Wu Changkong used the spirit power of the Soul Emperor, his sword could even smash the 2-character battle armor, not to mention the small 1000-forged metal, but at this time Wu Changkong only used the spirit power of the Soul Master. This was blocked by Qianjin metal, and at the same time, his figure was receding because of the huge force. A lot of strength. This hammer power is at least 3000 kilograms, right? God, what kind of monster is this? Feeling the tremendous power from his arm, Wu Changkong sighed secretly in his heart. At the same time, he secretly raised his soul power to the Soul Sovereign level, tapped twice in the air, and this suppressed his trajectory. Make a fool of yourself in front of your classmates. Very good, Yao Xiansheng, this time, count me as losing. There was a hint of praise on his face. Wu Changkong said coldly. Defeat Wu Changkong, get his recognition and get golden evolution points x20. Following Wu Zhangkong's surrender, the system prompt sounded in Yao Xian's ear. Sure enough, fighting is the best way to get golden evolution points. With the entry of this gold evolution point, Yao Xian's total gold evolution point has reached 98 points. At the same time, he also secretly thought of it in his heart. Although Yao Xian's level has reached 18, his daily practice can only bring 5,000 ordinary evolution points, which means that only one golden evolution point can be gathered every 2 days. But now, just after 3 moves with Wu Zhongkong, you can get 20 golden evolution points into your account. What an amazing harvest! Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your mercy. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xian also bowed, thanking him. No, I have no mercy, this is the result of your own strength, very good. In the 4th round, Tang Wulin played against Xie Xie, and the winner was against Yao Xian. Hearing Yao Xian's answer, Wu Changkong shook his head, and then gave Yao Xian a compliment, and then announced the start of the next round of competition. Following Wu Changkong's words, Tang Wulin and Xie Xie came to the central area and the battle began. Although Tang Wulin had a strength advantage, his combat experience was almost 0. In front of Xie Xie of the agile attack system, he was easily defeated. However, due to Wu Zhangkong's prevention, Xie Xie's light dragon dagger did not attack Tang Wulin caused damage, so Tang Wulin did not show the golden scales. Finally, it was the turn of Yao Xian and Xie Xie to fight. With a bit of bitterness, Xie Xie came to the opposite of Yao Xian. Teacher Wu, can I give up? Looking at Yao Xian in the distance, Xie Xie asked weakly. He didn't want to be punched by Yao Xian again. You know, his stomach hurts for a long time yesterday. No. Fight, start. After hearing Xie Xie's words, Wu Changkong coldly refused, and then announced the beginning of the battle. Relax, I will control my strength. Looking at Xie Xie, Yao Xian said lightly, then punched. Number 888 Number follow VX. Public account book Friends Base Camp, watch popular works, draw 888 cash red envelopes. After a few moves, although Xie Xie dodged from left to right, under the lock of Yao Xian's Ancestral Dragon Broken Air Step and Extraordinary Comprehension, Xie Xie was still hit by a punch in the shoulder and fell to the ground.